McConkey.
We are live from Indianapolis for the second sector qualifier of Season 2 in Star Wars Unlimited competitive play. I'm Josh Schneider. I am joined by the one and only main deck Dan this morning. And Dan, we have got 500 players, or just about 500 players in the room, ready to go, looking to become a sector qualifier champion. Dan, how are you feeling this morning as we prepare for this sector qualifier?
Hey Josh, it's fantastic to be casting with you once again, hot off Galactics. And yeah, like you said, we're jumping into season 2 here now of Star Wars Unlimited's competitive play. And I'm really pumped. Looking at the attendance of these events so far is very heartening. Of course, we are seeing larger attendance. This is actually our biggest sector qualifier in the US in actually that might be the end of the statement. I think maybe Denver was bigger. It's been a long time though. It's been almost a year, if not more. Since we've had this many excited Star Wars Unlimited players, and especially fun to see going into a format where there is a major boogeyman deck. Everybody knows it, but they still want to come grind it out and try to become the next sector champion.
And what's so cool about the sectors now is the big changes that were made. So, as you mentioned, of course, we have Cad Bane, we have the Boogeyman in the format right now, but players, as you said, still excited. And one of the big reasons is the change to the sector qualifiers. There's a lot more great prizes to play for now, and the point structure with it being changed coming into season 2. These players are playing for so many more points here in the sector qualifiers. Of course, you need 100 points to secure a spot in the main event of the Galactic Championship in May of 2027, but the top 32 players on the leaderboard also get their travel expenses covered to the Galactic Championship. So, with so many points on the line, 500 points to the winner this weekend, there is a lot to play for.
Yeah, and of course, you really want to get that paid travel, right? Because as announced at the Galactics, our next Galactic Championship next year is at none other than Disneyland. It's going to be a fantastic trip, right? A vacation that you can take, bring your family along, go compete, and still have a great time outside of that. So, super looking forward to that.
Yes, absolutely. Going to be a wonderful time next year at Disneyland. But here and now, as you talked about earlier, coming fresh off the Galactic Championship just less than a month ago, and going into the Galactic Championship, it was definitely the assumption that Cad Bane was going to be the best deck in the format, the most represented, and in the main event of the Galactic Championship, he was. And we fast forward to the top cut of the Galactic Championship where we had 3 Cad Bane, 3 Darth Vader, as a lot of people believe that Vader and some of these space pilot decks could be a good answer to Cad. And then we also had Boba, another pilot deck, and 1 Lando make the top cut. And then you fast forward to last weekend, the first sector qualifier of season 2 here in the Ashes of the Empire meta in Berlin, where Cad Bane then all of a sudden jumps up to 5 of the top cut, or 5 of the top 8 decks. You still had a Vader in there, another Lando, and Mando was actually in the top 8 as well and ended up taking it all. But Cad Bane just seems to be continually climbing ever since the Galactic Championship. And the big question going into this weekend is, will there be a consistent answer to Cad in the room, or will that percentage, that representation, and that conversion rate into day 2 and even the top cut, will it remain the same?
Yeah, that's the big question, right? I think a lot of players already have their chips down on certain potential outcomes here for the Cad Bane list, but you have to respect players like GLHF Christian at that Berlin sector who go into the latter stage of their day 2, and they end up, if you look at you look at the matches they played that day, the last 5 matches were against this Cad Bane blue list, and they won every single one of them, right? There are
Yep.
decks out here, and I know people like the Lando blue deck a lot too for its ability to sort of play a lot of healing on units to try and disable Cad Bane's ability to sort of ping away your board, get advantage from things like that cyborg mech. And there are ways you can play into this, right? Now, I think the Cad Bane list very strong, obviously, and it's one of those lists where I think it's a list where you can make a few mistakes and still perform really well. It's forgiving. It's just powerful. But I'm excited to see if some players have cooked up anything else, or if we see another hot run of Mando like GLHF Christian had last weekend, to show people, you know what, this is a beatable deck, even if it's super easy to kind of get good results with. And then when you get a good player on it, scary, right?
Yeah, very scary for sure. You talked about Mandalorian, of course, taking down the first sector qualifier of the season and running through the CADs. And the Mandalorian Colossus, this was a build, even going into the Galactic Championship, that a lot of people had on their radar. And the big reason that it was on their radar is because this was a deck that was intended to beat Cad Bane, and we see in Berlin it did just that. However, the problem was going into the Galactic Championship that Ahsoka Tano was really picking up popularity and steam going into the Galactic Championship, and that is one of the most lopsided matchups in the history of Star Wars Unlimited, the Mandalorian versus Ahsoka. So Ahsoka was such a big edge there. I'll be curious to see this weekend, maybe with Mando winning last weekend, if more players try to pick up Ahsoka, just hoping that Mandalorian is more represented here in Indianapolis.
Yeah, it's a really good question. A lot of metagames for Star Wars Unlimited and for, just frankly every card game out there do end up with things we like to call rock paper scissors formats, where there are sort of these three, not even always like three of very specific decks, but three types of decks that can kind of beat each other in a bit of a cyclical pattern, right? And I do feel like there is something here with this Mandalorian beating Cad, with Ahsoka beating Mandalorian, and then Cad clearly showing a lot of potential into those Ahsoka lists as well, just being able to control the units and not let Ahsoka build up any unit in play, which she kind of needs going into that deploy turn to do her gigantic pop off, right? So we do have those, and then we have those decks kind of more on the fringes, like the Lando Blue, and then there's always like the Vader Yellow question, right? Like if Vader Yellow goes crazy, then is really hard to stop, right? But if you can kind of keep him under control, then he's not really much of a threat either. So we do still have, I think, a pretty interesting meta. Even though I think a lot of the players coming into the event will definitely see the lion's share of the decks being played on that Cad Bane. But yeah, I'm excited. I agree. I'm excited to see if Ahsoka can kind of come back and compete, or if maybe this event we see a higher percentage of those Mando decks.
Now, Dan, I have to ask you, we're talking a little bit about the meta, some of the more represented decks. We've mentioned Cad, Mandalorian, of course, winning last weekend. The pilot deck still very represented. Is there one deck in particular you think, like what's your call, Dan, for this weekend? Do you think Cad's going to take it all, or do you think once again he will be beat in the end?
Oh man. Josh, I have an answer that I think is a safe answer for this, right? Which is that, hey, look, if I'm a betting man, I'm going to play the numbers here. There's going to be a lot of Cads in the room. There are a lot of very good players who we saw taking Cad to Galactics, just trusting on their skill to be able to say, you know what, some players can make a few mistakes day two with this. I'm going to make no mistakes and win with this, right? I'm going to play perfectly. I'm going to outskill my opponent. So if you want me to put my chips down on anything, this might be the event where we see Cad just kind of squeak through and make it there. But my answer for my favorite deck in the metagame right now that I just want to, my dream is to see this deck pop off, is we talked about this at Galactics. I love the red Piet deck. I still think it's a strong deck right now, and a lot of decks just can't do a lot when it gets to really go crazy and get that invisible hand down early and start playing the droids and exhausting everything and just punching in for damage and ending with bombardments, right? The thing that Cad doesn't love to see in the late game if he can't keep full control. The thing that Mando hates to see because Mando
Yeah.
just has nothing on board often to put the indirect damage on. So it's a fun deck, and it's a punchy deck that we saw a well-known player Levi performing with at Galactics as well. I saw him on stream with that, and I hope to see that pop off. How about yourself?
So I think the pick for me is definitely Cad Bane to win this weekend. And the reason that is Cad Bane, of course, we've talked about how strong it is, but this deck in particular, the Cad Bane Vigilance decks, they can be teched to really beat anything. If you want to beat the Mandalorian deck, if you want to tech to beat Control, you can absolutely do that. We've seen the decks do very well into space. We saw it do well in the top cut in the Galactic Championship against space. You can run a great space curve that can interact well in space, and you can have a good game into the pilot decks. There's just so many ways that you can tech for the different matchups that you think you're really targeting. And that's why I think that flexibility and the adaptability that these Cad Bane players have, where they can tech to beat these matchups without a doubt. So that's why I'm picking Cad to take it all this weekend. But if I have to go on another pick, a more fun pick that is a very relevant deck in the meta, my favorite character in Star Wars, Ahsoka Tano, I have to go for Ahsoka. I would love to see Ahsoka do it. I think Cad's going to be on top, but Ahsoka is my favorite leader, and I think you've talked about this a little bit as well. You love Ahsoka and how she can
Mhm.
pop off. But right now, with Cad Bane still being so good, it's tough for Ahsoka to get through the premium sentinels that we have right now in the ground arena in this format, predominantly being seen in the Cad Bane decks. And for that reason, I just don't know that Ahsoka can actually come out on top.
Yeah, that's always been the challenge, and from the start of the Ashes season, I was brewing Ahsoka list because I am a huge fan of that leader and of that character. So I've tried all the different colors, and obviously the community landed on blue, which makes a lot of sense because the vigilance lists for Ahsoka do have a lot of capability to really punch through, especially with that powerful like kneel into Han Solo early game line that is it's just the strongest board anyone can build early on, which lets it punch through the Merrics, right? Like just get to actually finally get through there and put a little bit of fight up against Cad's early game. But it still is like the problem, right? When you're building this list, it's still okay. I need to figure out how to get through the Sentinels. Whereas the Cad lists, they have we were talking about this before the cast began, Josh, but they have such a powerful suite of cards that's well more than 50, right? They can just pick and choose the things that make the most sense without even having to break a sweat. They don't have to think about how do I beat this. They just go, oh, okay, if I want to beat space, I take this. If I want to beat Ahsoka, this is pretty good. If I want to beat Mando, let's go. And it comes down to whether or not the CAD players read the room well enough. And if any of these archetypes are being underrepresented, a good player on any, a good player on Ahsoka can totally punch through.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. It will be great to see if Ahsoka can step up to the challenge this weekend. And you talked about one specific combination of cards, the Neil plus Han Solo. Obviously, the best turn one I think you can have right now in the game. And Neil in particular, that unit has so much potential as we look into the future of the game and as more sets are released and more cards that are printed that have one or less power. I think the potential is really so high for Neil. And I even think about the upcoming Chewbacca that we've seen spoiled from the next set in Homeworld. So love that unit. It's definitely playable right now, and it's going to continue to be a strong unit in the future. But it looks like we are getting to our feature table for round one. It's going to be Dan Baston versus Joe Kasenga. Sabe Data Vault versus Shin Hati Aggression. Should be an interesting way to start. Haven't seen a lot of Sabe or Shin lately in the meta.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this. I definitely have been a fan of the Shin Hati deck as well. This is a very aggressive deck that sort of like counters other aggressive decks, right? It tries to just get these units down, punch for higher power than sort of the cost of the units the opponent plays, and exhaust them so that it can just build that board, punch that damage in without being punished so much and without being fought in often actually, there's a little of lane dodging we see in the different lists that people play, but lane dodging certainly a powerful thing for Shin, and Shin looking to definitely have the initiative on this match as well, because that Sabe deck, another deck, again, we haven't seen a lot of it, but it was a little bit more popular in that Secrets of Power metagame, but one that can be very, very disruptive to the opponent's game plan if it can start to do the kind of the same thing, lane dodge and get those attacks in.
Yeah, Shin Hati, very tempo oriented. If you can start with the initiative, get those higher power units, and then just exhaust whatever your opponent just played during that next action phase, if you can attack first. So Shin Hati really favors that tempo, that aggressive style. And for Sabe, there's a lot of potential disruption. You have the leader ability that can disrupt what your opponent is going to be drawing. And then once Sabe is deployed, you can actually disrupt what's in their hand. So there's a lot of really disrupting plays about what your opponent is able to play with Sabe. And Sabe, of course, deploys a little bit earlier than Shin, deploys on 5 resources. So would I think both of these players are going to be quite aggressive, so it'll be interesting to see which player has to fall back and be a little bit more controlling based on the start of the game. But it looks like Dan will start with the initiative, so if he's able to get the train rolling early here, that Shin Hati leader ability can be very impactful.
I do think that initiative is already a big moment in this match. We're definitely going to be watching Dan because if Dan can take game one, that means Dan will get 2 games with the initiative right, and will be able to really get a lot of advantage there. As far as that ability just to start to exhaust Joe's things before Joe can really get rolling. Now, I did get a peek at Joe's hand that he mulliganed, and one of the things that I think is really fascinating is I did see a Liberty hiding in there. So it looks like Joe is not necessarily planning to play just pure aggressive, right? Joe wants to uh, be able to play all stages of the game, which makes sense with that choice of Data Vault, right? That ability just to kind of take the game a turn later. But there's a Light Maker in hand as well, so I think Joe's going to put down some pretty surprising threats. It's going to be up to Dan to be able to keep them under control.
Yeah, it could be a pretty aggressive start there. You've got that Ebonhawk in hand for Joe and the Light Maker, so looks like we could see quite the big plays in space as we get ready for round number 1 of this sector qualifier in Indianapolis. Dan with the initiative in a matchup that should have some fireworks early. And again, just great to see a couple leaders that we haven't seen a lot of in this meta, and maybe they can have a surprise for us here this weekend. Dan's going to start things out with the Shinhati's Fiend Fighter. That's a 3-1 unit in the Space Arena, and Joe's going to call that play with his own space unit, that Phoenix Squadron A-Wing.
Yeah, no surprise here. Shin Hati's Fiend Fighter is generally the ideal start for the Shin Hati deck. Joe, with that Data Vault, has that chance of not seeing kind of the right thing to play into the arena that Dan's playing in. But with that Phoenix Squadron, is going to be able to contest a little bit here. But that initiative is going to be the problem, right? That's what Dan has at his back right now. The wind behind his sails can swing in with that Fiend Fighter and potentially do a little bit of exhausting here. There it is.
Yeah, there you go. The initiative just so important as that A-Wing is exhausted on Joe's side. Now it's Millennium Falcon dodging patrols, 2-5 unit in the space arena. So Joe trying to put some more threats in the space arena and maybe have an answer for this Shinhati's Fiend Fighter as Dan plays down Cyril, going to the ground arena, changing things up a little bit. But that on attack ability, very relevant with just 2 HP on the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing.
Yeah, I think that the thing that you always have to deal with Shin is that once you exhaust their things, you do fall behind on initiative, right? So Joe getting to take the initiative here now with that Millennium Falcon dodging patrols will be able to do some pretty clean attacking onto Dan's board and start to clean things up. But of course, an uncontested Cyril, the more turns that goes with that on attack ability, the worse things get for the opponent.
Now Joe is going to play hold for questioning,
Uh,
disclosing a cunning aspect to exhaust Dan's board. So Joe says, how do you like a little bit of your own medicine here? I'm going to exhaust your board this time around. And that puts big tempo in favor of Joe.
Wow, hold for questioning. Actually, just like an all-star in this exact scenario. That's huge.
Really is. And I think Dan probably taken by surprise a little bit as he gets held up here. Zero and Shin is exhausted. And this is going to be an interesting choice now for Joe. Does he want to control that space arena? Does he want to leave the Fiend Fighter in play, or does he go to take it out? Keep in mind that on attack ability from the Falcon can shrink the power of that Fiend Fighter in the process. As we get back into play, it's going to be Dan for Dan. He'll name a card, and he's already seen the Light Maker because Joe disclosed it, and that Light Maker will be discarded.
Yeah, and there we also see that Liberty as well. That's yeah, Garandon still just being an absolute all-star in every game where he gets played. Here comes that Millennium Falcon swinging in and getting to take 3 damage back, but getting rid of that Fiend Fighter now. So clearing up the space arena for Joe, allowing Joe to start to kind of punch through.
That when defeated trigger on the Shinhati's Fiend Fighter will allow Dan to give 2 advantage tokens to the ever-threatening Cyril Karn, as now it
Ooh,
is Ascension Cable onto Cyril as well. He'll get +1/+3 in Saboteur. That's a rather large Cyril, Dan.
Yeah, that's huge. Obviously, getting that power buff is going to allow that Cyril to do things like exhaust that Phoenix Squadron when it attacks, but also still making it even harder for that on attack to be ignored. Plus, even Sentinels cannot really get in the way now of that Cyril Karn. So I really think this Cyril Karn is something that this match can completely revolve around. And that Bogdown and procedure was great for Joe early, but it has left that Cyril Karn in play, and Joe does want to find a way around that now. But these players might play a totally lane dodging game. I just think when you are completely lane dodging, even though Sabe is great at disrupting, Shin Hati is so much stronger at just making sure that race is won.
Dan importantly able to get a hold of the initiative, has Cyril with a total of 5 power right now, thanks to the Ascension cable and the 2 advantage tokens. So could attack right away, dealing 5 to base and be able to exhaust the Falcon, and that on attack trigger, if Dan is able to disclose 2 aggression and ability aspect icon, could see the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing be targeted, but it looks like just going to exhaust the A-Wing
Well,
and no disclose effect.
the damage is still lethal to the Falcon, right? So
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
I think this is just a decision Joe was making here on. Oh, we just didn't have any disclose at all, though.
Yeah, it
No,
looks
no,
as though,
there they
oh
are.
no, he
Okay,
does have it. Just
just
a little
debate
delay.
debating on what to disclose here, but now, yeah, I mean, you that's the whole point of Cyril, right? You want to get this value now, and now forcing a tough decision on Joe. Joe decides I want to keep that Falcon in play, so does discard a card from hand. So now we have Dan kind of playing both leaders' roles, right? Getting in that exhausting, getting in that damage, but also disrupting Sabe. So Sabe has to deploy to ground right now to try and contest this, and Joe really wants a way to clear that Cyril Karn. I do know we saw in that first hand, Joe does play cards like Masterstroke, which could be absolutely clutch right now if you can find something like that to be able to punch up a little bit and get that Cyril off the board.
And now we are, I believe, correcting the damage total.
I was
Is
wondering about this
the
too because the Millennium Falcon has that on attack to -2 a space unit, and we just saw it take the 3 damage, so I wasn't sure if that trigger was just missed or what happened.
Yeah, that's the same thing I was thinking. I wasn't sure if the trigger was just missed, so I didn't want to call it out because Joe may have just not used that trigger, but apparently he did, and the Millennium Falcon would only take 1 back, which is important because it means 4 HP left on the Falcon, and the Cyril Karn's on attack ability would not be enough to take it out with the 2. As Sabe has been deployed, the Hoth Lieutenant is allowing Garandan to get in and attack for a total of 3, 11 damage on Joe's base, as Joe gets in for a couple damage with the Millennium Falcon. And now Sabe will attack for a total of 4. Has raid 1. It's a 3-6, so swinging for 4. And now taking a look at Dan's hand, you see the Vane Snub Fighter and the Outer Rim Constable. Joe could have one of these cards discarded, but Dan would draw a card to replace it.
This is where Sabe's disruption does get super powerful. You get to see your opponent's hand. You know exactly what you're dealing with. And if anything is a problem, you can just get rid of it and have them take a random card instead. But here we see the queen herself, Sabe being the handmaiden, but the queen has hit play. Queen Amidala with 2 spies dropping, and now a serious board of threats for Joe in both the ground and space arena. Though Dan has a powerful Cyril Karn with that Ascension cable, Joe can try to turn this around as both players have hit sort of a parity in damage. But remember, Joe's on the Data Vault base as well, has a little bit more of a buffer to get there.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. Joe playing with an extra 3 HP, has 10 extra cards in deck at minimum, but has that extra 3 HP. And with this board, this is a massive amount of damage showing for Joe right now. Dan has the initiative. We'll see how he chooses to attack this board. The Cyril Karn down to just 3 power after the advantage tokens fell off last turn. So at this point, could only exhaust one of the spy tokens or that Phoenix Squadron A-Wing with the Shin Hati leader ability. So fortunately won't be able to get some of these larger units such as the Queen Amidala.
Yeah, usually Shin will use things like those Hoth Lieutenants to be able to punch up a little bit more, but the Cyril unit does need to get to 6 damage to be able to exhaust Queen Amidala, and that's a little far out of reach, right? It would take something like a Master Stroke to get there, so just goes for the attack with the Hoth Lieutenant into base, throwing the ball back to Joe as far as how Joe wants to try to respond to this, and it looks like, I think, responding the exact same way, swinging in back into base. Joe favoring his chances in this race again based on the data vault, the disruption available, the Queen Amidala sitting on board with 2 spies and 2 units in the space arena as well. Looking at the hand, disrupting, getting rid of that Shin Hati, and then giving Dan a new card.
So it brings Dan's base up to 15. So Joe's halfway there, and the damage total he needs to find, it's going to be the
Ooh.
interrogation droid for Dan. This will exhaust Joe's Queen Amidala unit. And that is a big tempo play once again for Dan. He's exhausted both the Queen Amidala and the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing on this turn. And keep in mind that Shin Hati leader yet to deploy, so that's still an option for Dan here in the near future.
Yeah, kind of a powerful situation for Dan to be sitting in right now, having gotten Joe down to pretty low hand size. Looks like a Beguile and a Poe Dameron unit in Joe's hands, and just managing to keep control of that damage race a little bit. But both players have to play very carefully right now because there is a moment in Star Wars Unlimited when you kind of push your opponent to the brink. You get to this point where you've dealt enough damage to their base that they can no longer take all the actions that they want to. And that moment is encroaching actually for both players here. But we do see the Poe Dameron unit being played here and then piloting that Millennium Falcon, also putting that X-Wing token into play. So Joe kind of firing back with putting a lot of power on the board to try to get Dan into that precarious position first.
Means Millennium Falcon being piloted by Poe, getting +2 power. That's a 4-power Millennium Falcon in the space arena. Back over to Dan. Still has 4 ready resources. Cyril Karn yet to attack. Cyril's going to go into one of the spy tokens. And no disclose this time around as the Millennium Falcon gets in. And that's going to be another 4 damage onto Dan's base, and +2 power to the ready spy token for Joe in the ground arena. So that spy token is representing another 4 on this action phase, and Dan alone would not be able to clear up the spy token in one action.
The Garandin can eat. It's not an advantage. Sorry, they're using the same tokens for advantage. That's not advantage. So you're absolutely right. That's just a plus from that Millennium Falcon. So very much a threatening position, but we have to keep in mind that Dan had not, I was about to say, deployed his leader yet. And here is the Shin Hati joining the fight as well. The question is just going to be, is it too late at this point as Joe swings in with that 4-power spy after the raid 2 bonus, putting Dan to 23, 7 damage left on the base, and a lot of damage on board still for Joe. Dan has to consider if it even makes sense to swing with Shin Hati right now, or if the initiative needs to be taken. But I think the board just needs to be clear to hear that spy does get attacked by the Shin Hati, taking 2 damage back, but still getting rid of that threat and giving Dan one opportunity to maybe try and get this Queen Amidala or Sabe off the board. But the problem is, I think Queen can sack Sabe if it's advantageous to Joe, right? I think she's got the Naboo tag as well.
So Joe just going to claim the initiative. Joe has done a fantastic job, even with Dan starting with the initiative in this game. Joe making sure to put Dan on the back foot and put him in a defensive position. The 3-cost Shin Hati unit played for Dan. And now it's just a ready Dan for Dan that he can still attack with. It's 1 to base, 23 to 15. The damage totals in favor of Joe. Just needs 7 more damage. And with that board state for Joe, he can finish this in 2 actions unless he has some kind of pump. He could potentially finish it in 1. Let's see what Joe has to start things out. Very defensive position right now for Dan.
The damage differential here is going to be the key. And I was actually looking at what Joe drew, because if Joe hit that master stroke that I know is in the deck, it's a one action lethal with the amount of ground units in play here. But it looks like, yeah, the players are simply going to wrap it up there, knowing that Joe has it. There was nothing else available to be able to fight that damage race for Dan. So that does mean that Sabe Data Vault takes game one here in round one of the Indianapolis Sector Qualifier, season 2 of Star Wars Unlimited's organized play.
Great start for Joe. He has to feel so good coming away with game one against Shin Hati, with Shin having the initiative to start that game. Now, the good news for Dan is he will be able to start with the initiative once again here in game two, but Joe has proved that he can certainly weather that initiative storm, and he did a great job. I think one of the big plays for me, the key moment in that game number one, was that surprise bog down in procedure that essentially just stripped Dan's turn.
Yeah, that bog down, it was that's a card that looks like it's not going to be great because it takes up a lot of your turn. In that case, it basically took up the entire turn for Joe, and it doesn't commit anything to board. But really, like you said earlier, Josh, this is a match that's entirely about tempo. And Joe on this Data Vault command list is advantageous. It is advantaged by just letting the game go a little bit deeper there. So got the board kind of exhausted down, was able to start handling the salient threats and then building out threats that were a lot more than Dan could really handle. You know, when that Queen Amidala dropped, Queen Amidala unit probably just turned the game around entirely, because suddenly that was just way more power spread across way more units than Dan's Shin Hati deck was able to handle. And the players are just getting ready now, going into sideboards here, trying to get ready for the next match. We're going to see kind of if any sideboard tech can really change this matchup for either player.
So for Dan in that first game, it was the Shin Hati's Fiend Finder right away, but after that, there didn't seem to be a lot of space interaction. There was a snub fighter in Dan's hand at one point that did not come down, but I'm curious to see if Dan wants to interact anymore in the space arena going into game two. Maybe there's something there in the sideboard that can help. But at this point, if you're Dan starting with the initiative, you want to just get out to that good aggressive start once again and hope that one of your turns does not get locked down by something like a bog down in procedure.
Yeah, and that's a lot of the hope, right? With the Data Vault giving that extra life buffer in exchange for having a thicker deck for Joe, Dan can hope that just the wrong side of the deck shows up here and is able to just kind of build out uncontested in one of the arenas. We'll take a look at Joe's start. Joe's going to want to have a both arenas really as options to be able to play in early on, and we do see. Looking at that first hand, there's a Phoenix Squadron A-Wing and a Crix Mating as well. So some pretty decent ways to make sure that Joe's able to play to both, and it looks like Joe does keep this opening hand. Is that another bog down? I
Just waiting
couldn't
for that
catch.
Falcon to move. I believe
Yeah,
it is. They
I
put
couldn't catch
down
if
a
it was bog down or
Beguile.
beguile. Yeah, it's one of the
Yeah.
two. One of the two.
Yeah, I think he resourced Beguile, and I do believe there is a bog down in hand. So will be very interesting to see if Joe's able to get that out again here in game two. But game two is underway. Dan with the initiative will start with the Warrior of Clan Ordo. Good solid 3-3 unit in the ground arena to start. And now Joe is going back into the skies with the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing. So both players putting a 3-power unit to start the game.
That does mean Dan will be able to swing in with that Warrior of Clan Ordo as well to exhaust the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing. Of course, love having those big stats here. As long as your power stat is higher than the opposing unit's cost, it can be exhausted with Shin Hati. So once again, Dan's going to try to really push that early advantage, get a board built out before Joe can put anything under too much control and steal that game away. Here comes that 3 damage, and then a potential exhaust trigger from Shin Hati to be used. First, we have the Disclose on attack from Warrior of Clan Ordo. So there is the Hoth Lieutenant Disclosed. And Joe just gets ready, assuming he knows exactly what's going on, exhausting that Phoenix Squadron A-Wing with the Shin Hati leader ability.
Now Joe will play down that copy of the Crix Medine unit. 3-2 in the ground arena at this point. That when played ability will not be online. So just going to be the 3-2.
Then getting that Poe Dameron pilot applied as well to the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing. So really putting a lot of damage on the board here. Thanks to Crix Madine, able to really put a solid amount of units out. And I think this is exactly how you want to play as the Sabe deck in this matchup. You want to make sure you overwhelm the opponent with units, because the fewer units you have in play, the more Shin Hati has control over what you're doing. You have to assume that Dan always has a way to punch up and exhaust your units here. But Joe, I think with that Poe Dameron, really able to apply a lot of pressure right back, especially being in full control of the space arena right now, going into the regroup phase of this and into round 3.
This is a massive development for Joe. This Crix Madine has gotten huge value, and it's big pressure in the space arena. Joe has the initiative after that Shin Hati unit comes down, and Joe will be able to act first. Keep in mind that Dan will have the option to exhaust, at this point, any of these units, because the Shin Hati with 4 power would allow the Shin Hati leader to exhaust that Crix Madine. So we'll see how Joe wants to attack with this first action.
If that's a bog down, though, if that's a bog down, Josh, this might be a decisive turn here. Okay, it looks like just the Crix coming into base and then using the Sabe leader ability to disrupt Dan's next potential draws here. Joe gets to take a look at the top of the deck, see if anything here is going to be a real problem for him, and then and manage that for Dan, which will give Dan that opportunity as well to get an attack in, just like you're saying, Josh, with that Shin Hati unit, and then use the Shin Hati leader ability to keep some control over the space arena.
Okay. So I believe right now we've got a judge coming over just trying to make sure that this interaction works with the Crix Madine being able to play out the Poe. So Crix Madine has that when played ability that you can play a heroism unit from your hand, and it costs 2 less for each arena in which you control the most units. And at the time that Crix was played, Joe controlled the most units only in the space arena, which means in theory that the Poe Dameron should cost 2 less unless I am reading this wrong. And so I think that's why the judge has been called, because I'm not sure that Poe would have been able to be played as a unit. It would have costed 2, and Joe had no ready resources. So we're just trying to make sure this is correct.
It's an interesting question, and I understand the reading that Joe has of the situation, because at the time when Crix was played, both players had a unit in the ground arena, and there are other effects in Star Wars Unlimited where when you're looking for most, if there's an equal amount, both players are considered to have the most. But I do believe you're right, Josh, that when Crix Madine was released, the ruling was that you had to have a higher number of units in order to in that arena, in order for that arena to count, and not be equal. Which is interesting, and caused actually, as a judge for the game, caused some discussion in the judge forums as well. I didn't blink twice when this was played, because I thought maybe I had just missed that the ruling was adjusted or something, but it does look like in this case, yeah, with the judge coming over, we'll have to see if they do have to correct it there and roll anything back or figure out how to potentially resolve this scenario.
Yeah, according to my understanding, I just don't believe that Joe would have been able to play that Poe Dameron as a unit, because it would have costed 2. So if that is the case and the Poe can't be played, they do have to roll it back a little bit here, as the board state certainly has changed, and it could affect things like those resourcing decisions and that first action for Joe going into the base for 3. But nevertheless, it's been a great start. Game 1 was exciting. Joe was able to take down Dan on Shin Hati, even with Dan having the initiative. Dan with the initiative here in Game 2, continuing to put on the pressure in the ground arena, looking to change his fortune and force a game number 3 in round 1 of this Indianapolis Sector Qualifier.
Yeah, this is honestly, I wasn't sure when Crix Medine was spoiled, how this ruling was going to shake out because you look at leaders like Supreme Leader Snoke has an ability that allows you to put an experience counter on the unit with the most power, and that one allows you to pick if you have two units with 4 power, you pick the one, for example, that you want, right? So it was a confusing ruling that, however, I mean, if Crix Medine worked this way and could allow you to have the most if the arenas are equal, that's a powerful unit, right? Like that's a
It is.
crazy ability.
Yeah, absolutely. And you would see if that is the way this is ruled, how incredible that would be, because essentially puts another 4 or 5 worth of stats on the board with that X-Wing token and the Poe Dameron piloting. So massive, massive play it would have been as we wait to see what the word is from the judge. But it's 3-3 on the bases at the current state. But we'll see if things get rewound any, as Joe had used that first action to go to base, knowing that Shin Hati could exhaust that Crix Medine.
I do think that's an interesting state to be in, where I think it really shows Joe's mentality in the current matchup. Joe saying, "I'm on Data Vault. I can deploy a lot of power to the board," as we saw even in the last game. We saw Joe deploy a massive amount of power to both arenas and fairly quickly. Right? It was turn 5 when Lethal was already being sort of presented on board. So Joe simply is in the state where he feels like, well, with the power of Data Vault behind me, and with the power of my command units, and the massive board I can build to try and contend with Shin Hati's simple, 1 unit exhaust, I don't really care about fighting for board. I think I can just race you. I think I can just punch in. I can take advantage of my Sabe ability, disrupt your plays, and say, you have to deal with me.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the beauties of running Data Vault. And it's so interesting because when Data Vault was first spoiled, Dan, so many players had the opposite reaction of what we think of it now. Like, this is just not any good, completely obliterating your consistency of what you're going to be drawing, having to add 10 more cards in the deck just for 3 HP. But players found out the opposite very quickly, that it is incredibly powerful, as in the jump to light speed meta, we had Data Vault really just being the most represented base by quite a bit, and it has just continued to be a powerhouse base ever since. And not only does it get that extra 3 HP, but like you have mentioned multiple times in this matchup, it gives inevitability. Joe has a deeper card pool. He's got the extra cards. And if this game goes late, we know that as aggressive as Joe can be, he has some of these late game pieces as well. And he will have that late game inevitability. So Data Vault really applies in both aspects here, helps in the race, and it can help in the late game as well.
Yeah, it turns out that the larger deck size in Star Wars Limited, based on the amount of cards that get drawn and seen in this game, is not a massive disadvantage. It is a slight disadvantage in a lot of cases. Like we mentioned, it's very possible you just draw sort of the wrong side of your deck because each side is a little bit bigger. So when you get certain variations of how you draw, you're just like, I'm just not seeing the thing I'm looking for to really keep up. But then there are a lot of other scenarios where when you're building a Star Wars Limited deck, you say, I really wish I could put in more than 50 cards. And of course you can, but there is the disadvantage to that as well. There's just so many good cards that you're capable of playing that it makes that Data Vault drawback feel like it doesn't matter quite as much. And yeah, I mean, sometimes it's even a boon just to say, well, good thing I have those liberties in the main because I needed it here.
Absolutely. Now, as we continue to wait for the conclusion of this judge call in game number 2, do have some preliminary data for us, Dan. It looks as though we talked about it coming in. Cad Bane, certainly in the mind of everyone, was going to be the most represented leader in the room. And Cad Bane Vigilance is absolutely the most represented deck here in Indianapolis. Our current counts putting him just over 100, around 106 of our players on Cad Bane Vigilance. That's 21% of the field, which I think is exactly what we were expecting coming in, right around that 20% number.
Yeah, that is it's going to be in line with Berlin last week. This is certainly a powerful deck, a deck that a lot of people like their chances on. And now we do have the judge coming in, looking like they have discussed the option, or just kind of explaining what's going on. Again, for people just catching up, the question has been since the release of Crix Maydeen: how does Crix Maydeen work when both players have an equal number of units? We have other effects in the game where when you have an equal number of units, they're both considered most. In this case, we're going to see what this resolution is. It looks like they are going to. I guess I don't want to make any assessments of what the judge is saying right now until we start to see the actual resolution happening. But the ruling that's been understood was that Crix Maydeen operates differently and requires most to be sort of singularly above the other, and not having both players be considered to have the most when they have an equal number of units.
And one thing to call out here is we have Jonah at the table talking with the players, getting this figured out. Just want to give a huge shout out to all of our judges and all the event staff that make these tournament possibles, right? At the end of the day, without these judges, without all of these great event staffers, we would not be here where we are. So thank you so much to all the judges and the rest of the event staff for making this possible. They work tirelessly, and at the end of the day, not a lot of glory to be had in that job, but it's one that has to be done, and we certainly appreciate it.
100%. I've worked several major events as well under Jonah. Jonah is one of the most thoughtful judge personnel I think I've ever had the pleasure to work with, and runs an incredible program here. So been fantastic to have them working with us in Star Wars Unlimited so far. Now it looks like we're getting the resolution, and it looks like we've decided on a roll back. So players are going to be rolling back their resources, and obviously this gets very complicated for how to do fairly for both players. So the players have returned a resource at random to their hand. So we're doing a full, basically, step back of the game to, it looks like, the resolution of the Crix Maydeen ability. And now that a resource has been randomly added to hand, a card is randomly added to deck from hand. Stepping back to the last action on the previous turn, the Shin Hati, it looks like Joe's pointing out, was played after the Poe Dameron, so it needs to be, I think, returned to hand as well as a part of the resolution of this. But this does mean, ultimately, it looks like the decision was that Crix Maydeen, yes, is how it was sort of discussed in the judge forums and everything prior to this, where Crix Maydeen needs you to have more units than the opposing player. You can't both be considered to have the most units in play. So when Crix Maydeen is played, is only one arena right now where Joe has more units in play, and that would be the Space Arena. So Joe is going to get a -2 discount on something that's played off this Crix Maydeen, but that will mean that Poe Dameron is not going to be playable.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. So if Joe had a unit that costs 2 or less, a heroism unit, he could have played that for free. But in this case, I do not believe he had a unit that cost 2 or less. So no unit will be played off of that Crix Maydeen. And now we move to the next action phase. So Joe will have that initiative going into the 4 resource turn. And I do believe the 3 damage should currently be 0 on Dan's base, unless Joe does decide to still go through with that Crix Maydeen attack.
Yeah, and we have rolled back here entirely. So actually, I think the damage needs to be, yeah, there. Damage decremented on Dan Baston's base as well. So it is up to Joe now, with that initiative, having simply taken the initiative after the Shin Hati play once again, is going to continue on with that plan, swinging into base with Crix Maydeen, dealing 3, and activating the Sabe leader trigger to take a look at the top cards of the deck here and decide there's a hold for questioning as well as a Shin Hati. And yeah, I was going to say, I think that hold has to go. That's actually a really strong card for Dan to try and maintain momentum against Joe's board, especially now that Joe doesn't have built out the kind of board that I think he had hoped to build out with the Crix Maydeen ability.
Yeah, that hold for questioning could be devastating in the right spot, stripping something like a Queen Amidala, for instance. If Dan was able to use it on the first action, of the next phase. So very strong play there. Joe ripping that hold for questioning off the top. And now the Warrior of Clan Ordo is going to attack Joe's base for 3. We do see the Hoth Lieutenant being disclosed once again to prevent the 2 damage that would be self-inflicted from the Warrior of Clan Ordo. So 6 damage on Joe's base, and now that Shin Hati leader ability once again, because 3 damage was dealt, Shin is exhausted, and the 2 cost unit, the unit that costs less than the damage that was dealt to base, is exhausted, and it is going to be the Axe Forgets for Joe. That is going to return Shin Hati to Dan's hand. So good tempo play here for Joe. We'll see how Dan responds and replenishes the board.
Yeah, I was about to say, Dan was in a good situation with that shielded Shin Hati available. So if Joe deployed anything into ground, the Shin Hati could actually just freely remove it and only lose the shield. But here, Joe, kind of employing all of his resources very well, gets to hold off that Shin Hati and now does simply pilot the Poe rather than playing the Poe on to the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing to punch it up a little bit more in its power. It is a little bit tough right now, just given that Dan has Shin Hati leader and is still able to freely sort of exhaust that Phoenix Squadron A-Wing anytime that he's got the initiative to be able to do that. But Joe definitely just needed plays, needed to be able to punch, and now holding on to the Yellow Squadron Ace coming in here too, will be able to get a lot of damage on the board with the now upgraded Phoenix Squadron A-Wing.
Dan Baston with the initiative. Shin Hati 3 cost unit with 4 power and that shield token certainly could do some work here. Unleashing 4 damage to Joe's base with Shin, 10 damage on Joe's base, and the Shin Hati leader ability will be used once again. Crix Maydeen is exhausted, and here comes the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing for Joe. Attacking for 4 brings Dan up to 8 damage on base, and that Sabe ability once again. Let's see what is on top. It's a Grand Moff Tarkin and a hold for questioning. This time, it is Grand Moff Tarkin that will be discarded because that would have been an out for Dan to just take control of that Phoenix Squadron A-Wing.
Yeah, I haven't seen the Grand Moff Tarkin showing up in Dan's deck list or Dan's hand at all yet. But that is a like crazy response right now to piloting your A-Wing like that. So definitely one that Joe's happy to get rid of, as we see the Hoth Lieutenant come down here now as well, giving Dan both some flexibility in how to play this game out, how to punch in damage while still maintaining that initiative. We do see the aggressive negotiations on the disclose on the attack from Clan Ordo as well. So Dan really holding on to a ton of damage, having already pushed Joe to 15 on Data Vault. This game is looking a little bit more in Dan's favor than the last one.
Joe still believes that racing is the best option as Sabe is deployed 4 damage to Dan's base. And when you want to talk about a race, that aggressive negotiations is a fantastic way to race your opponent. So that is going to be discarded from Dan's hand, and Dan will draw a card to replace it. And once again, Deja Vu, Joe Kasenga playing the Queen Amidala, coming through, Sabe leading the charge, followed by Queen. And once again, it is a massive amount of damage being represented for Joe in the ground arena.
Yeah, Joe takes that turn 5, right? That able to really turn things around on that, excuse me, that turn 4, the 5 resource turn, building out a gigantic board, and once again just telling Dan that I'm the threat right now. I need you need to respond to me if you want to win this game, because I have 3 more life on my base. I have 3 more HP. I can take a little bit more pain than you. And if you give me the opportunity, I'm going to swing in and make you regret it. We know Joe holding on in that deck somewhere to cards like Masterstroke, a lot like Dan's aggressive negotiations, able to just surprise with a lot more damage. So we'll see how Dan responds with the initiative going into this, the 5th turn. This is the Shin Hati flip turn, and there's the hold for questioning, which is, again, something that Joe's trying to keep out of Dan's hand, but Dan did find another one, and now able to look at this hand and remove anything that's a problem, actually getting rid of that Beguile as well as getting the Sabe exhausted. So holding off a pretty good amount of damage and control. but Joe has just been pushing base this whole time. Is Joe just still going to have the advantage on the base attack, Josh?
I do think so. I think Joe is still probably going to put the pressure on. He's going to do just that with Queen Amidala, 5 damage to base. It's 17 on Dan's base as Joe pulls ahead in that damage race, 17 to 15. As the action is back over to Dan, feels as though deploying Shin Hati leader unit is the right call. Do we have anything being plotted out? We
Ooh.
do. That's massive. The lurking snub fighter will exhaust the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing. That is another 5 damage that has been thwarted on Joe's side of the board. And just like that, Joe went from having lethal on the board this action phase to no longer having that option.
Yeah, this game is going to be won by a thread on either side. Both players have to tread very carefully to be able to get the damage into that favorable position for them. Now, Dan has to make a decision. The spies are such juicy targets to attack. You take nothing back by hitting them and getting them off the board, but they're also only 2 damage, right? What makes more sense right now? They can be exhausted from that Shin Hati ability on a swing as well. And it looks like Dan does decide Shin Hati unit swings in, gets a spy exhausted. That puts Joe to 19. That's 14 HP left to be able to chew through, and a lot still on the board, still 10 damage on board. So Dan can put Joe into the spot where Joe is 1 attack away from victory, and Joe actually can't quite get there now thanks to all of that exhaustion. Just going to play a Jyn Urso and get a, looks like taking the experience counter onto the available spy.
Spy token now a 1-3 would attack 4-3. The Warrior of Clan Ordo attacking Joe's base, so 22 damage on Joe's base. Once again,
Ooh.
the aggression aspect is disclosed, and Yellow Ace's Bomber just being played now to support the spy token. More damage
Wow.
going through. That's a big hit. That's 5 damage because of that extra on attack ability from the support on the Yellow Ace's Bomber. The spy is upgraded 2 extra damage, and that means with just 5 HP left on Dan's base, Joe has claimed the initiative, and Dan has used up his resources. Shin Hati is the only unit that's ready, and he needs another 8 damage. He doesn't have it. There's the handshake, and it's Joe Kasinga taking down the opening feature match here in Indianapolis.
Wow, that was incredible to see. That Yellow Ace's Bomber was the one thing that put that damage race back into Joe's favor. Dan had actually maneuvered that really expertly and got to the position where, as long as Joe couldn't push him to 1 attack off of lethal, Dan had the inevitability to be able to close it by just dealing 4 damage on the next turn. It had multiple ways to be able to do that. But Joe finding the line, I can't stress how cool that line was going. Jyn Urso, experience counter on the spy. The important thing about that is it makes it now an upgraded unit. And that means when the Yellow Ace's Bomber comes down and supports it, that adds the extra 2 damage to base as well. That put it precisely to the point where the Queen Amidala was the lethal threat, and there just was no way for Dan to get rid of it.
You know good and well, Dan is asking himself, should I just have attacked that spy token? You recall the Warrior of Clan Ordo going into Joe's base, could have attacked and defeated that spy token, which, as you talked about it, that means that Joe would not have been able to be in that 1 action lethal spot without that attack from the spy token. So interesting choice there. Dan being aggressive, and unfortunately it did not pay off as the Yellow Ace's Bomber really going to put the nail in the coffin of that opening feature match. What a great match it was. We had a judge call in game 2, so game 2 lasted a bit longer, but nevertheless it was a very close match, very back and forth, and at the end of the day, Sabe and the inevitability and that Queen Amidala, really the MVP unit.
Yeah, I love matches like that that really come down to just making the call, trying to push for lethal, and just making the opponent have it. Now we're taking a look here. Here is the metagame, folks, that we are working with today. As we mentioned a little bit in the middle of that match, Cad Bane Vigilance. You know it, you love it or you hate it. There are 21% of them in the room here today. So the most represented deck by a very fair margin. Followed up by some interesting choices here, though. Luke Skywalker, Data Vault. This is a deck that has been performing. We had a player at Galactics who said this is clearly the deck that can beat everything. And actually, Josh, I can say at our local PQ that we ran just, 2 weeks ago, we ran this. Our winner at our local PQ was a Luke Skywalker Data Vault as well. I know it's a good deck.
Absolutely. It's a deck that you have to respect. And it's one of the more resilient pilots, and I think that makes it maybe the pilot deck that stands the best chance into Cad Bane, as Cad has continually teched pretty heavily for space throughout the last couple of major events and has had pretty good success in that lane. And as we continue to look further down, you see Director Krennic, Vigilance, and Darth Vader Cunning showing up. They're tied with 27 decks each, 5% of the metagame here in Indianapolis. And then rounding out the top five, you've got Lando Blue, Lando Vigilance, of course, making a top cut appearance at both majors so far in the Ashes of the Empire meta. And how about the Mandalorian Colossus, 4%, 21? I think this is pretty expected. I don't think that these control-oriented decks, a lot of players flock to that type of style, even though it won in Berlin last weekend. But I think that's a pretty healthy representation.
I think so as well. And Josh, you had mentioned hoping to see some Ahsoka Tano leader action this weekend. It is just trailing behind Mandalorian. 16 decks entered, 3% of the meta. We'll see if this is the kind of metagame that we need for Ahsoka to be able to pop off. Again, it comes down to how well the Cad is teched for the very particular matchups. I don't know if your dream's going to be live, Josh, but I certainly hope to see some more of that. But these are a lot of the decks that we do basically expect in these positions kind of on the chart. These are the decks everyone sort of deems the best in the metagame. We'll see if any of the rogue decks creep up behind, like we just saw that Sabe Data Vault winning.
Absolutely. It was great to see the rogue decks in round one. That's going to do it for round one coverage. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with round two from the sector qualifier in Indianapolis.
And welcome back, everyone, to the Star Wars Unlimited Season 2 Sector Qualifier here in Indianapolis. You are joining us for some intense excitement. I am Main Deck Dan, joined at the desk by none other than the wonderful Josh Snyder. How we doing, Josh?
Doing very well. Just excited for the weekend as a whole to see who we are going to crown as a sector qualifier champion, the second sector qualifier here in season 2. And of course, Cad Bane has been the dominant force, but I'm excited to see what these players have cooked up this weekend to potentially take down that crazy bounty hunter.
Yeah, the thing about a metagame like this, as we look at once again at the kind of metagame for today, is Cad Bane's in the room. 21%, 106. Cad Bane's enrolled here in what is actually I believe, looking at the past stats, the largest US sector qualifier. So there are a lot of Cads in the room, but you do know that you're going to face Cad. So you do know that you can craft a deck that can specifically try to counter him, and it's going to pan out. You're going to be able to play against some Cads more likely than not, right? So I wonder if we'll see any more of these rogue decks, Josh, like we saw in that really cool first round, being able to push through and take it down.
Definitely love to see these rogue or off meta decks. We saw Shin Hati versus Sabe in that opening round. If you're just tuning in, Sabe Data Vault able to take that match in 2 games over Shin Hati Aggression. And that Sabe deck definitely looked for real. So we will have to keep an eye on Joe throughout the day and see how his performance goes with Sabe. But as you talked about Cad and these decks that know, hey, we're going to play a lot of Cad Bane. And I know that before the break, I mentioned a little bit about Mandalorian Colossus. And even though it won last weekend in Berlin, usually players do not flock to this hard control style. And that is what we're seeing here in the representation. The Mandalorian Colossus not even breaking the top 5. But we know that was the one deck last weekend in Berlin that served up Cad quite the losing percentage in that matchup. So while this is, again, not a archetype that is usually flocked to by the majority of players, I guess I'm a bit surprised, and maybe Mandalorian should have been a little bit more represented if we know that's the one deck that can really handle Cad Bane.
Yeah, I mean, it's very impressive, right? Looking at the matches that the winner GLHF Christian of the Berlin sector played, I think I did misspeak in the intro that when we were discussing this before, but there was one loss to Cad Bane, which is round 11 for GLHF Christian, but they played Cad Bane 8 times throughout the day, won 7 of those 8 matches, and the one loss was a 2-1 loss. So they still were this close to clinching it. You know that if you know how to play this deck, there are ways to beat Cad Bane, and to the point where it's hard to argue 7 out of 8 matches going in the favor of Mando Colossus. This is a good deck, but it's also a deck that when it goes up against certain other decks, it doesn't have a great time, right? So you kind of have to play the odds.
Yeah, you absolutely do. And this weekend in particular, I think the odds would have been in their favor because when we looked at that chart, we saw Ahsoka not crazy or not with a crazy number in that representation chart. So Ahsoka, of course, the one deck that Mando just has to avoid. And with Ahsoka not being really represented this weekend, maybe those Mando Colossian players, maybe they could have a say in potentially having the Mandalorian go back to back here in sector qualifiers as the pairings are up, players getting ready. We are so close to starting round 2. Today we will have 8 rounds of Swiss, and these players are looking to at least have 18 match points, and you can do that 2 ways. You could go 5-0-3, 5 wins, 3 draws, or 6 wins and 2 losses. That will give you 18 match points and guarantee a spot in day 2. But we have the numbers here for this tournament where the top 64 players will be advancing to day 2. So we could have some players sneak in at X2 and 1, or maybe even a really good tiebreaker at X and 3.
Yeah, there is a lot of potential, but either way, players do need to win the majority of their matches today. So we're excited to see which of these decks are going to be properly teched, find the right matchups, and push their way through. And we're going to look at something, especially when we get to tomorrow, to day two, that we like to call the conversion rates, right? We see these decks that have entered the tournament. We already have those stats about how many are in the event, but how many of those actually convert into day two, and what does that look like? And Josh, I think I like your analysis on this right now. I'm expecting the conversion rate of those Mandalorian Colossus to be pretty solid. I think a good amount of those have the chance to make it in if they go up against a lot of these Cad Banes and they know what they're doing.
That's absolutely right. You look at the field, and just over 1/5 of the field is Cad Bane. So you know that going throughout the tournament, you are likely to run into multiple Cad Bane decks. As we get to the feature match area for round number 2, it's going to be Boba Fett Vigilance with Joshua Mason at the helms versus our galactic champion, James Remus, on Cad Bane Vigilance. James has really proved to be the SWU prodigy up to this point. His first major event in Star Wars Unlimited was the Galactic Championship, and he claimed the title. And now he is here in Indianapolis and looking to repeat the success from Vegas.
Unbelievable. This is going to be such a fun matchup right here in round two of the sector. We are already getting to absolute fire like this. The Galactic Champion going up once again against another Boba Fett list. Now, this time it's not going to be Lake Country, as we did see James Remus take down that Boba Fett in the grand finals of the Galactic Championship, but Fortress of the Great Mothers, which means there's going to be a little bit more vigilance action happening in this list. It should be a little interesting to see play out, I think.
And while, of course, this is no mirror match, they do mirror each other's aspects. And I think we could see, Dan, tell me this. How do you feel about a Boba Fett piloting a Chimera? Because I feel certain ways about that.
If that can happen is going to be the big question, right? If the Boba Fett gets at the helm of that Chimera unit and gets to start pushing damage, the game is not long for James there in that case. But the problem is going to be that Cad Bane doesn't really give you a lot of leeway to make that happen. Of course, the Chimera being a 7-cost unit, Boba Fett is usually going to need to deploy on the previous turn. And if Josh is going to be in a situation where there is actually sort of the room to maneuver, to wait another turn to deploy that pilot, I think Josh was already going to be in a pretty good position.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm curious to see here which of these two players take the more aggressive role. Of course, when you think about these Boba Fett pilot decks, we are accustomed to seeing Boba Fett Lake Country, and that would absolutely be the deck that needs to play the aggressor role in this matchup. But here we could see things a little bit different.
Speaking of a little bit different, everything is a little bit different on the board right now than what we're seeing. So we're gonna have to figure out. There we go. We think
There it is.
we were on the backup match, I believe there. So okay, now what we expect is available on board here, and yeah, I mean, I do think there's some potential here. I think both decks. Have the ability to play aggressively, as already James Remus starts off with an HK-47 in the ground arena, followed by the TIE Bomber being deployed in the space arena. Now, we know that Cody Hill, the second place of the Galactic Championship, played that Boba Fett deck saying, I just want to attack face and deal damage. So Joshua wants to be aggressive in this matchup, right, Josh?
I do believe so. And with the initiative, Joshua will be able to do just that. The TIE Bomber attacking first. That on attack trigger will send 3 indirect damage to James's side of the board, and then the Boba triggered ability will add on to that. So 4 indirect damage, 2 damage to the base, 2 to HK-47, and here comes that Ogdo Bogdo. And when you talk about being aggressive, once that Ogdo is damaged, that is quite a bit of power being represented in the ground arena. Joshua playing the prototype TIE Advanced, getting a 4-power space unit, as James attacks into base for 2. It's 2 damage on each base as we go into the third action phase.
Yeah, players are playing very fast. You're clearly both knowing their decks super well. And that Ogdo is going to be a little bit of a problem because that is such a great way to soak up the indirect damage that Boba Fett deals. As Joshua starts by swinging with the prototype tie and punching in a little more damage onto James' base, really trying to be the aggressor, trying to be the pace setter in this game.
So far, he has done just that, but after the attacks from the space arena, that indirect damage is put onto Ogdo Bogdo, which means the Ogdo is now damaged, and James has that 5 power brute ready to smash into Joshua's base, as it is going to be the Boba Fett's feared silhouette. That Fett's fire spray coming out, some more indirect damage going to James's side of the board, and now the IG-2000 is going to end up taking that final damage and defeating the prototype tie advance. So now James presenting some interaction in the space arena.
We have Joshua taking the route that you just kind of need to take in the Fett deck, which is obviously James is going to play cards like Boba Fett. HK-47 can soak up damage. Now this IG-2000 here to soak up more damage, but Joshua is just saying, I'm just going to throw so much indirect damage at you that you're going to lose that advantage from being able to just soak it up. Eventually, it's just going to overwhelm you, right? So here comes that fire spray swinging in, more indirect damage being dealt on the attack trigger, then the Boba Fett leader trigger, then the damage direct to base, already getting James Remus to nearly half of the life total of that Navarro City, as James then responds by taking that IG-2000 into the bomber, clearing it off the board, and getting into a position where he can have that control. But Joshua punishing one, keeping these space units coming in because Joshua really wants something to flip this Boba Fett onto on the next turn.
He absolutely does. It's certainly crucial. Punishing one, adding another damage to Ogdo Bogdo. So the Ogdo Bogdo unit just 1 HP remaining, but it is alive and well, and it is going to once again unleash rage on Joshua's base. 17 damage on as James plays the no glory only results to take control and defeat the punishing one. More damage pouring in. The HK-47, of course, dealing an extra damage when each of Josh's units are defeated, and then 2 more coming in. It's 19-14 the damage totals in favor of James as we go into the deploy turn for both of these players.
If Joshua has Topple the Summit, this could absolutely be the game decider right now. If Topple the Summit is in the resources, here is the Boba Fett being deployed as a leader onto the fire spray. So this is the perfect thematic use of this, but just going to send that 4 damage around. It looks like no plot, no topple happening here. So the IG-2000 does get to exist, but Joshua's still sitting on some plays here with a huge fire spray available now. Oh, actually, I think I see the topple, just deciding he didn't need to use it. I swear that was the topple. Maybe it was a bombardment or something, but I think that's the topple in resources.
James has that perfect response, the condemn onto the Fett's fire spray piloted by Boba, but an IG-2000 of his own for Joshua, and that is going to deal 1 damage to James's copy of IG-2000, defeating it, and Joshua still having complete control in the space arena. Here comes the attack. It is 8 total damage, but now it will be -6 power because James is able to disclose the aspects needed. So 2 damage to base. Cad is deployed, and Cad's going to get in for 4, dealing another damage to IG. So James still in a really good spot as that TIE Dagger Vanguard's going to clean up the IG-2000 as well. James really in the driver's seat.
Yeah, it looked like Joshua was pushing so much damage, but already, like we said, both of these decks can play aggressively, and James has completely flipped the script right now. It is up to Joshua to find something like an Outer Rim Constable to remove this Condemn, because James basically has 2 more attacks to end the game, and Joshua needs to deal with these attacks and then clear that leader unit back to be able to deal actual damage, to be able to steal this back away.
That condemns so good in these pilot matchups, just shutting down the pilot leaders in a magnificent way. That Fett's fire spray only represents 2 damage when James is able to disclose. The other abilities are lost, so no indirect damage comes through. Joshua has the initiative. First action is going to be the Night Sister. Let's see if James has a pretty cheap card. I do believe he is holding on to a couple of rather cheap cards in hand. Looks like maybe the Rancor Keeper and that Tie Dagger Vanguard and a Night Sister of his own. James will have to discard one, and then some damage will be applied across James's side of the board equal to the cost. So the Tie Dagger Vanguard is discarded. That is going to be 2 damage to James's Tie Dagger Vanguard in the Space Arena, 1 to Cad Bane leader unit. But the action back on James. Cad has the green light here, Dan. 4 more damage to base, 3 HP remaining for Joshua.
Yeah, Joshua does have to take initiative here, spent everything. Now James follows up with a Ninth Sister of his own. James is playing so clean, and I love holding onto that Rancor Keeper too, a way to get some guaranteed damage in if everything else goes badly, thanks to Boba Fett's indirect damage triggers. But it looks like a lot is in favor of James right now. Joshua has one action at the start of this round with this initiative to be able to try and hold it together. The aggressive negotiations.
Oh, it is at +3. I think it's just 11. It's not enough.
Oh, it is
Oh
so
my goodness.
close.
Wow, it would have been 27 to 27, and then James can finish it. Oh, wow, what a match. I tell you, James and having close matches against Boba Fett, well, it's just something we've grown accustomed to.
That is an iconic duo if I've ever heard one, as is James taking wins here as James goes up 1-0 into this matchup against Joshua Mason on Boba Fett, Fortress of the Great Mothers. This is not an exact repeat of our Galactic Championship Grand Finals, but it's pretty darn close.
We can see the sideboarding here. James really doing us a favor for the camera, showing us what he is bringing in, really bringing in these answers for the Space Arena. The direct hit can hit one of these vehicle units. The hyperspace disaster, another answer to just completely wipe a Space Arena, including that unit piloted by Boba. Just a yet another out to that pilot upgrade. That rear guard as well presents a great roadblock in the Space Arena. As we know, James does like to play some early ground units, so lots of good options here coming into the main deck for James going into game 2.
I also love that aggressive negotiations. Again, just like respecting the fact that this match is a race. Often, if Boba Fett gets that start like Joshua had, where it's just space unit, space unit, space unit, space unit, James needs to be able to keep up with them. Otherwise, there's no way to prevent really the amount of damage coming in. That's the power of the Boba Fett pilot leader, right? This ability just to, no matter what I do, there's damage coming in at you, and you increment and increment and increment and get to the point where it's just that single attack to end the game. And James knows sometimes I just need to attack first.
Yeah, absolutely. And that aggressive negotiations could be massive. We saw in the first game that James was really able to be the aggressor most of that match, and a big reason for that, Dan, was that Ogdo Bogdo coming out 5 power on the second action phase of the game, and it really goes so well into these Boba Fett decks because the Boba Fett decks are sending out the indirect damage, and James is thrilled to put some of that indirect damage on Ogdo as it opens up 5 power coming through each turn, and that Ogdo, I believe, got in for a solid 10 to 15 damage. And in the end, that was a big difference.
Yeah, Ogdo Bogdo was such a cool adaptation in the early part of this metagame when we saw people first exploring CAD, realizing that Ogdo Bogdo, number one, is really nice into decks like Boba Fett, but number two is the ideal unit into opposing blue-red decks, Vigilance Aggression decks that are playing Merrick unit. This Sentinel that is otherwise so difficult to deal with, but the combination of the Cad Bane activation and then the swing from Ogdo allows you to clean up those Merricks, and the Ogdo also can recover itself from the 2 damage dealt. So it's such a perfect card in this, and here we saw a lot of that utility at play from James, just keeping as much damage off base as possible.
And we also saw that flexibility of these Cad Bane decks where they can put good pressure in the ground arena and still interact rather well in the space arena, paired up with things like that Tie Dagger Vanguard and the IG-2000 really can make it difficult for your opponent to get that stranglehold in the space arena as we get ready for game number 2. Joshua will have the initiative. The only card that I don't think we've talked about yet that could be something we see out of the sideboard for either of these players and could be kind of a catch-all and kind of a card that will allow you to claw back into the game. And the card I'm thinking about, Dan, is single reactor ignition.
Yeah, the question is if the game gets to that stage for these players, as both do play very aggressively. But that single reactor can absolutely turn the game around, as both are these vigilance, aggression, villainy decks. And I do feel the need to call that out because, of course, we have those Mando Colossus decks that also play single reactor ignition, but are just happy to pay 2 extra, pay that aspect penalty for it.
Now Joshua ready to go. James taking the mulligan, and must-win situation here in game two for Joshua Mason up against the defending galactic champion and James Remus, off to such a brilliant start in his Star Wars Unlimited career. Let's see what he's got to work with here in game two. Looks like he's found some space interaction, Dan, and that could be very important.
Yeah, with an Onyx Squadron Brute looking like the turn one play for James into options, right? Into having that Merrick, into having that Vanguard, into having just a lot of ways to flexibly play around it, as Joshua starts off with the Rancor Keeper in the ground arena. There is that Onyx Squadron Brute from James following up, and then the CAD activation, getting the damage on the Rancor Keeper trigger, getting 1 damage back, and then the Boba Fett trigger, getting 1 indirect as well. I love the Rancor Keeper in this blue Boba Fett list. It just interacts so nicely.
Yeah, the Rancor Keeper has proven to be quite the unit in these Boba Fett decks and the Cad Bane decks. Little switcheroo from Joshua here in game two, moving to the ground arena to start the game, as that Rancor Keeper continuing to get pinged by Cad Bane's blaster, but blasting into James's base is that Rancor Keeper. So a quick 5 damage on James's base, as Joshua is all ground early playing that Maroc. And now we'll see how James decides to attack here. It is going to be in space, the TIE Dagger Vanguard, but that's 2 damage to the Rancor Keeper, and it is defeated.
I have to feel like that Rancor Keeper already did a lot of work. Putting James at 5 already just felt like rocketing off to the kind of start that you're looking for. Is I think Joshua's game plan is just to manipulate the game to a point where, just like he tried in the last game but was 3 short, can just aggressive negotiations steal the game away and push it to 3.
Joshua does have the initiative, and the Maroc getting in for 2. 7 damage on James's base, as James again has been space early. And we're looking at that Casca Reeves in James's hand. And generally, that would be a fantastic play on the 4-resource turn. But if no units are defeated for James, it's just a 4-4 for 4 that doesn't line up super well into this board. And here comes Hona as well for Joshua. That's a 3-5 in the ground arena with Raid 2 and Restore 2. James feels like he has to put a Sentinel down to slow this game a little bit, as the Maroc comes down for James. And then some damage pours in as well. 7-6 the damage total as we get ready for the next action phase.
I think pretty remarkable, Joshua, with this adaptation going into game two, going into the ground arena. I think hoping that James just resources cards like Maroc, cards like Casca Reeves, these sentinels that are going to be potentially in the way. Unfortunately for Joshua, James very heads up, holding on to the Merrics, holding on to the Cascas, getting ready to just take all of the damage Joshua is dealing. And if Joshua can't start to get some space units deployed, the Boba Fett might also have to go to ground. And that's just losing a lot of the value that I think you need to clear Cad Bane.
Big attack coming through from Hona. 5 damage into James's ground sentinel unit, and 2 damage being restored from Joshua's base in the process. And we saw how close that game 1 ended up being. So something like Restore 2 triggering a couple times on this Hona could be extremely, extremely important for Joshua. As the action back over to James, deciding where Cad is going to point that blaster. Just deciding on that action ability. Does have a Justifier in hand as well. The problem is Justifier plus Cad ability, or Cad first, of course. Cad ability and then Justifier is not quite enough to take down that Hona, which is certainly changing the math early here in game 2.
Yeah, or the Merrick as well, right? Joshua just has some pretty decent stat lines here available, and the IG 2000 actually gets to come down on Joshua's side and clear the Merrick off the board. So Joshua continuing to try and move into a strong ground position. Unfortunately for Joshua, James holding onto this Costco Reeves might be the drop to continue to just stifle Joshua's incoming damage. But these are starting to be tough choices. Watch how fast James was playing game one. And now James having to actually really think through these lines. I think feeling actually pressured by Joshua in this game compared to game one, and needs to really line this up. But if any player can do it, of course, James, one of the cleanest players I think I've ever seen in this game, certainly can. Damage from Cad Bane, then a swing from Merrick, and now the Onyx Squadron just sends itself into the IG 2000 unit, getting a little bit of restore, followed by that Justifier cleaning up the IG 2000. James is, I think, just giving up ground arena now and saying, I'm just going to go to space then.
That is the play. Justifier taking out the IG, giving out that advantage token, so some more damage being dealt to Joshua's base with that tie dagger Vanguard. 8-7 the damage totals right now in favor of Joshua Mason. He has the initiative and still has Hona in play, so I would be shocked if that Hona does not attack first. Just guarantee that 5 damage to base and that restore too. So crucial in a race, in a game where you're trying to be aggressive. And there it is, 13 damage now on James's base as he connects with Hona. And down to 5 damage on Joshua's base. Cad's going to blast a damage onto Hona, and here comes Maroc in for 2. 15 damage on James's base. Both leaders deployed. It's James deploying Cad first, but here comes Joshua with the Centicaz being plotted out. Boba getting in for 4. It's 19 damage on James's base.
James did get Cad Bane as well, but the Merrick is standing in the way. Cad can clear the Merrick, but it's not getting rid of all of the threats on ground. And I did say you lose a lot of value deploying Boba Fett to ground, but with that Centicaz, the actions are in favor of Josh now. Getting to keep that initiative just with a bunch of solid bodies on board is already threatening James a ton in this game. And it is looking possible that we're actually going to go to a game 3 here, Josh.
Could it be? Could Joshua Mason force James, the Galactic Champion, into a game number 3? Onyx Squadron Brute coming down for James Remus. It does present a way to potentially heal a couple damage. But right now, as you called, James really has just given up that ground arena. Completely different landscape here in game number 2. It was really the opposite in game 1, where Joshua was pretty much all space. James had enough space interaction to keep Joshua in check and then really finish things up in the ground arena.
It was a little bit like just feeling out your opponent, right? Joshua just said, I'm going to commit to the game plan and see if it works. It didn't. And Joshua adapts. But speaking of adaptation here, this cat is getting scary.
Yeah, it is. Justifier going in, actually defeating James's own tie dagger Vanguard to get the advantage token on Cad. And here comes Casca Reeves as well for James. And now the Mandalorian token is created off of that when played ability. James did have a unit defeated, and that means that Casca Reeves is a Sentinel. And that's exactly what James needed in this spot in the ground arena.
Yeah, that was really cleverly manipulated by James to be able to get that Casca Reeves to get the token. You need a token in play, otherwise Casca does not have Sentinel, and now it's another thing standing in the way of Joshua from getting there. Of course, can clear the Casca easily, but at what cost?
That is absolutely right. Let's see what the first action will be for Joshua. The only way to defeat Casca with an attack and keep your unit in play would be the Boba Fett leader unit, because both Centicaz and Hona have been damaged. That is going to be the call. Boba Fett attacks and defeats the Casca Reeves unit. So currently no Sentinel in the ground arena for James, but James now working with some options in hand. We are at the 7 resource turn, so not quite there to that Pre-Vizsla. If he can get to Pre-Vizsla next turn, I think he might be in a pretty good spot.
I think the Pre-Vizsla would feel super good right now. Now, James has a few options to try and clear these units. There's some pretty simple ones, swinging the Mandalorian token in to the Hona to get rid of that. But there's all these damage pings, the Cad Bane, the Justifier, that are available to try and get that extra value as well. So there are some different routes that James can employ in order to get through, not to mention the tie dagger Vanguard in hand right now, needs to make sure every action removes something from board right now, because again, the damage is coming in so fast that James is close to getting pushed to that point where he has to defensively take initiative. And we need to see if James can stave that off a little bit more. So actually this one play right now is extremely impactful on James' ability to win this game.
Think you are absolutely right. James is going to attack into the Hono with Cad Bane.
Hmm.
1 damage to Centicaz. So Sentinel with just 3 HP remaining, and there's still more ping damage that could be incoming for James. He's got the Justifier ready, and he's got a couple options in hand. He's got the IG-2000 and that tie dagger Vanguard. As we get back over to Joshua, still has 6 ready resources. Centicaz threatening with 5. Does he have an aggressive negotiations, and how many cards in hand does Joshua Mason have?
That is the question. And aggressive negotiations would push James to the point where if that entire board cannot be cleared this turn, James has to instead take initiative or find a sentinel or something. But we know there are none in hand right now for James. So Joshua having aggressive is exactly what he has. He pushes this game to the brink. This is a 9 damage attack with Sinta now. That is going to mean lethal is on board for James. James needs to clear both units, get a sentinel down, or take initiative. Those are the only real options available. But James did such an interesting attack with Cad Bane before, I think, to try and set up clearing the board. So can he do it?
Well, it's going to start with that Mandalorian token going into Centicaz for 2 damage. It leaves Cinta with just 1 HP remaining, as Joshua does follow up with another lethal threat in the ground arena. That Cyril Karn only threatening with 2 damage, but that is all Joshua needs to close out this game. So that really changes things, because James did have the line between the Justifier and the 2 space units in hand to clear out Joshua's ground arena until that Cyril came down.
Yeah, the Cyril adds just 3 more HP that James needs to deal with. And this is the question now. If James can't 100% deal with it, James has to simply take initiative and hope to draw the answer to the board.
Yeah, I think he needs to find some kind of answer. Does he have something like a super laser blast in the effect of single reactor ignition? Obviously, it's not what you want to do. He'd have to give up his board in the process, but might be your only saving grace. That Pre-Vizsla can hit the 2 non-leader units, but it can't hit Boba. So James may need to find a Sentinel. He doesn't, and he scoops it up. And Joshua Mason is sending the Galactic Champion into a deciding Game 3.
That Pre-Vizsla was so close to being the answer, but the damage just wasn't there. That was 100% a board manipulated by Joshua to be unanswerable. And that was such a keen use of the game's inherent action economy, right? This idea that you push the opponent to the point where if they cannot answer in a single action, your initiative is going to be the deciding factor. So extremely well played by Joshua, pushing our Galactic Champion into a 3rd game here and really showing the potency of this Boba Fett deck with that blue base. Again, a lot of people love Lake Country, Josh, but this blue is really making a case for itself right now.
Yeah, it really is. Having some good runs recently, performing well in planetary qualifiers the last week or so. Definitely an up and coming combination with Boba Fett. And I just love to see the complete shift, the major adjustment from Joshua in game 2. Because if you look at game 1, it was all space for Joshua. And James, again, was able to interact enough to put the pressure on and actually be ultimately the aggressor. And in game 2, Joshua had to know that these Cad Bane decks, they have several cards in the sideboard that are tailored for these space matchups, these pilot matchups. And that's exactly what we saw with James. We saw the cards that he was looking to bring in. They were all answers to the space arena. So Josh completely pivots in game 2, knowing that his opponent is probably on a lot more cards that just don't interact as well in the ground arena. And Joshua was able to push the advantage in the ground.
Yeah, the Boba Fett leader dropping with the Synthicaz unit, getting that immediate attack, getting to steal that initiative, but just putting enough bodies in play. And when I say enough, I mean just enough. James was so close to stabilizing there, but all of the stats were just a little bit too much to handle, despite the fact you expect this Cad Bane deck to put down those Sentinels and defend. But James had to make choices in that game in what to, not only what to sideboard, like you're saying, Josh, but how to play out those turns, and was forced into kind of suboptimal, inefficient turns. You know, that Merrick dropped on the 4 resource turn. That was sort of wasting a resource, not really getting the full value. And I think that was all just Josh's plan, just kind of pushing James into, oh man, I have to play this a little more awkwardly now because I was expecting a lot more to happen in the space arena.
Absolutely. And when your opponent slams down a Hona on the 4 resource turn, the alarm bell is sounding in James Arimas's mind there, knowing that in this more racing situation, that Hona just changes the math in such a grand scale. And it was really an MVP for Joshua in game 2. And who knew that Cyril Karn would be the absolute hammer drop that we needed from Boba?
Any 2-3 would have done it, and Cyril was in the right place at the right time to make sure the game was firmly in Josh's favor without a Sentinel being drawn. But as we are going into game 3 here against the reigning Galactic Champion, Joshua needs to pick up one more game to prove Boba Fett has what it takes through any methods necessary.
Can Joshua do it? Can he shock the world and take down James Remus early in Indianapolis? We're underway for the deciding game 3 in round 2 of this sector qualifier. James Remus with the initiative, playing down the Onyx Squadron Brute, and there he is, the hammer drop Cyril Karn himself into the ground arena. And game 2, at least early, game 3 mimicking that game 2 where James is the one starting in space and Joshua down in the ground arena.
Okay, I was about to say, this is a tough choice for James right now. You can take initiative, or you can ping Cad, but give initiative to Joshua with the Cyril Karn unit in play. And James goes back and forth. You see him deciding to exhaust Cad, then no, wait, deciding to take initiative, and then thinking about it again. Does ultimately decide to exhaust Cad, puts a damage on Cyril. That does mean Joshua gets one attack with Cyril Karn, gets this disclose capability, and we see that happening. The Outer Rim Constable and the Justifier being disclosed now. Targeting the Onyx Squadron Brute, James can either take 2 damage on it or discard a card. And these decisions can cascade and matter a lot, as cards like, of course, IG-2000 in Joshua's hand might be able to take huge advantage of James getting a lot of damage dealt to things, not to mention, of course, that Boba Fett deploy if Joshua is able to pull it off. And I'm curious to see, Josh, what route Joshua takes here, going full ground or going back to space. How will he pivot?
It is going to be that 2 damage onto the Brute off of that on attack ability from Cyril. James not discarding a card, and James playing the Ogdo Bogdo once again, and Marak coming down as the Sentinel for Joshua Mason, just to try and slow down that big creature unit in the ground arena as the Onyx Squadron Brute gets in. 3-2, the damage totals early in favor of Joshua. So Cyril Karn certainly not as aggressive as the Rancor Keeper. You can't get as much damage on base, but it applies pressure in a different direction as he's able to try and clean up the board with that on-attack ability. Let's see what James has for us going into the 4 resource turn as Marak swings for 2. First action for Joshua, that's 2 on base. And it's 5 damage in total for James Remus on his base.
We do know that Ogdo Bogdo is excellent at clearing the Merrick, but there's going to be an interesting question here as James actually decides to use the Cad Bane to deal 1 more to Cyril. Now, Cyril is going to attack and disclose these 2 to try to deal 2 to the Onyx Squadron Brute. But the question is actually if Joshua chooses to activate the Boba Fett if the 2 damage is dealt or not. Because he could potentially deny that indirect to keep Ogdo from being able to attack. But actually, James decides to pitch the aggressive negotiations, keep the Onyx Squadron Route in play, and now the Hona drops from Joshua as well. James needs to deal damage to the Ogdo, and here's the IG-2000 that actually gets the damage on, clears the Cyril Karn, puts the damage on the Hona, and now allows this Ogdo to cleanly take care of the Merrick as well. So that IG-2000 being deployed by James Remus to perfectly play around everything Joshua played in basically 1 turn.
Joshua was hoping and praying that James did not have a way to damage that Ogdo Bogdo after the CAD action ability was used, but James certainly did, and it allows James to clear out the Maroc and now be in a pretty good position on the board. Joshua has the initiative, so one attack with Hona will at least be incoming, but that Bogano Brute, the Ogdo Bogdo, can certainly put a stop to that very quickly. First action just going to be a trade, because if he doesn't trade there, the Ogdo Bogdo can actually attack into Hona and then heal the damage, still be on board. So restore 2 for Joshua, as 2 damage from the Onyx Squadron coming through, and Justifier for Joshua Mason is played in the Space Arena, defeating James' Onyx Squadron Brute. And now let's see what James has to follow up on his 5 resource turn. We'll ping first, as Cad pointing that blaster up to the Justifier. 4 HP remaining on the Relentless Justifier.
The big thing Joshua's trying to bank on right now is that pressure from Cyril Karn, keeping James' hand potentially awkward, as we see James just going for an aggressive negotiations to directly trade IG for Justifier, not giving Joshua an opportunity to take with that initiative and deploy the Boba Fett leader onto that Justifier. So no, Joshua has to build up or deploy the Boba Fett into the ground arena. It's a surprisingly empty board, equal damage on bases, just a Rancor Keeper in play going into both players' leader flip turn. So a lot can potentially happen, but Josh, this is the game where the late game cards, like you were talking about earlier, might actually come up as we go into game 3 here. We see that Chimera looming in James Remus's hand.
First action for Joshua is going to be deploying Boba Fett to the ground arena. No units or no vehicle units in play for Joshua. The Rancor Keeper gets in for 2, and Joshua will connect into James's base for 4. 9-7 the damage totals. Here's another copy of Hona for Joshua after Cad pings the Boba Fett leader. But now Cad Bane is in play as well. And looking at the hand, James is pretty short on cards, but he has a great response to that Hona if he wants to use it. He does have no glory results only in hand, as Cad Bane gets in for 4. And there it is. The no glory only results will take control, defeat the Hona unit. And James in a massive position right now as Chimera is looming, Dan.
The Chimera, absolutely one of the strongest cards right now in the game, introduced, of course, in Ashes of the Empire. It is a frightening reality every time it hits the board here, as it looks like James is going to be ready to answer any. Of course, it's a non-leader unit, right? So anything else that Joshua plays right now, this Boba Fett being sort of the saving grace for Joshua, being able to swing in and keep putting damage on, but James is going to build up a board that becomes really hard to deal with, as here's that Fett's Fire Spray. Yeah, and I think given that the Rancor Keeper already took that damage, and of course James decides to take this indirect directly on the Rancor Keeper, I think we're likely to see a Chimera drop very shortly.
So resources being exhausted, a frightening reality for Joshua Mason, as it is a trade. James's Rancor Keeper for the Fett's Fire Spray on Joshua's side. James able to heal 2 damage from his base in the process, as Joshua will play his own copy of a Rancor Keeper. Action back over to James. Has Cad Bane ready. He is the aggressor right now. Chimera is in play. The healing is online. And Joshua Mason is down to just 12 HP remaining in the deciding game 3.
I think the decider right now is keeping Chimera in play. This puts James not just in a position of being the aggressor, but also being the controller of the game right now. Joshua needs something to pull this back. And I mean, I have to say, if it's here, Josh, you completely called it, because the thing that gets you out of this position is single reactor ignition.
Does he have something like a single reactor ignition? Or with Boba paired with Vigilance, do we see Joshua maybe playing his own Chimera and trading that Rancor Keeper on his side of the board for the opposing Chimera? That would be a pretty good exchange, I would say, for Joshua, but he's got the first action and he doesn't seem to be slamming anything down, so I don't think that's going to be the play.
I see a Devastator and a Planetary Bombardment in Joshua's hand. So there is that Devastator dropping down right now. Joshua is deciding to just be the problem himself, even though he's behind on board right now, getting this Devastator down and doing all the direct damage now that he gets to control where it goes directly to Cad Bane's base. and saying, hey, if you don't answer this Devastator by slamming that Chimera into it, assuming there's nothing else in hand that can answer it, then I am going to planetary bombardment you next turn, and I might just steal the game away.
It's a great call out because we know between what James has on board and what is in hand, he can't actually finish the game this turn. He can bring Joshua within 2 HP. So an attack with Chimera. Joshua attacks as well. It's the perfect opening for James to claim the initiative after that attack with Chimera. It leaves Joshua with just 6 HP remaining. And now with the initiative, James Remus can attack with Chimera, ending the game. And the Galactic Champion is undefeated early here in Indianapolis.
Joshua did what he needed to do, right? He manipulated that position to say, look, this planetary bombardment is going to be lethal to you. But once again, just like in the earlier games, it came down to actions. It came down to the fact that James could simply attack into base, and Joshua needed 2 actions to win, but James only needed 1. So the initiative was the decider, and your Galactic Champion remains undefeated today in the Indianapolis Sector Qualifier.
Dan, you know what I think was the MVP of that match?
What do you think it was, Josh?
I think it was Ogdo Bogdo. I
I
think
think it
Ogdo
was
was
too.
so crucial. I mean, you look in game one, it was what allowed James to be in that aggressor role. And then in game three, it was exactly what he needed to answer that Maroc unit. And now we're actually going to get a little treat here. We've got the backup feature match, and it's going to be Grief Data Vault versus Darth Maul Vigilance Force as we are in game number 3, another deciding game. Ethan Arnett on Darth Maul versus Evan Giffert on Grief Data Vault. The Towson's Assassin is played for Ethan. Force is used, defeating one of those space units on Evan's side of the board. It looks like the damage total's 13-8 right now in favor of Evan. So it leaves just 12 HP remaining. Or no, it is. I was right. I did my math properly the first time. 15 HP remaining on Ethan's 28 HP force base. As now Anakin Skywalker swinging for 5. So that's 13 on Data Vault.
Yeah, just trying to catch up with what's going on here because it looks there's a board full of stuff. It looks like Ethan really trying to keep control of things that condemn on the Grief Karga, and we just saw the reveal, the disclose on the attack from Grief, so forcing Ethan to continue to have things as these players are incrementing their damage, but now Ethan manipulating into a board position. Of course, we've seen the Vigilance Villainy Force package in plenty of decks before, and it's doing a lot of work here, but Evan does have a space arena a little bit built up. There's a sentinel in the way, but if he can get through that, maybe enough damage can be pushed before things get too out of line. I think the problem is, of course, the 2 Jedi, or should I say, I guess the Jedi and the Sith that are deployed into the ground arena right now, that Anakin Skywalker unit, that Darth Maul leader. There's a lot that is going to push back. And again, we're going to get to that point here as the Sentinel is removed, a trade in space, but Ethan with the damage in the ground arena to push Evan to the brink to that force to take the initiative position. Here comes the Darth Maul swinging in on attack trigger, putting some damage, clearing that Jyn Erso and getting just the lone BD1 to the point where it is close to being lost. Grief is still condemned. There's not a lot for Evan in the ground arena left as Anakin is looming as well.
Yeah, Anakin coming in for 5. You've got another 4 being represented by the Assassin. So right now, with Towson's Assassin attacking, it leaves Evan with just 3 HP on base. Any one of these ground units is lethal, and it looks like just 3 cards in Evan's hand. There's another copy of Jyn Erso. Can't quite make out what the others were. It is going to be a Rose Tico, and Rose Tico will come in ready here because Evan has a non-unique unit in that stolen AT hauler. So thanks to Grief, Karga gets an advantage token, but Ethan has a Chimera, and a Chimera coming down, defeating his own Towson's Assassin to take out the ready Rose Tico, healing 2 damage from base. Evan has to claim the initiative. He has to have an answer for both arenas, Dan.
He has to have an answer for both arenas, and I'm not sure that the yellow-green heroism deck is going to have what it takes right now. it's going to be really difficult to actually slam that down and prevent 3 damage from being dealt. So, of course, Evan just reaches out and says, "You got it here." That is going to be the game going to Ethan Arnett on the Darth Maul Blue Force base in 3.
Wow. Another great nail biter. Another match going the distance here in round 2. And some more rogue-like players, if you will, Dan, and Grief and Darth Maul, a couple decks kind of on the fringe of the meta, but certainly playing their role. And great start here in Indianapolis for Ethan Arnett on this Darth Maul Force build. And at the end of the day, this build, it has the pieces to play well in the late game, and this deck at the same time can also be rather aggressive.
Yeah, it can. And it uses, of course, vigilance villainy, right? Some of the strongest aspects right now following Ashes of the Empire. Plays a little bit of a different game plan, though, with some interesting play around things. Having access to things like those Talzin's Assassin can allow you to clear off potentially like small shielded units or even kind of hefty shielded units like some of the Sentinels that are floating around right now. So it does give you a little bit of different play than playing something like Cad Bane, and can, of course, with that Darth Maul, ping a bit wider than Cad Bane can as well. So I'm going to be curious to see how Ethan's rest of the day goes here and how his matchups go into other Cad Bane decks, especially.
That's a great point. I do like that call out about being able to ping a bit wider with that action ability. Just think of the Darth Vader matchup, for instance, that Darth Vader pilot build. We know that all of those TIE fighter tokens swarm the space arena, and if Victor Leader is not in play or it is dealt with, that ping ability from Darth Maul can do a great job of mitigating some of that pressure in the space arena. So I think if you are looking at something other than Cad Bane and that aggression, vigilance, villainy aspect combination, I do like Darth Maul into some of these space builds as well. And we know that, again, Darth Maul can be pretty aggressive. We know some of these force builds like to run some of these upgrades that can be thrown onto the leaders, things like constructed lightsaber or Darth Maul's lightsaber in particular for that Darth Maul build, which can just build this incredibly strong force user in Darth Maul.
Yeah, and if you cannot deal with a leader, and of course, a lot of decks relying on things like Chimera, which of course defeats non-leader units, right? That can be the decider on its own. So I do love seeing stuff like that. And I was a big fan of Legends of the Force. I love these Force decks, and I always love to see them continue to perform. But we're going to have to catch up with these players later, folks. That's going to be the end of round 2 for us here on the stream, but don't go too far. We are going to be coming back with round 3, more action at this Indianapolis Sector Qualifier for Season 2 of Star Wars Unlimited. This is Main Deck Dan and Josh Snyder. We're signing off for now, but we'll be back really soon. And welcome back, everyone, to the Star Wars Unlimited Season 2 Sector Qualifier in Indianapolis. I'm Main Deck Dan, and now joined at the desk is my good friend Tower number 9. How are we doing, Tower?
Dan, it's great to be here casting some Star Wars Unlimited again. This sector qualifier, very exciting, and I think a lot of people in the community have been interested in what's going on in the premier meta right now. I know that Fantasy Flight Games has scheduled a meta update stream, I believe, for Monday. So, this could be kind of the last hurrah of the current meta, depending on what that update has for us.
Yeah, let's take a look quick once again at what that current meta is because you're alluding to something, Tower, very important and sort of a through line in this weekend's cast. But this Cad Bane Vigilance deck continues its reign in play rate at the top of the chart and by a pretty large margin. 21% of the decks in the room, 106 Cad Banes entered, with the next one being that Luke Skywalker Data Vault deck at just 6%, a third, or actually less than a third of the amount entered.
Yeah. It's interesting too, 21% it's actually a very high meta share for this game. I think that in other games 21% would not necessarily be the hugest number, but Star Wars Unlimited has a very large number of leaders, and the tendency of the community is for people to converge a bit less than you might see in some other competitive card games. So 21%, very high number there for Cad, and he's done very well in a range of events. Won that Galactic Championship, and we'll see if he can take this one down as well.
You know, Tower, Josh and I were talking earlier about some of our expectations for the metagame, especially given last week we saw that Mando Colossus soar through a bunch of Cad Banes to make it to, the championship title of the Berlin sector. And I wanted to get your opinion on things now. If you were a bit of a betting man, what do you think? What do you favor in the meta today, given kind of the numbers that we're seeing here?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you got to consider the base rates. It's not just how good certain things are, but also how prevalent they are. And based on that, I think Cad Bane is a very strong deck, and it's also a very played deck. So I would say, I think Cad is probably the favorite to win, but I don't think Cad is unbeatable. There are some counters, as you mentioned. The Mandalorian Colossus is kind of a harder control style of deck. Generally speaking, there's kind of an old principle in games like this that to beat something, you either want to be a bit slower than it or much faster than it. And the aggro route hasn't necessarily been that successful at combating Cad Bane, but we are seeing some people put together these kind of harder control decks to try and defeat him on the high end instead. And the Mandalorian Colossus, maybe the most successful of those. We've also seen some people experimenting with stuff like, I think the Lando Vigilance 30 is doing kind of a similar thing. We've seen some people running Dedra Miro and going for a harder control style. So I do think there are some options, but through a combination of them not being that hard to counter and way more people being on CAD, I think CAD is probably the favorite to win here, but we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, Josh and I were talking a lot about some things related to all that earlier and the different decks and their play styles, but a lot especially about how Cad Bane plays. So I actually wanted to give you an opportunity here on the stream also to give us your thoughts on this Cad Bane list. What is making it so hard to counter for a lot of these decks and so prevalent in the metagame?
Yeah, so I would say that the Cad Bane Vigilance deck is it's kind of a control deck, but it's really more of a soft control or even a big mid range. It's not necessarily a hard control like we saw in the past with leaders like Iden Versio. Um, Cad has an ability that can deal with opposing units very efficiently. You can give damage to the opponent for free. That's pretty good. And additionally, I think he is currently benefiting from an extremely strong card pool. So if we look at what has come out in the Ashes of the Empire set, it's there's really a lot of cards that are really good for vigilance villainy and for vigilance aggression villainy in particular. So like Merrick, for instance. extremely strong early game sentinel, and that's in that vigilance, aggression, villainy aspect combo. Um, that combo also lets you play Casca Reeves, another really strong sentinel, Imperial Armored Commando. You can play Ninth Sister, you can play Chimera, you can play Pre Vizsla. Like this you know, at one point, Dan, I made a video that was like my top 10 cards from Ashes of the Empire. And I think like four of the top five and like at least six of the top 10 were cards that go into these vigilance, aggression, villainy builds. And it's really a strong card pool. Cad Bane has a strong leader ability, but I'm not actually sure. I think there are a lot of people that want Cad Bane to be banned. um, I think, if we have that meta check-in stream and Cad Bane does get banned, I'm not sure that Vigilance, Aggression, Villainy is out of the picture. In fact, I think it's very likely not. So, yes, Cad Bane is a good leader card, but there's also a huge amount of support for this overall color combination and strategy in this set.
Yeah, that is kind of exactly where my head is at as well. And we started to talk about that earlier today. This idea that just the card pool is so strong in general that it makes the deck fairly unforgiving. Or sorry, the other way. It makes the deck fairly forgiving, meaning that players can even make some mistakes, but are just kind of carried by the raw power of the combination of cards in the deck. And I think it's very telling, like you mentioned, this idea that some of the best cards in the set all go into that same deck. So I think I'm personally on the same page as you that like a Cad Bane leader ban just kind of pushes the problem onto a different deck and certainly like destabilizes a little bit, right? It's like, okay, well, now we have to play leaders that are maybe not as powerful objectively, right? In the abstract, but they're still going to be good, and these decks are still going to be a threat. So I'm very interested to see instead, especially this weekend, what kind of counter strategies people continue to cook up, and if decks like the Mandalorian Colossus, which, as we were pointing out earlier, the winner of the Berlin sector had 8 matches into CAD on Colossus and lost one of them, and it was a 2-1 loss. It's a pretty remarkable statistic that shows the power of some of these decks into Cad Bane, and if they can continue just to go into those vigilance, aggression, villainy decks and conquer them, it can shift the meta a little bit more. So I'm curious to see what happens.
Yeah, and I think, in terms of things that you can do to potentially counter, I think one of the reasons that we may be seeing kind of the harder control things be more successful relative to trying to go really fast, is one of the main strengths of the current Vigilance, Aggression, Villainy decks is access to extremely strong Sentinels. So starting on turn two, we have Merrick, we have Casca Reeves, we have the Imperial Armored Commando. There are a lot of cards that can be just very efficient sentinels in the ground arena in particular, which means that going the aggro route kind of runs into the opponent's counters more so than going for a control game plan, in my opinion. And the aggro decks that we are seeing are generally speaking going to the space arena instead in order to try to get around some of those obstacles.
Yeah, and even then though we see just like in the last match that Boba Fett Vigilance deck that was taken into, and for what it's worth, taken into James Remus on Cad Bane, who might be the best Cad Bane player in the world. I'm not sure, but might very well might be. But still went that super hard space lane route on game one. But the Cad Bane deck can adapt, right? It just has this ability to say, okay, well, as long as I put the right cards in here, and we saw the siding in the direct hits, siding in the hyperspace disasters, there are still a lot of options. And if you're not going blazingly fast in a game, and even when you are, if you stumble even for just a moment, that Cad Bane deck can just regain control, drop a Chimera, and restabilize.
Yeah, Chimera is an incredibly strong card. I would not be surprised if Chimera ends up getting suspended. I'm not saying that that's going to happen on Monday. I don't know what's going to happen on Monday. I would love for them to suspend Chimera on Monday, but I I don't know. I don't know about this upcoming update, but I will be a bit surprised if Chimera makes it all the way through to rotate out naturally. Um, I think that card is just an incredibly high amount of value, especially at 7 cost. And, I think one thing that I found really telling is that a lot of the kind of harder control heroism decks are now playing Chimera. So we've seen that with the Lando Vigilance deck, but we're even seeing that in these Mandalorian decks where you don't have credit tokens to play it out early. It's just Chimera for 9 turns out to still be worth it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to point out to your point as well. The fact that Heroism decks are happy to play 9 for it raw, 9 just for Chimera means like, okay, well, 7 was a pretty efficient cost then, all things considered, for that effect. Now, I don't want to idly speculate on exactly what could end up suspended, if anything,
Yeah.
but I think we're on the same line of thought here, Tower, in that it's the main deck cards that are maybe a bit of the factor that is kind of the X factor that's putting these decks above everything else. So I guess my eyes are on those in particular, although again, I also think a Cad Bane suspension wouldn't necessarily be off the table if the results of the sector are, just kind of get back to the thrust of the topic, what we kind of expect looking at that meta share.
Yeah, people might be monitoring the results of this event with great interest in terms of what that might mean for potential changes. I think that we'll have to see. One other thing that I'll say is I think that one of the relative strengths of Cad Bane is actually he can deal with space more efficiently than some other leaders. So Mother Talzin is a leader that I think is often played in Vigilance, Aggression, Villainy, and is actually arguably better than Cad Bane against ground units. But I think is notably a lot weaker in space. The Talzin decks tend to skew heavily to the ground in order to get the force token. And you have some cards that do not interact well with the space arena, like Darth Tyrannus, for instance, is a great card, but not one that can reach out and attack space units.
Yeah,
So
I think that's an interesting part of the design of last year's 3 sets. We went from Jump to Lightspeed, which just pushed everyone into the space arena, into Legends of the Force, which then kind of pushed everyone back into the ground arena, saying, well, if you want the Force, then you need to be playing to the ground. And it creates an interesting dichotomy, I think, of how these different styles of decks play out. And it's not that Talzin is completely incapable of hitting space. Right? Things like Talzin's Assassin are cards that are happy to go ahead and -3/-3 things in space. The problem is just a lot of ships that are playable aren't killed by that alone. Even looking at things like Justifier and Punishing One right now are even out of range of Talzin plus Talzin's Assassin. So it becomes just tough. You have to kind of do work a little bit harder where you have that Cad Bane leader who just says, yeah, I'll just put 1 damage on the board wherever I want.
yeah. And yeah, I think there are some interesting considerations. I don't know what's going to happen with respect to the meta check-in or whatever. It might be contingent to some degree on what happens today in this event, but it's conceivable they're gonna have that and they'll announce no bans. They've had streams like that before. And even in the event that Cad Bane does go, though, I think that Vigilance Villainy is going to have several other options for leaders that, I think Mother Talzin is pretty credible. I think Aura Singh is pretty credible. I think the overall aspect combination will not be doomed in the event that Cad Bane does disappear from the meta.
I actually think we've had a pretty remarkable number of leaders that can all sort of play Cad Bane's role, if not just having to make a couple trade-offs for things. You mentioned Dedra earlier as well. She does tends to play a little bit slower than Cad, but certainly another deck that could just be in that same aspect combination and play the cards that are necessary to get there. And actually, just on stream, we had a Darth Maul deck that certainly can plant a case for itself in the ground as well, given its kind of predilection towards being able to handle wide boards a little bit easier. Decks like Darth Vader Yellow are one of the decks that if we see a major hit to Cad Bane, you're going to probably see that come back in to higher play rates once again of people just saying, well, okay, I mean, if you're not just going to destroy all my units right away, I'll just flood the board and take you out on turn 5.
Yeah. I think that it could be interesting to see what happens, assuming that there is some change, and but maybe FFG will say, we think this is we think this is within acceptable margins, or we think that there's adaptations that players can make that have not made their way into the meta yet, and the overall win rate or deck share is going to be more reasonable once that happens. Hard to say. Should be interesting. Should be interesting to check that out, and interesting to see this event's results as well as the last big event before that meta check-in early next week. I'm
Yeah,
seeing the
certainly.
players filtering on the crowd cam. I think that means pairings may have just been posted.
Yes, I would assume that's the case here. So, of course, for the folks out there, we're looking to find some of the most exciting matches that we can for you. Also, in just a moment, just a little bit, we'll be heading in and seeing what our matchup is for the day for this round 3 of the Star Wars Unlimited Season 2 Sector Qualifier in Indianapolis. Hopefully, we have another fire one. We had some really excellent matches earlier. Of course, that round 2, we had to get James Remus in, and James is going to be on that Cad Bane list. But round 1, Tower, I don't know if it was very early for you. I don't know if you were ready for that early, but we had such a cool match with Sabe versus Shin Hati. This aggressive showdown was really fun to see.
Nice. Yeah, I think Star Wars Unlimited has a really interesting diversity of characters and strategies available. I think that's part of why a very strong deck like Cad Bane is still only at like 20% or so. There's so many cool things you can do in this game. I remember, I was taking a look at this game before it actually came out, and I was blown away by the number of leaders that they had just in one set. I think I had been thinking they might have like 4 total leaders in Spark of Rebellion, and that is very much not what we saw. And I think that's one of the cool things about this game. There are so many characters, so many different decks. You can build a deck just based on a character that is one of your favorite characters from Star Wars. You can build a deck based on strategies that you like. And if you have a strategy that you like, but a particular leader doesn't gel with you for whatever reason, there may well be other options you can pursue within a similar overall strategy, like we were just talking about with Cad Bane.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is what really got me super excited. I mean, the Star Wars alone got me excited about the game when Unlimited was coming out, but just seeing that raw amount of leaders and that ability to self-express, right, which I think is so important. But going into our game 3 now, or round 3 of the sector qualifier, we have Jason Hassis on Admiral Piet Imperial Prison Complex. And I mentioned earlier in this cast that I really hope to see some Admiral Piet because this is one of my favorite decks, versus Rio Durant Thermal Oscillator. Some crazy potential aggro happening here, Tower.
Yeah, this is very interesting. Ray Tan here, prominent tournament player, and I think he's done some casting of his own. But Rio Durant with the thermal oscillator, that's going to be really interesting to see. Rio, a maybe lesser known pilot leader from Jump to Lightspeed, and thermal oscillator is a very interesting card because on preview this was considered likely very good, but it has really not seen very much play. Whereas Data Vault on preview was considered likely very bad, but has been like very prominent in the meta since.
I think the reason makes sense though, because everyone found out that the drawback for Data Vault wasn't that bad, which then you just kind of reverse that and say, well, the gain of the lower deck in Thermal Oscillator maybe isn't as good as it was thought to be. But here, like you're saying, Ray Tan, an incredible player, incredible tournament ringer who says, yeah, I mean, for this deck, this is where it's at, right? I want the smaller deck size, even if I have less HP.
Yeah, and it's very interesting. So typically speaking in these games, having a smaller minimum deck size is considered advantageous. And it's also generally considered best to play with as few cards as possible. So Thermal Oscillator loses some HP relative to a default base, but allows you to play a smaller deck. And, in normal card game theory, that would be considered likely good, but it hasn't necessarily been that successful. While Data Vault, which forces you to play a larger deck than normal but gives you extra HP, has done very well. However, Ray Tan, very experienced player, may think he has something here that most of the meta has not realized, and we are about to see whether his Rio Durant Thermal Oscillator deck can get results. He's already 2-0. Let's see what happens here in his match against Admiral Piet from Jason Hassis.
Yeah, like I said, I love this Admiral Piet red deck. I think it puts out a lot of pressure on a lot of decks that aren't ready for it. And one thing that's nice about it is it's already so focused on the space arena that if Raytan is trying to get into space with this Rio Durant, which seems likely, and really rumble in there, Jason is going to have some serious threats as we start the game off. Raytan getting out just a humble 2-3, get some indirect when defeated, followed by an even more humble Dark Trooper with that 3-3 vanilla in the ground arena.
Yeah, the Imperial Dark Trooper there, kind of an updated version of the classic Battlefield Marine. 2-cost command unit, 3-3 with no text other than traits. But the Battlefield Marine was a heroism unit, and the Imperial Dark Trooper is a villainy one.
Yeah, exactly. This is see, we're starting already. Actually, Volt Scarus's Defender coming down as well, and then just like you're saying, that Imperial trait on there being important, as we're going to see a Long Live the Empire for some resource flow, a little bit of ramp here from Jason going to the next turn, because all Jason wants to do is drop these gigantic ships using Admiral Piet. So Raytan getting that start in space, multiple ships swinging in for damage, but Jason is going to try to gain control of the game and sort of stabilize really quickly here using Piet's ability to discount capital ships.
Yeah, and it's interesting here. Volt Scarus's Defender rewards you for having discarded a card from your hand or deck, but Raytan did not actually do that. So it is the Defender here is just a 3-3 in the Space Arena, does not get that shield token, but still has an on attack ability that can damage a space unit and exhaust it, which Jason might actually be rather unhappy to see, given that Admiral Piet decks tend to run powerful space units that could easily be disrupted here by Volt Scarus's Defender.
Yeah, I think that Volscaris' Defender could be just a huge part of this game, but we actually see Ray swinging in with this right away, getting in the damage as Jason goes for the Admiral Piet deploy into the ground arena. So the leader has hit play already, is now discounting all capital ships by 2 as we see the MC-30 coming down from Piet, discounted by 2, still 2 resources left on Jason's side to contend with that Razor Crest dropped by Raytan.
Yeah, Razor Crest here is a potentially quite strong card. I believe this is the version of Razor Crest from the Jump to Lightspeed set, where when a pilot attaches to it, you have the ability to bounce a unit. But in this case, it might not necessarily be that effective because Jason does not have a unit that costs 2 or less or a unit that costs 4 or less on the field. So neither of these exhausts is necessarily going to work. However, with the initiative here, Raytan does have the option to attack with Volt Scarus's Defender and use that on attack ability to exhaust his opponent's powerful capital ship.
It does seem like what we're going to see happen. I think the linchpin for this game is going to be whether or not this Piet sticks, because in one more turn, Jason will have the resources with that Piet discount to drop Ravager. And I think Ravager hitting play can immediately turn this game completely on its head. But this turn alone, we're looking at a Devastator deploying. I think I saw it in Jason's hand as well. So a lot of control for Jason to be able to do things like remove that Volt Scarus's Defender. And Raytan needs to really get some aggression going on this turn, which is it is going to be the deploy turn for the Rio Durant leader. So certainly a turn where a lot of damage is going to come in very fast. But if Jason keeps control of the game, Jason going to the next turn, especially with Piet in play, will be pretty decisive, I think.
Yeah, and it is worth noting that Rio Durant leader has an interesting quirk where he gives +3/+5 in Saboteur if he deploys as a pilot. And if the unit that he attaches to is a transport, it gives a further +1. So it's essentially 4/5 instead of 3/5. That's a big chunk of stats, but Raytan also has to be careful here because Jason is playing an aggression deck. Aggression is the aspect with the strongest upgrade removal, and we could easily see Rio Durant being defeated here if we do have an Outer Rim Constable or similar. Let's see what Jason has. Raytan does deploy.
Yeah, coming on to that Razor Crest, which
Oh,
is a
look at this.
transport.
A whole pile of plot cards here from
Oh,
Raytan.
this is
I
a
don't think he has
ton
enough
of.
resources to play all of those.
No, I don't think so either. But
You have to
there are
reveal
some.
all your plots at the same time, so that's maybe what he's doing here. Looks like we could see a Grindan and then one of the snub fighters there that can exhaust. I believe it's the lurking snub fighter, which we could see used to exhaust that frigate, and that would make sense as to why Ray would not go for the immediate attack with Volt Scarus's defender.
I think Ray's gonna see the result of this Garindin and then decide whether they're plotting the lurking snub or the sudden ferocity based on if they're able to like clear potentially the answer from Jason's hand that would make that sudden ferocity feel a little bit stronger.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder what card was named here. Maybe you name the Outer Rim Constable there just to try and sweep for upgrade removal since you've just flipped Rio Durant and you really want him to stick for the +4/+5 on that transport. Um,
Obviously,
r-
Devastator is the math right now. Piet can play that, and that's the premier 8-drop capital ship. So
yeah.
that'd be a heads up from Raytan to get rid of that, because then Jason has to kind of readapt the game plan.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm not immediately seeing anything discarded though. I think Ray was maybe writing down what cards he had seen in Jason's hand, but it does appear that Gurundan may have missed here.
Yeah, it's possible. That's possible right now. And if Garandon misses, then the lurking snub fighter is maybe safer. Or okay, getting to take the look here. See what's in hand. Interrogation droid is playable as well, off aspect even here. So that does make the sudden ferocity a bit scary to try and play on something because it can be just disabled pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think that these Piet decks often play Interrogation Droid, and you can either play it out of aspect or you can get it into play for free with the Invisible Hand unit,
Yep,
which is
exactly.
a pretty potent tactic and maybe even the primary way to get that Interrogation Droid going. Okay, and now we are going to see the Lurking Snub Fighter played there with plot by Raytan, exhausting the frigate. And after a complicated action, Jason decisively plays the interrogation droid. Did not need to think about it for long. Razor Crest quickly exhausted.
Yeah, I played a good amount of this red Piet deck. It's a personal favorite deck of mine. The interrogation droid, I learned pretty early on. I resourced it a lot in my early games, and then I had to stop doing that because playing it from hand is actually just as potent in many game scenarios as getting it for free off that invisible hand. So this is an exact scenario where Jason clearly knows his stuff too, holding on to that interrogation droid for this moment, saying, once you flip that pilot out, I'm going to slow that down because, of course, Jason needs to play the long game in this matchup, not stave off as much damage as possible, get to the point where Devastator, Ravager, these are the cards that just win him the game.
Yeah, and I think that's a cool play that kind of showcases the flexibility of Star Wars Unlimited's aspect system. That interrogation droid isn't in Jason's aspects, but he can still play it for 4 with the aspect penalty included. Ray swings with Volt Scarus's defender, and that space unit uses its on attack ability to deal 1 damage to Jason's frigate. Um, and it looks like Jason considered attacking there with Admiral Piet for 2 damage to Raytan's base, but is actually opting to take the initiative instead.
I like that a lot. If Jason does draw into that Ravager, the Ravager alone can just simply remove that Razor Crest from play and put Raytan into a pretty tough situation to be able to get enough damage through. Now, of course, 10 damage already dealt. That's 20 HP remaining on Jason's base. And obviously a lot of stuff going on here. Oh, here's the other thing. The Gazanti Assault Cruiser from Ashes of the Empire is going to allow the MC-30 to attack, supporting it and giving it this on attack against Sentinel as well. So this is actually pretty nice and is going to force Raytan to throw something else into that MC-30 for the turn. Well, Jason is still sitting on a lot of resources, and this Piet actually can be used twice this turn to get this MC-30 as well. It's just all capital ships cost 2 less while Piet remains in play.
Yeah, now Raytan can attack past the Gazanti assault carrier with
Hmm,
the with the Razor Crest unit there piloted by Rio Durant. Rio Durant
you're
does
right.
confer saboteur, but the smaller ships, at least one of them will have to attack into that frigate rather than going for Jason's base.
It's kind of about staving off just as much damage as possible here, and I think that's what Jason is trying to play to right now, knowing that there's not that much damage that needs to be dealt. But this is going to be strong, just like you're saying, Tower. That Saboteur now in aggressive negotiations played on the Razor Crest with that Rio Durant pilot. That's going to swing in for what is that, +5 damage as well, bringing Jason all the way to 22. Already dealt 8 more to close it. A Saboteur is in play to get around any Sentinels. Jason suddenly is out of the driver's seat and into the fire here, needing to close things off pretty quickly. The Invisible Hand, a great play though.
Yeah, Invisible Hand, we were talking about this card earlier, the when played and when this unit completes an attack effect, allowing you to search the top 8 cards of your deck for a droid unit, reveal it, draw it, and potentially play it for free if it's cheap, and we are going to see a unit played for free. But I'm not sure.
It's a mouse droid.
Yeah, I'm not sure that it's gonna matter very much in this case. That's not the highest impact unit possible. There are some really crazy plays you can do with the Invisible Hand. I think the interrogation droid that we were discussing earlier is very high value from it. I think that on the other hand, in this case, might not necessarily be the highest value from that ability. And I think that purple token there indicates that we do have a Sentinel in play. But it does not necessarily matter that much because the saboteur granted by the Rio Durant pilot can get past any pesky sentinels the opponent might have.
Yet swinging in as well. Just some attacks being traded right now from these players waiting to be the first one to break, to take initiative, to go into the next turn. Raytan just needing to deal 7 more damage, but has that Saboteur, so it looks like it's a pack it up moment right there as Raytan does take that victory in game 1.
Yeah, it looks like Jason maybe attacked with his Admiral Piet leader there, and then Raytan maybe taking the initiative and pointing out that he has enough damage there to win in one attack. Not entirely sure, but it looks like that's going to wrap it up. It did, like Jason was able to ramp, able to start bringing out the capital ships, but the high stats of that Razor Crest unit piloted by the Rio Durant leader and crucially gaining Saboteur to sneak past the Sentinels proved to be too much for Jason's deck to deal with, at least here in game 1.
The 710 Saboteur in space. It's an absolute monster. I was playing a Rio Durant deck for a while in the Lawless Time meta. I posted a video on my channel for that one as well. It's a fun deck that used shadow cloaking, just to off aspect to get the ready up that Rio Durant and swing twice in a row with that shield. So I find that Rio Durant's fairly under-respected for the amount of raw damage this leader deals. And there we saw a perfect example of that Rio Durant just crashing in for crazy amounts of damage with that Saboteur and just being so hard to deal with. Now, if Jason had found that Ravager, I think it's a totally different game, right? But even the Ravager actually does not alone take the Rio Durant off. It takes a lot to be able to get that Razor Crest Rio Durant off the board.
Yeah, I think it can be very strong. Your best option might be to use upgrade removal, but Jason did not necessarily have it. And if he had upgrade removal, it might have been removed by Garindan anyway. I'm not entirely sure what card is named, but was named there. But Outer Rim Constable would be a very reasonable call. And even in a world where the opponent does have an upgrade removal, you do have some flexibility with Rio Durant as a pilot leader. You could always deploy to the ground arena instead of as a pilot upgrade and start attacking as a ground unit. And I believe Rio Durant has Saboteur on his unit side as well. So it could be kind of tricky to stop one way or the other.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that was really well piloted by Ray Tan, showing the potency of that leader. You can't count him out. Don't sit down and see a Rio and go, okay, well, this is going to be an easy game, right? It's not a Cad Bane. I don't have to worry about it. That was decisive.
Yeah, Rio Durant might not be the most popular leader, but like you said, Dan, I would not count him out. I have actually played a fair few games with Rio Durant myself, and I think there's some cool stuff there. Now, I wasn't playing the thermal oscillator at the time, but maybe Raytan's figured something out here. I think aggro decks in particular don't necessarily need to have as high HP as others, since you're trying to make the game about your opponent's HP. And thermal oscillator and the reduced minimum deck size there might be just what Raytan needs to, maybe you're just trying to draw those aggressive negotiations more consistently.
Yeah, I think finding aggressive more often, finding those plot cards more often, because those are obviously super strong as well. Like, you have to rely on things like Ridden, like you said, to get rid of the upgrade removal that counters your deck. But I also think that just having built this deck, I'm sure you can relate to this too. Transports, there's some good ones, but not a ton of good ones, right? So just being able to lower the deck size so you don't even need to pad out your deck with as many mediocre ships feels pretty good.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Dan. So the transport trait does synergize with Rio Durant. That's an extra point of power when he is deployed as an upgrade onto a transport. And as you say, there are some good transports, but it's not the most common keyword in the game. So maybe that thermal oscillator is giving Raytan more transport reliability as well.
Yeah, we'll see if that reliability gives him a reliable second win here as we go into game 2 of round 3 of our Indianapolis sector qualifier here, season 2 of Star Wars Unlimited's competitive play. Jason with the initiative. Now, this Admiral Piet deck wants to try and command his presence a little bit more. Starting with one of our cool Lawless Time units here. This gets played a lot in this deck just to reduce the cost to play those big drops earlier. It's the Honor Bound Partisan.
Yeah, and perhaps somewhat expectedly, Raytan is going to start us off in space. As we see the Black Sun Crime Syndicate making an appearance here with that Black Sun Patroller, a 2-cost 2/2 shielded unit. Very solid early play there from Raytan. This is a 2 for a 2/2 shielded in space is very strong.
I've flipped a lot of Rios onto Black Sun Patrollers because it just tends to stick. It tends to be the one that makes it to the flip turn in a lot of cases. We'll see if that's the case here for Jason. Swinging in with the Honor Bound Partisan, getting some damage onto Raytan's base. Now, that cost reduction for the Partisan doesn't take place unless it's defeated, so that is something to keep in mind here, and it's likely to not happen unless Jason makes it happen himself. But there is the stolen AT hauler, a monster for Rio. This is, in fact, a transport, already gigantic stats as a 4/5 also.
Yeah, the stolen AT hauler, very efficient unit, but with a downside here. When it is defeated, the opponent can play it from your discard pile for free, which is certainly a major obstacle. But 3 for a 4/5 in space is an excellent stat line. And it looks like Raytan using Rio Durant's leader ability here, spending a resource to attack with the stolen AT hauler for 5 instead of 4.
Yeah, forget that Rio has a front side sometimes, but still being able to punch in that extra damage is nice. That MC30 now dropped, of course, the superior statted unit. This is where the AT hauler is a little riskier, right? If you're gonna do a heist, you're gonna steal an AT hauler. You really don't want to run into opposing capital ships that can clear it so easily. But maybe what if you steal a second AT hauler?
Yeah, Jason here can potentially attack with that assault frigate, clear out one of the stolen AT hauler units, and then replay it. But that would leave another stolen AT hauler still on the field for Rio Durant to potentially deploy onto.
Yeah, this is a matter of Raytan just trying to build out and have enough options, have something to be able to put this Rio onto, but has already put some significant damage down on Jason's base. That's 9 damage dealt, and the goal is just to soften up the base enough for that Rio to be decisive, right? So here is exactly what we're talking about. The MC30 coming in, not trading, but in fact just eating that stolen AT hauler, being left alive with 1 HP, and now Jason can take an action at any point to freely play that AT hauler from Raytan's discard, but the other AT hauler lingering, and now this is the Rio Durant leader deploy turn, so we'll see what Raytan does to kind of push the game into his favor.
Yeah, and it is worth noting that Rio Durant allowing Saboteur to potentially sneak past the Sentinel here, and even if that weren't the case, that Black Sun Patroller is poised to potentially remove the assault frigate while staying on the field thanks to its shield token.
I do think that Gozanti Assault Carrier was just an incredible addition to these Piet decks. It is another early drop capital ship to set kind of everything that you're trying to do up here. But Rio just happens to be, I think, a pretty good counter to these, at least these early capital ship drops, right? If Jason gets to the later ones, it's a different story. But here we see the deployment of Rio Durant and then the reveal, double plot reveal, starting with that Garandon and then easily moving into that sudden ferocity. Now, Raytan has a little bit more information going into this Garandon name as far as what Jason might be playing, but of course the sideboard could have changed things as well. So we'll see if anything is named and hit out of Jason's hand here before that sudden ferocity is determined.
Yeah, let's see what happens here.
I think you're right that Tower naming Outer Rim Constable still is pretty solid to name. And given that Piet already kind of committed to a play and is also not on the ramp line that Jason was
Yeah.
on in the first game, Devastator isn't really something that Raytan is worried about dropping right now. In fact, nothing is worried about really being played this turn. So it's a matter of what needs to be hit. And there we do see the Ravager in Jason's hand. So this could come up pretty soon. There is a Dark Probe droid, but that is actually just hitting non-unique upgrades. So it can remove the shield off of the patroller, but nothing else. It can remove the sudden ferocity, which is relevant.
Yeah, it looks like Jason going to deploy Admiral Piet. Raytan swings in with an extremely mighty stolen AT hauler unit piloted by Rio Durant and with sudden ferocity. That is once again a huge chunk of damage to be dealing this quickly in the game. Jason is down to just 10 HP left on base. Can he find an out here?
I think this is going to be the obviously the determining turn here because that is a lethal AT hauler on board. Looking at Jason's hand, we see a Chimera off aspect that was drawn, but lacking the resources to play either Chimera or Ravager here. Given the Piet reduction, it's 8 resources is our max, right? Ravager is 9, and the Chimera also off aspect is 9. It can't hit leaders either for what it's worth, but could put in the key recovery that would put Jason into the non-lethal range. So we'll see what Jason's other plays look like, but it's a scary spot to be in where there has to be an answer. Even something like an interrogation droid would be clutch right now to buy that turn.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there was that dark probe droid that we saw earlier, the DRK-1. That could be played here. Now, it can only defeat non-unique upgrades, so it would not be able to clear the Rio Durant
Oh,
pilot, but could deal with sudden ferocity.
it could, but actually, Jason is playing a little gotcha game right now. He's going to look at the top and try and find an interrogation droid. If
Slowly
there,
revealing each
yes,
card. If he finds interrogation droid, it'll save him at least for now. If he doesn't, I think he's dead next action.
I think so. It has
The
to be the
last
last card.
card.
No,
No.
oh, and that's
Jason
it.
really ratcheting up the tension, looking at those cards one by one, but couldn't find what he needed there to stop Raytan's stolen AT hauler, piloted by Rio Durant. Raytan with the 2-0 win in this match.
That is, I have been in that position so many times too, where you're like, well, Invisible Hand looks at so many cards. It so often finds interrogation droids, and I don't think Jason saw any yet that game. So thinking that odds are good, there's an interrogation droid in here, and then I can buy the time to be able to try and clear this Rio off the board. Unfortunately for Jason, the cards didn't come up in his favor. The Invisible Hand came up empty handed in that exchange. So that is going to be Raytan taking that, showing the power, man, of that Rio Durant. It's crazy to see it pop off.
Yeah, really cool, and I appreciate the flair for the dramatic that we saw with that one by one card reveal. But now we're going to be moving to our backup match. We have Ryan Terpstra here playing Ahsoka Tano with the Alliance Outpost, probably my favorite
Interesting.
base in the game, and actually one of my favorite cards in the game. And he's playing against Ryan Hayes here, who is using the Rose Tico leader from Jump to Lightspeed.
I have heard rumblings of this Rose Tico deck because of its ability to recover the damage that Cad Bane deals to your units, right? It's kind of a cool little sneaky off meta choice to play, bringing this in under the chopper base. So we have a yellow, blue, or cunning vigilance deck here. I'm really curious to see Ryan Terpstra's interpretation of Ahsoka with that Alliance Outpost, though. I agree, Tower. Very interesting. This should be a fun matchup as they are already on game 3. So both players definitely playing decks that can take it all the way.
Yeah, it should be interesting to see how this one goes. Ryan Hayes leading us off here with a very powerful card, but one that's not always seen, Corona 4. That's a very strong space unit, but because it is in this cunning vigilance heroism aspect combination, you don't always see people playing it. Ryan Terpstra brings out Yaddle.
Yeah, Yaddle, one of these units that has these stats that make it a prime target for Corona 4 to combine the on attack with the one defeated to be able to defeat it off the board if there's anything to kind of ram the Corona 4 into. But otherwise, Ryan likely just to utilize the fact that I think he's going to play a lot of vehicles in this deck. And if any damage starts to be dealt, kind of like in the way that the new Ashes Luke Skywalker does, just tries to gain that board advantage over time by healing the damage after he trades into the opponent's various units.
Yeah. And it is worth noting that while she is, I believe, from the jump to light speed set, this Rose Tico leader is not a pilot. So she will perhaps be deploying to the ground arena and just swinging for normal damage. However, Ryan Terpstra looks to be on the ground right now, while Ryan Hayes has the advantage in space.
Yeah, that both players just kind of lane dodging right now. We see the build out of the Hu Yang into the Owen Lars as well. So just a lot of ground and a lot of recovery, right? That's already built out. That Yaddle, that Owen Lars. This is a lot of restore that's already there. So if Ryan is trying to race in space, it's going to be pretty difficult because pound for pound, restore tends to take your exchange of life well above just raw damage on units. So something that Ryan has to be aware of going into this. Now, of course, Rose, as you said, not a pilot and actually reasonably statted as a 4/6 leader on the 5 deploy turn. So Ryan might certainly be able to clear things as we see that Ebon Hawk swinging in right away with this disclose to try and punch in a lot of damage.
Yeah, and there's a good chunk of damage there on Ryan Terpstra's base. Ryan Hayes taking his first damage from the game as that Yaddle unit attacks in for 2, also restoring 1. And it is worth noting that Yaddle, I believe, grants restore 1 to all Jedi units, which does not mean Force units. And that Hu Yang unit is actually a Jedi as well as a droid. So that's going to be an additional point of restore here for Ryan Terpstra.
Correct. Yeah, it's actually this is very interesting so far as we see this blue ace dropping, or sorry, this fireball dropping as well as a sheathipede, but we see both decks employing a lot of ways to try to win this race. Oh, Owen Lars is a monster right now. Is that a dark saber? Yeah, that's a dark saber dropping on Owen Lars. Man, I don't think this is quite canon right now, but the Owen Lars unit now wielding this massive dark saber and is able to start swinging in, getting that restore off, is now a leader as well. Hard to deal with Ryan Hayes' various effects. This is going to be both players trying to manipulate their different lanes to be the stronger one for this race, but it's a battle of all of the damage Ryan can mount in space versus all of the restore, and now this mounting damage that Ryan Terpstra finds in the ground arena. But don't forget that that Ahsoka leader is going to come down at some point on turn 5 and push a ton of damage very fast.
Yes, and I believe that before playing that Darksaber upgrade, Ryan Terpstra used Ahsoka Tano's leader ability to give +2 power to Owen Lars, which then sticks around even after he gets the buff from that Darksaber upgrade. So we end up seeing, I believe, 6 damage from that swing, as well as 2 restore on Ryan Terpstra's base. And I don't know. Ryan Hayes looks to maybe be in some trouble here. There's a lot of restore and now a lot of damage as well on Ryan Terpstra's side of the board.
Yeah, it feels weird to say, hey, I have 4 units in space right now, but I am in danger, even though I'm uncontested here. But it really is Ryan mounting a lot of units that are combining to have a crazy amount of restore, a crazy amount of just raw power, And even though we're going to go into the Rose Tico deploy turn here, and that leader is going to come down and can definitely change the math on some of these things, Ryan's deploy turn is going to be potentially decisive depending on what plot cards he has found for this Ahsoka to bring out to kind of bring the pain in really short order.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think Ahsoka Tano, the leader here, is known for having an extremely strong flip turn under the right circumstances. So, kind of the dream is you flip Ahsoka Tano on 6 resources, and then you play the Naboo Royal Starship unit as well as the Jar Jar Binks unit, both via plot, and then those interact to provide a large buff. And Ahsoka can attack and then grant the buff with support. The buffs from the Naboo Royal Starship apply to whatever unit Ahsoka is supporting, and it can really be a huge chunk of damage all in one turn. But it isn't this turn. It will actually be next turn that Ryan may have the chance to do that. So we'll see how things go before then.
Yeah, the Rose can clean up pretty easily one of those smaller units or continue to just advance Ryan's game plan, which I think is where Ryan is at right now. Just trying to get the damage dealt. Of course, Alliance Outpost is a lower health, non-basic base, right? It's really important to remember that the threshold here is actually 26 for Ryan to deal, and has, despite all of this restore on Ryan Terpstra's side, Ryan Hayes is mounting a lot of damage on this lower HP base. So we're actually going to see this Jar Jar Binks Misa Propose dropping down to get that +2 right now. This isn't being plotted. It's just being played out of hand to continue to push additional damage into Terpstra's favor.
Yeah, the players are racing here, and Ryan Terpstra opting to use that Jar Jar Binks unit to race faster. We very often see this unit played via the plot mechanic, but that when played ability does not require you to have used plot. So that is going to be a +2/+2. And now Ahsoka's ability used there to buff Hu Yang, I believe, as well. Now we see Ryan making his leader deployment, Paige Tico taking the field as a ground unit there. Let's see what happens next.
I think we had a glimpse for a moment of Ryan's resources, and I didn't get a catch at all on which plot cards might be available. The thing that's a little tough about Rose dropping now is this is the point where Ryan gets to kind of determine how to take these actions here, and does have this opportunity to attack in with that Hu Yang to put that damage on to the Rose. I think that's actually a pretty interesting play to make right now, given that they definitely were in a race position earlier, and it looks like Ryan is simply going to attack into base here as well. But that does give Ryan this opportunity. Ryan Terpstra, sorry, there's two Ryans. I got to keep saying the last name. Terpstra, the opportunity to take the initiative here, taking a little bit more damage. Only four
Look at
left.
Look at this, Dan. The Rose
Yeah.
Tico ground unit from a lawless time. Super effective here for Ryan Hayes. Comes into play ready and swings for another 5. Ryan Terpstra is in trouble. That Alliance Outpost base is a strong base, but it only has 26 HP. A single attack here could end the game. I think Ryan Terpstra may need to attack with one of his restore units to clear one of the threats here, and also try and get himself out of range. May need to attack. Let's see. He may need to attack the Rose Tico leader with that Owen Lars. Get the restore 2. That would take him out of range of any of these units in one attack, but he would not exactly be home free.
No, not at all. I was going to say, I think Ryan Terpstra had lined up really well to be able to steal the game with Ahsoka this turn, needing 2 actions to win the game. But that Rose Tico unit changed the math entirely, right? That made it so difficult now. And he decides to attack the Owen into the Rose Tico unit, which is interesting because it doesn't completely remove any threat from the board. So Ryan does need to send another unit, probably that Jar Jar Binks, maybe the Yaddle for the restore, I guess, into the Rose, but still leaves all these space units available. So it's a tough situation to be in, getting to give Ryan Hayes still that attack with that Rose Tico unit. And the Owen Lars looks like it misses on the when defeated as well.
Yeah. I'm not sure that that's the most relevant necessarily, because I'm not sure Ryan Terpstra is going to have the chance to play another unit.
No,
We
I
do
don't think
see
so.
The Rose Tico ground unit swings in 1 HP for Ryan Terpstra, but here's the Luke Skywalker legendary. It's going to hit the whole board.
Wow, that is
What?
crazy.
Oh, but I believe he's off by
He's
1. It's
off a
3
unit.
damage to every unit, and the Sheathipede has 4 HP. So the remaining Sheathipede on 1 HP, the only thing left after that damage, is able to swing in and win the game for Ryan Hayes.
Yep, Ryan does take it with the Rose Tico Vigilance Cunning deck. That's absolutely crazy to see, and not a result. I think if you polled a lot of the Star Wars players in the audience here, I don't think you would have put at 3-0 after round 3 a Rose Tico chopper base list, but you did get to see it pushing a lot of damage there. It really can be fast.
Yeah, that was a really crazy game, Dan. We're seeing some. Yes, we've seen Cad Bane, the most played leader in this tournament by far. Certainly something that is very high profile in the meta. But we're also seeing some games here with kind of crazy units, crazy leaders. Definitely some stuff that you would not necessarily expect, and Ryan Hayes able to get the win with Rose Tico from Jump to Lightspeed, moving on to 3-0 here, and we'll see what happens as the event goes on. I personally, Dan, would love to see one of these more unorthodox decks taking down the win rather than Cad Bane.
Oh, of course. You love to see that, right? You love to see innovation being played. Like when we see decks like Admiral Akbar, like Big O Notation did earlier this year, stealing away these giant events from the known meta. Something where we're going to be watching Ryan Hayes throughout the rest of the day, see if this Rose Tico chopper base list really does have the sauce to deal with Cad Bane. But here we did see it going against another powerful deck in the metagame, Ahsoka Tano on Alliance Outpost, played by Ryan Terpstra, another really well-known player in the game. So not a player at all who's missing lines necessarily, but just coming up short, unfortunately, missing a unit to be able to get that Luke Skywalker ability. And of course, that Sheathipede still living through it. Just everything just slightly off of being able to take the game.
Yeah, very interesting scenario there, and ultimately the Rose Tico leader prevailing. Now, correct me if I'm wrong here, Dan. I'm not sure we saw Rose Tico's actual leader ability used once in that situation. Is that right?
No, we didn't. The vehicles, of course, the players were lane dodging, right? So all of the vehicles, of all of them, the only one that took damage was the fireball. It was self damaged, but it there was at no point a moment where it was necessary to use the Tico leader ability to heal the damage on any of those vehicles because Ryan Terpstra just ignored space entirely, didn't care about it, and losing an action to do that didn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. Now, of course, I think if Ryan ends up against a Cad Bane opponent, that Rose Tico healing ability might become a lot more relevant. But you don't necessarily need to be using your leader's ability in every single game. You can have a leader that has a, more situational effect and kind of play differently in different matchups as the circumstances demand. Certainly, Ryan was able to secure the win without necessarily using that healing. So interesting decisions there with respect to what leader to use. And I do wonder, Dan, do you think that Rose Tico leader there was selected specifically to counter Cad Bane's damage?
Oh, there's no doubt in my mind about that because effectively, if your deck plays enough vehicles, Rose Tico just reads. You can just hold that ability and say after your opponent uses Cad Bane, then undo the Cad Bane because Cad Bane's restriction is that he can only deal damage to things with 2 or more remaining HP. So it's never able to like finish something off. The thing that Cad Bane targets always lives, which means that Rose Tico is always available to just remove that damage while it's relevant. I think it's a cool ability. And I think it's like you were saying, it's a testament to the unique ways that one can play Star Wars Unlimited. You can build to where your main deck, as we saw here, is the thing that leads you to victory for Ryan Hayes, or you can actually just play a deck where it's very dependent on how the leader operates, like the Ahsoka Tano list is, and every deck can kind of play differently that way.
Yeah. Well, that is going to do it for our coverage of the third round of Swiss play here in Indianapolis. Thank you all for tuning in, and we will be back very soon with round 4. I'm Tower number 9, joined here by Dan from Main Deck, and we will be with you with more Star Wars Unlimited coverage. Don't go away. We'll be right back. Welcome back to McClunky Gaming's coverage of the Indianapolis Sector Qualifier. I'm Tower Number 9, joined here by Josh Snyder, and we're about to be moving into the fourth round of Swiss play. Josh, how are you feeling?
Feeling really good, got some lunch, and while I was getting lunch, Tower, I had the absolute privilege of watching you guys cast Raytan on Rio Durant Thermal Oscillator. I think that was probably the most surprising thing that we're going to see this weekend, and it was absolutely awesome. I'm here for it, and I am now rooting for Raytan this weekend.
Yeah, we've seen some unusual decks. That thermal oscillator, not a base that has had as much success as people thought it might early on. In fact, it's become very obscure, but maybe Raytan is onto something there. We saw that interesting deck with the Rose Tico leader from Jump to Light Speed. So had maybe a big chunk of the meta today, but there are also people kind of challenging that with some more unusual builds.
Yeah, I do love to see these unusual builds, these rogue decks coming in, and just really getting a glimpse of how players are choosing to attack this meta, knowing that CAD was going to be a solid 20% of the meta. That's what we've been seeing in these major events in the Ashes of the Empire. So I think players were expecting it. And it's very cool to see how these players have tuned these different builds to kind of attack it. Now, we know Rose Tico. We saw Rose, and I know you and Dan were talking a little bit about how Rose can counter CAD, has that ability to heal off those space units that get pinged by CAD's ability. And that is great. I am curious, though, from your standpoint and seeing that Rio Durant build that Ray Tan was sporting, do you think there's any real pushback in the CAD matchup there? Or do you feel like that particular deck, it was clearly a heavy space deck, wanted to be aggressive in the space lane? Is there really any specific play you think into CAD if CAD just does his normal space curve and that normal space interaction that we've been seeing?
Yeah, I'd be interested to see it in action and see whether or not the Rose deck has what it takes there. I think that, probably what you're hoping for is that CAD ends up more on the ground than in space and is trying to ping you off and you can heal out of it. But it would be interesting to see a matchup where you had the CAD deck getting its space plays and Rose combating that. you know, maybe it would be able to get through anyway. We do have some cards like Corona 4, which can be very efficient, but I'd have to see it in action to really know more.
Definitely. Now, coming in early in day one, Tower, what are you thinking? I know that you said CAD probably has to be the favorite. Based on what we've seen early in this tournament, is there any shifts in your mindset on what the outlook of this tournament's going to be?
I think Cad Bane is still the favorite, but we'll see what happens. The favorite wins sometimes, but not all the time.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. And if you were unable to attend this sector qualifier in Indianapolis, there's another sector qualifier in the United States just 2 weeks away. And McClunky Gaming will be streaming that one again, and that will be in Dallas, Fort Worth. It will be a limited planetary qualifier. So if that is your thing, and if you haven't got your tickets yet, definitely do that today. And speaking of these sector qualifiers, Tower, one other really cool thing that is implemented now is these open tournaments that take place on day two. If the players don't make day two in the main event, they can take place or participate in the open tournament, which is another way these players can get qualified for the Galactic Championship.
Yeah, this is something that I think is really cool about Star Wars Unlimited. You go to these events, and I've been to some events in other games before where if you don't make the next phase of the event, there's not really necessarily a lot for you there. It might just be, well, I didn't make it. I guess I'll just hang out with my friends, or I guess, maybe I'll play, more casually or whatever. And at Star Wars Unlimited events, there are often a plethora of side events and other things going on that means that even if you aren't excelling in the main tournament, there's still other stuff that you can do. I remember even more than a year ago now in Denver, I came very close to making day two, but missed my win in. And then day two, I was hanging out with people, playing some Twin Suns, had a lot of fun. And these
Definitely.
opens are kind of an additional level to that. And I think it helps make these events more appealing, even for people who don't necessarily think they're going to take the whole thing down.
And I do love that because not everyone has that ultra competitive mindset. A lot of players do go to these events for the community aspect and to have fun. And given the varying aspects of the event and these different tournaments and different side events, etc., that are being offered, it really gives something for everyone, and I do love to see that. That was really highlighted at the Galactic Championship last month. We saw so many amazing side events taking place in different connect spaces and ways to meet artists and see awesome props, etc. It really was the big show of Star Wars Unlimited. So definitely plan on being in Disneyland next May for the 2027 Galactic Championship. But do love what FFG has done with these major events, giving the community something that they really enjoy as we get ready for round number 4 of this day 1 in Indiana here. And it's going to be 8 rounds of Swiss total towers. So we're closing in on that halfway point, and we're closing in on a point where players really have a good note on exactly what they need to do to finish the day and make sure they lock a spot in day 2.
Yeah. And, I think we've seen here on the crowd cam, the parents have gone out, the players have gotten seated, and I think we're going to be moving on to that fourth round very shortly as soon as we have the full setup running at our streaming tables here. Should be interesting to see how this one goes. As you were saying, Josh, there's a lot of events still. There's potentially those side events and opens and stuff tomorrow as well for those who don't make it. But we will be here today and tomorrow covering the main event.
And another huge thing to call out is these sector qualifiers, the attendance really taking off here, seeing another 500 players sector qualifier. We had 500 players in Berlin last weekend for the opening sector qualifier of season 2. And now we continue that trend, and players are excited right now, Tower. And what's really cool is you're seeing this amount of players, even when we have such a dominant deck right now, and Cad Bane Vigilance has really been terrorizing the field ever since the Galactic Championship. But players really have a great enthusiasm of the game right now, and that's something that I love to see, and I can't wait to see this momentum carry forward as we continue on in season 2.
Yeah, I think the Star Wars Unlimited organized play has been very strong. And I think another thing that's really cool is how it has improved over time. I really enjoyed organized play in Star Wars Unlimited, kind of from the get-go. But I think that the overall level of many of these events has been increasing. FFG has been, learning from past events, making improvements, listening to the community, and I think they're doing quite a good job. All right. Well, here we are. We have Stan Gask versus Thomas Russell here. Stan is running the Lando Calrissian leader from A Lawless Time and has a vigilance base, the Fortress of the Great Mothers, while Thomas Russell is using the Director Krennic leader from A Lawless Time also on a vigilance base, and it's the same one, the Fortress of the Great Mothers. So we have two Lawless Time leaders, both likely making some use of credit tokens and both on the same vigilance base. This should be an interesting match.
I totally agree with you, Tower. This is definitely one I'm looking forward to, and it's two decks that are going to be going late. We know both of these decks have the late game bombs. Of course, they can also both ramp into some of these bombs thanks to the credit tokens that both of these leaders can generate. And then on Thomas's side with Krennic, you also have things like that expendable mercenary, could see the resupply carrier, so some actual hard ramp generating more resources. as it does appear that Stan is going to be starting with the initiative in the opening game. And Stan Gask, a part of the team that brought this Lando Vigilance deck to the spotlight at the Galactic Championship last month, and one of his teammates did end up in the top cut. And I believe you and I casted that match, Tower, where his teammate fell to Darth Vader and that pilot leader in a close match. But now Stan off to the races, 3-0 with this build, and we'll see what he has in store for us as game one is underway. It is the action ability for Lando Calrissian to start things out. These particular builds of Lando, the players are calling Vigilance early. It is a deck that is fully on the Vigilance aspect, so it will be a hit every time, generally, unless they've made some changes to the deck and we get that credit token early. And Thomas is going to do the same thing. That Android coming down, it's defeated with Krennic. He draws a card, does Thomas, and generates that credit token.
Yeah, both players getting going with that credit generation. It'll be interesting to see whether these players potentially have any sideboard options to counter the opponent's credits. That could be very desirable. We could see, for instance, Lieutenant Gorn from Stan, or maybe Thomas playing Termin Barcona. But I doubt those cards are going to be in main deck, so it might be something for later. However, Galen Urso here from Stan can name credit and turn off the opponent's credit tokens.
That is absolutely right. I was just going to say, speak of an answer to the credits, and that is what Galen Urso can do, can shut it down as Thomas plays the Night Sister Warrior, once again defeating his own unit with the credit, or the Krennic action ability to generate the credit and draw yet another card off of the when defeated ability. And Stan once again has the initiative. So we go into the 4 resource turn.
Okay.
3 quick damage with Galen Urso. First damage of game number 1. And Thomas Russell playing the Imperial Armored Commando, that fantastic new Shielded Sentinel out of Ashes of the Empire. And Stan going to continue that credit generation with the Lando action ability. And put his own Shielded Sentinel in the ground arena tower. So now was the Bunta Eve Flag Bearer, one that I believe this is a new include in this deck for Stan. That was the card that was discarded off of that Lando action ability. Thomas has the initiative as we go into the 5 resource turn. 2 credits to work with for Thomas, but indeed, if Galen Urso was shutting down credits, those credits would not be an option. But No Glory Only Results is going to be taking control of Galen Urso unit and defeating it. So now the credits can be back online for Thomas Russell as we go over to Stan Gask, who now has 5 resources, 1 credit to work with, and a couple shielded units, a couple shielded sentinels staring at one another in the ground arena.
Yeah, that's a funny scenario here, Josh. A standoff between 2 shielded sentinels. Stan with the weaker of the 2, the droid laser turret there, not standing up to the Imperial Armored Commando stats-wise.
And look at that tower, the Lando Calrissian action ability used once again for Stan, and it discards the Bo-Katan. So he gets the credit token, but definitely don't love to see Bo-Katan, one of your big late game bombs and closers, being taken out here from the deck. Thomas Russell now playing that expendable mercenary to try and get some hard ramp off of that when defeated ability.
Yeah, Stan does have a lot of resources here, but I'm not sure if he has any great answers there necessarily. I think there's a good chance we're going to see the expendable mercenary ramping things up for Thomas Russell.
Lando Calrissian is deployed for Stan Gask. He will defeat 1 credit token and generate 3. So Stan up to 4 credit tokens, essentially having 10 resources to work with if you include those 4 credit tokens. And speaking of Bo-Katan Kryze, here she is. The credit tokens used up all but 1, and that Imperial Armored Commando to the wayside, getting -3/-3, an experience token given to the Lando Calrissian leader unit. And Stan has quite the board here in the ground arena. Big advantage over Thomas.
Yeah, Josh, Stan might not have been too happy to mill off that Bo-Katan ground unit with Lando's ability, but ultimately, with another one in hand, it wasn't necessarily a huge concern. And that -3/-3 is a great way to deal with the 3 HP but shielded Imperial Armored Commando. Clears the way for Lando to swing in, now with a buff from Bo-Katan. And the damage is really adding up for Thomas Russell. Plus, he doesn't have a single unit on this field, but we did see the ramp go off successfully, and this could potentially be a big turn for Thomas Russell.
Know if Thomas Russell is running it, but we might need to see something wild like an out of aspect single reactor ignition, but it's actually going to be the Annihilator instead. Using up the credits, the Annihilator comes down, will defeat Bo-Katan, and that when defeated, or excuse me, that when play that defeats Bo-Katan allows Thomas to look through Stan's hand and the rest of the deck to discard any other copies of Bo-Katan. So now all 3 copies of Bo-Katan in the discard pile for Stan. Thomas has worked his way through that big threat.
Yeah, with Annihilator showing up, milling off a copy of Bo-Katan, not a big deal at all because you're going to lose every copy anyway. Annihilator, one of the strongest closers in the game in a certain sense, but did not necessarily see as much play as some others due to its enormous cost of 11. However, with Director Krennic's ability to get some credits, that is going to be enough for the Annihilator to take the field here. Being a 12-12 stat line in space is no joke either.
No, that is a massive capital ship for Thomas Russell in the space arena. And what this also does open up is that Director Krennic can deploy and have the Annihilator deal damage equal to its power to one of Stan's units. So I think that Lando Calrissian could be short-lived here unless Stan has a response immediately to this Annihilator. Stan has 7 resources plus a credit token. Does he have a play to answer the Annihilator? And I believe he does, Tower. That direct hit for 4, defeating the non-leader vehicle unit. Now, Thomas Russell does have the when defeated trigger and will be able to go and defeat one of these other units. And it is going to be the droid laser turret, but pretty big response there for Stan because now that Krennic can't take anything out with that when deployed ability.
Yeah, and it's interesting here. We do see the droid laser turrets being removed from the deck, but there's kind of a strange dynamic here where getting the droid laser turrets out of your deck is arguably positive for Stan at this point in the game.
That's a fair
Droid
call out
laser
for
turret
sure.
isn't an irrelevant card in the late game, but you're removing like 3 cost units and increasing the density of your more powerful cards. It's kind of an interesting dynamic.
I love that shout, Tower. I think that's a great point. And now an interesting spot once again for Thomas as he has the next action to take, has used up all of his resources. So it's either a Director Krennic or unless he's got some other kind of trick up his sleeve that we're not aware of. But again, if Krennic deploys on an empty board on Thomas's side, then that when deployed ability just doesn't do anything and won't be able to try and hit multiple units.
Yeah,
And
let's see here.
it's worth noting that Krennic is a 4/9 when he deploys. So at the very least, Thomas Russell could get rid of that Barris Offie if Stan doesn't put anything in the way like another Sentinel unit.
Now, Director Krennic, while a leader that deploys later on in the game, does have a fair amount of power. I think generally speaking, a lot of players have tended to use earlier game leaders. And Director Krennic, even without a unit, you are getting a 4/9 stat line here. And those are pretty big numbers.
And here
Ooh, but
comes a strong
Casca
play.
Reeves.
Yeah, Casca's so good. Essentially, Stan getting that Sentinel unit as Thomas did deploy the Director Krennic. And Director Krennic has to go into Casca, and now it is a total of 8 more damage pouring through into Thomas's base with Stan's Lando Calrissian leader unit attacking for 5, the Barris Offee unit attacking for 3. And Thomas Russell has the initiative, but he only has 9 HP left on base. And right now, Stan is showing lethal in the ground arena.
That Costco Reeves ground unit is so powerful. For 4, not only do you get a 4/4 conditional sentinel, but the when played ability also often creates a Mandalorian token, which itself enables the sentinel ability on Casca. So Stan not only absorbed an attack from Director Krennic and dealt some damage back, but he was left with that Mandalorian token still on the field after the exchange.
Now Moff Gideon, a sentinel for Thomas, but with that experience token on Lando Calrissian lining up perfectly to the 5 HP that Moff Gideon had. So once again, the ground arena is open with no sentinels. Director Krennic on Thomas's side will attack into Barris Offee, defeating her. As we go back over to Stan Gask, has 8 resources available. We'll go ahead and finish off the Director Krennic leader unit with that shielded Mandalorian token. Once again, having great position on the board. See what Thomas has now with 6 ready resources.
6 resources here for Thomas Russell. What will he do with them? No credits this time. Looks like Anakin Skywalker.
Okay, well, it's certainly a way to start cleaning things up. The -3/-3 given to the Mandalorian token. Taking out the token unit, and now Stan is going to play a massive 7/7, the Captain Rex unit, into the ground arena, as Thomas Russell does claim the initiative and does have several options in hand. It's quite a bit of cards in hand, actually, for Thomas, and he does have some of those late game bombs, so certainly not over yet. Can Thomas Russell stabilize here and continue drawing out this opening game of round number 4 in Indianapolis?
Yeah, these are both decks that have powerful late game plays to be making here. But Stan does have the advantage right now, but with a somewhat stronger board. And maybe more importantly than the current cards on the board, Stan also has 21 damage on his opponent's base, while his own base has yet to sustain a single hit.
Here is some damage on Thomas Russell's base being healed as Captain Rex is lost and forgotten. So Rex defeated, 3 damage healed from Thomas's base, but now 5 damage pours in, up to 23 damage on for Thomas Russell. Anakin Skywalker, the champion of Mortis, will attack into Lando, but it's not quite enough to take Lando leader unit down. He still has 1 HP remaining. I tell you what, Tower, Stan has gotten so much value out of that 1 experience token on Lando from Bo-Katan earlier in the game.
That is absolutely right, Josh. Even a simple +1/+1 can really add up over the course of several attacks and interactions. Not only has it allowed Stan to deal extra damage to base, it gave him the 5 power that he needed to defeat that Moff Gideon unit in 1 hit, and now it's keeping him alive in a situation where that Lando Calrissian leader unit would otherwise have been defeated by the Anakin Skywalker unit there.
Dan was certainly hoping that Thomas did not have a cheap sentinel there, as he just claimed the initiative. Stan Gask did not spend any resources last turn. It was the Imperial Armored Commando coming down for Thomas Russell, but here is Pre Vizsla on the opening action for Stan Gask of this phase, defeating both of those ground units. The ground arena now open for Lando once again, and it's 2 Mandalorian tokens created for Stan. A massive play as Thomas Russell does respond with Latz Razi, getting an experience token, dealing 3 damage to Lando Calrissian. So Thomas finally able to deal with Stan's leader unit.
Certainly a strong, certainly a strong play there, but I think Thomas is going to have to find an answer as well to that Pre-Vizsla. Pre-Vizsla is such a strong card that Stan is playing it out of aspect.
Absolutely is. Now Thomas Russell going to put a Sentinel into play. That when played from Costco Reeves, giving Thomas a Mandalorian token, which gives Costco Reeves unit Sentinel. But once again, Stan has to get through the Sentinel to continue applying pressure on Thomas's base. And it's also worth noting that in hand, I see Thomas has a copy of Chimera, so there could be a moment here if Stan cannot close out in the relatively near future. Thomas Russell may have a chance to slam down Chimera and start stabilizing this game one.
Chimera very synergistic with Pre-Vizsla here because you can easily defeat those Mandalorian tokens in order to defeat an enemy unit when you play Chimera. Or if you have Chimera first and then Pre-Vizsla, the units that Pre defeats with his when played ability then provide healing via Chimera.
Dan Gask with the initiative as we are very late into game one. Closing in on about 20 minutes off the clock so far in this round. Pre-Vizsla and a couple Mandalorian tokens in play for Stan Gask. Thomas Russell has Casca Reeves, Latarazi, and a Mandalorian token as well. So a Sentinel preventing immediate damage to his base. And now Stan Gask going to bring out the Mandalorian, the 4-cost 5/4 unit from Ashes of the Empire. It's shielded and could help protect maybe that Pre-Vizsla if it were to be dealt damage. Mandalorian has the ability, if another friendly unit would be dealt damage, you can defeat the shield token on the Mandalorian to prevent that damage. So it's essentially a shield for any one of the units you want it to be on. But Thomas Russell has his own Pre-Vizsla. The Pre-Vizsla wars have begun. It is the Mandalorian and one of the tokens defeated on Stan's side. And now Thomas Russell will get 2 more Mandalorian tokens. And now things are really getting quite hairy for Stan Tower because Thomas Russell's ground arena is very imposing.
Yeah, Stan Gask here losing some momentum. Now we do see the Pre-Vizsla unit for Stan attacking and defeating that Casca Reeves ground unit, only to be himself defeated by a Mandalorian token. And now all Stan Gask has on the field is a single Mandalorian token facing off against 3 Mandalorian tokens, the Pre-Vizsla ground unit, and that Latarazi unit as well. But Stan still has several resources up. He's got to do something big with them to avoid losing a lot of momentum this turn.
And here's a huge problem. All 3 copies of Bo-Katan are in Stan's discard pile. So that would be fantastic way to just clean up Thomas's board. Now here's the second best option in Anakin Skywalker, Champion of Mortis, will defeat 2 of Thomas's Mandalorian tokens because Stan has both a heroism and a villainy card in the discard pile. But Thomas Russell has the initiative, tons of cards in hand, and we'll see if he has a way to first action efficiently deal with Anakin. Of course, the Pre-Vizsla can just attack Anakin, but Anakin has to know that wouldn't be enough. He has to have something else because Anakin is lethal, so has to have something from hand, and it looks like he does to stop Anakin's one attack for lethal. There it is. We talked about it not too long ago. Chimera is the play, and that will defeat Anakin Skywalker, Champion of Mortis. 2 damage healed from Thomas's base. And now Thomas Russell really getting close to stabilizing completely here in game one. And we've got to start thinking about the amount of time that this game one is taking.
Chimera, an extremely strong card. The repeat healing there can be so relevant. Looks like Thomas may be trying to set up another heal by potentially clearing that Mandalorian token. Can Stan do anything about it? Yes.
He's got his own Chimera, so Chimera on Stan's side will defeat the other Mandalorian token on Stan's side of the table, and that defeats the Chimera that Thomas just played. Stan back down to 1 damage on base, and now Thomas has to interact with the space arena.
Yes. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Josh, but I believe Thomas might have missed a heal there from his Chimera. I believe there should have been a 2 HP heal when the Mandalorian token on Stan's side of the board was defeated. I think those go off at the same time. Might be wrong, though. And it could be important because this Chimera can swing for lethal, but I don't think it's going to live to do that.
Ravager is the play for Thomas Russell, and that means the Ravager deals 8 damage to that Chimera, and you're absolutely right. Stan Gass once again so close at closing out the game, but Tom Russell has the answer, and now some damage will start coming into Stan's base. Pre-Vizsla connecting for 6 after the Uncle Owen, good old Owen Lars coming out in the ground arena for Stan. Wow.
Now,
And now
Stan looks to maybe be using a bit of stall tactics here. I think he actually used Lando's ability on his opponent's deck there
yeah,
and
absolutely
may
right.
just be trying to buy some time, not entirely sure.
Well, it is one of those things that against these more control-oriented decks, these late-game decks, the Lando does have the ability to shift into a spot where you can just start milling out your opponent's deck with that Lando Calrissian action ability. So absolutely viable here as Stan just has a couple cheap units in the ground arena, that Bunta Eve, Flag Bearer, and Uncle Owen, the Owen Lars unit, and then Thomas Russell with Pre-Vizsla, as Thomas does have the initiative. And at this point, just correcting the damage totals. As you called out perfectly there, Tower, there was supposed to be 2 more damage healed when that Chimera was played on Stan's side and that Mandalorian token was defeated, with Thomas's Chimera still in play.
Yeah, now it's an interesting situation here. Thomas is the only one with like a really major threat on the field, but he's very far behind in terms of overall HP. This Owen Lars is a little odd. If you're Stan, Josh, would you consider crashing Owen into one of your opponent's units to get to do that search and try to find something better?
I think it's certainly a relevant play, but I'm almost wondering if Stan is going to start going the mill route, using that Lando action ability on Thomas's deck, and start just trying to draw things out. Maybe he just wins in this super long grindy game. I don't know, maybe he wants that Restore 2 in play, as it is going to be Casca Reeves, and Casca does bring along the Mandalorian token because that flag bearer was defeated. Thomas Russell has to attack into Casca right away with Pre-Vizsla, leaving 2 HP on the strong-willed ruler unit.
Yeah, this could be an interesting situation here. Owen continuing to heal away here for Stan.
Yeah, I think Stan
23 to
really,
2.
really prioritizing that restore right now. What a long game here to open
Yeah,
things up in
this
round
is
4.
game 1 and we have a little bit more than half an hour to go and the game does not seem necessarily that close to ending, to be honest with you, Josh. I mean, certainly Thomas is low on HP, but he also has a very strong advantage on that board.
And even with the 3 copies of Bo-Katan gone for Stan Gask, you know he's running Chimera. He's running Pre-Vizsla. We haven't seen all copies of those 2 cards, so he still has some great late game bombs to interact with Thomas at this stage of the game. As we see the
Yep.
Lost and Forgotten taking out the Champion of Mortis on Thomas's side. Back to 0 damage on base is Stan Gask, as Thomas Russell going to fire out Moff Gideon once again. And the good thing about Moff Gideon Tower is it can get back some of these non-unique Imperial units.
Yeah, personally, I don't think of Moff Gideon as necessarily being as strong as some of the other really powerful early Sentinels that we've seen in this set and otherwise. But in a protracted late game like this, the card advantage you can get from Moff Gideon and the chance to potentially replay a unit that was strong earlier on but was ultimately defeated, that can be very relevant.
Now it is Kanan Jarrus coming down for Stan Gask, bouncing back the cheap unit on Thomas's side. I believe that was the Director Krennic 2-cost unit. Just resetting that ground arena just a bit. Thomas Russell lining up for another big play. It's going to be the Trask Walker. And in a late grinding match, Tower, this could be a big difference maker, because this will continue to allow Thomas to put units back in the deck. So it's counteracting what Stan wants to do with that Lando action ability, keeping cards back in the deck and healing from Thomas's base in the process.
Yeah, this Trask Walker is a really big obstacle for Stan Gask here, I believe, Josh. As you were saying, not only does that Walker represent a lot of healing, it also represents an effect that naturally gets you out of a milling type situation.
You could see the response, the look on Stan's face when the Trask Walker came down. He knows it is trouble. And depending on how many copies Thomas has in the main deck, that could be the card that decides this game one. As Thomas Russell is going to attack into and trade with the Kanan Jarrus unit on Stan's side of the board. The Lando action ability milling an Android. Not the card you want to see milled here because you'd rather Thomas be drawing that Android.
Yeah, and this kind of goes back to what we were saying. It's actually the same game now. But earlier in this match, I was talking about how Annihilator removing the droid laser turrets from the opponent's deck is arguably negative in a game that seems likely to go very long. Similarly, milling a mouse droid off the top of the deck, not what you most want to see. Now, to be clear, if you're milling stuff, there's a chance that you knock out one of their stronger cards, but there's also a chance that you knock out a different card that leads them to draw into something strong.
One thing is for certain at this point. This is going to be a match where the players have to pick up the pace of play in a big time manner going into game two because we're under the half-hour mark left in round four as a couple attacks have happened. Moff Gideon attacked into Stan's base. Owen attacking into Moff Gideon, which restores that 2 damage that was put on base. And Thomas just playing down that Director Krennic once again. And Anakin Skywalker, champion of Mortis, coming back out for Stan. And having both heroism and villainy cards in this deck synergizes so well with this 6-cost powerhouse, defeating both of those ground units on Thomas's side of the board. But it does let that when defeated trigger go through on Moff Gideon, and Thomas Russell getting back the Imperial Armored Commando.
Yeah. Now all of a sudden it's Stan who has the much stronger board, but Thomas fighting for control here. Imperial Armored Commando hitting the field. I believe the Mandalorian token trades for the shield there. Now we see a lost and forgotten from Thomas's side of the board, clearing that Anakin Skywalker champion of Mortis unit off the field. And now it's just Owen standing off with an Imperial Armored Commando unit.
So many units have been lost and forgotten early in this round 4 feature match. Look at this. I believe that's the Swoop Bike Marauder coming out for Stan. That's a 4/4 unit that has it on attack trigger to allow Stan to draw a card. But it is Thomas Russell that has the initiative as one of his better late game threats milled off the top because of that Lando action ability during the last phase. The Lawbringer was the hit this time around, much more productive of a hit for Stan.
Josh, for a moment, I thought Thomas was out of cards in deck, but I think he was counting how many cards he had and did not have them on screen. It looks like he still has a fair few, so we're not milling out just yet, but it's conceivable this game might end up heading that way.
Is this going to be a 1-game match tower?
Yeah, that is becoming the question here. At this point, they have less than half the time remaining, and the first round has yet to be finished.
Thomas Russell, first action, 4 damage to Stan Gask's base with that armored commando. And now we are going to see a trade. Swoop Bike Marauder for the armored commando. Stan drawing a card off of the on attack trigger. And let's see what Thomas has. Just another Imperial Armored Commando. The Imperial Trooper units knowing no limits here in game number 1. Moff getting a big part of that for Thomas Russell, continuing the cycle with that when defeated trigger multiple times this game.
Yeah. There's a question about consistency with some of these things. Like, do you want to build around getting these triggers to have the most possible value, or do you want to consider that kind of a secondary thing. And if it happens, it's nice. And if it doesn't happen, oh well.
Was the Gonk Power Droid milled this time for Thomas, and here it is. So we know there are at least 2 copies of Trask Walker in the main deck for Thomas Russell. The Moff Gideon will be put back on the bottom of the deck, and I love that because, again, it's just another way to continue a cycle of units, this never-ending supply of units. And Stan, once again, now posed with a question. Do you have an answer for that massive value engine that is Trask Walker?
Yeah, Trask Walker is a real thorn in Stan's side here. Thomas has recovered all the way up to only 14 damage on base, and the Trask Walker can get around the mill option as discussed earlier as well. Stan considering his options as for how to deal with that pesky Walker.
Like Stan is reaching for a hefty number of resources. It is going to appear to be the 8-cost Home 1 space unit out of Ashes of the Empire. It will heal Owen Lars back to full health. And it's a massive threat in the space arena that Thomas will have to address. 7 power each turn, certainly nothing to laugh at, as Thomas Russell will have the initiative. But on the flip side, the 7 coming in, he does have a way to, at bare minimum, heal 3 per turn with that Walker.
Yeah, Trask Walker. I think these sort of repeat effects can often be a lot stronger than one-time ones, simply because if your opponent doesn't deal with them, you get to keep doing it over and over again. And we're about to see just what options are available to potentially deal with this, but it might not be a lot. I think we've already seen a bunch of the cards that you would really want to be using already played.
Thomas Russell firing out No Glory Only Results event to take control and defeat the big space unit that Stan had played. Stan going to play Galen Urso to name a card here. Very curious to know what he names, and temporarily shuts off the abilities of that card that is named. Thomas Russell has an immediate response, though. It is Pre Vizsla. That clearly wasn't the card that was called. And Pre Vizsla will defeat the Galen Urso unit. A Mandalorian token is created for Thomas, and once again, Thomas has complete control in the ground arena. He'll have to get through a Sentinel unit as Stan deploys the Casca Reeves unit. Yet again, a Mandalorian token is created, and Trask Walker going to unleash a pretty big attack on the Casca Reeves unit, and that ability going to trigger yet again for Thomas. Let's see what he gets out of the discard pile. He can put it on the bottom of the deck. I didn't quite see which unit it was, but it will heal yet another 3 damage. And keep in mind, Stan was within about 5 damage of closing out the game. Thomas is down to just 11 damage on his base.
Yeah, 5 damage, within 5 damage of closing out the game would be nice here for Stan, but that is not where he's at anymore. Thomas has done a great job of healing. Now, this Kanan Jarrus ground unit being used with the when played ability to bounce a Mandalorian token, and because token units can't go back into hand, it's basically just removed from play completely. But it does seem to me that Thomas might be turning the corner here. If Stan can't find some way to deal with that Trask Walker, that ability firing over and over is a massive problem for Stan's game plan.
He does have a response. Anakin Skywalker, champion of Mortis, yet again. This has been a clutch unit for Stan in game 1, giving the Trask Walker -6/-6. It's enough to defeat it because it had 4 damage on after attacking into Casca last round. But now the Imperial Armored Commando dealing some damage, and for the first time in this match, Thomas Russell pulls ahead in the damage race. 12 damage on Stan's base, only 11 on Thomas's base.
That Anakin Skywalker Champion of Mortis unit is a like a pretty good card, even in decks that don't run cards from the opposite aspect. And in a deck like this Lando Vigilance build, where you are running some villainy high end cards, and in addition, you might be milling yourself to generate credits, that Anakin Skywalker Champion of Mortis is an even stronger card than he would be under normal conditions.
Dan Gass clearing the Sentinel unit with Kane and Jarrus. Both of those 4-cost units defeated. Thomas playing Onyx Squadron Brute, just putting a small unit in the space arena. Lando will mill out one of those armored commandos from Thomas's deck. As right now, Thomas still has that Pre-Vizsla in the ground arena that is very threatening, and another copy of No Glory only results to take control and defeat the Anakin Skywalker. Dan does respond with Ezra, but Thomas still has a lot of resources left. It's another Chimera. Onyx Squadron Brute is defeated, as well as Ezra Bridger. 4 damage healed in that interaction because of the win defeated on the Brute. And Chimera's effect. Back down to 7 damage on base is Thomas, and the 2 biggest vigilance villainy threats out of Ashes of the Empire staring down Stan Gask.
Yeah, this has been an interesting one. It seems like Stan is maybe going to be running out of steam a little bit with some of the units he's developing being weaker options, but we do see a hyperspace disaster event defeating all space units, which in this case means Chimera only. But getting Chimera off the field will probably be a substantial relief here for Stan Gask.
Absolutely a necessary task, getting Chimera off the board. Whenever Chimera sticks for any length of time, it usually means you have won the game. Moff Gideon's Sentinel unit did come down for Thomas. Owen once again restoring a couple damage. And the other Moff Gideon is milled here. And folks, I believe there's only 1 card left in Thomas in his deck. The Anakin Skywalker comes down from Thomas's hand to take out the token. But this is a big development here.
There may only be 1 card in Thomas's deck, but he has healed so much, and he has huge threats on the ground. Stan may have some inevitability with the mill game plan if the game goes super long, but for the time being, he really needs to stabilize on the ground, or else Thomas could easily actually close things out here, even on this next turn.
That is absolutely right. Thomas Russell is threatening to close out the game with 2 actions as he claims the initiative. He's got Pre-Vizsla and Anakin Skywalker in the ground arena, as well as the Moff Gideon. So Stan has to answer these larger threats because it is 11 damage being shown between Anakin and Pre-Vizsla.
Now we are seeing that mill damage kick in. 3 damage to Thomas's base this turn because he only drew 1 card, and then the second time he couldn't draw, so took damage.
I don't think Stan can do it. I believe he's having to scoop it up, so I guess he just didn't have a way to respond to the ground arena. So he switched to the mill plan, and it did work. He got Thomas and that deck fully depleted, but unfortunately, the inevitability with that late game from Director Krennic, able to get Thomas Russell across the finish line first in Game 1.
Yeah, really interesting situation. Thomas able to prevail even as he ran out of cards and started taking that damage. I think without those Trask Walkers, I think we would have been looking at a totally different situation, Josh. The Trask Walker units from Thomas Russell not only gave him huge healing, that's also a card that can be replenishing your deck against mill. And we saw it. He was at mill. He was taking damage, but he had enough healing and he had enough of a setup that he was able to prevail anyway. Without those Trask Walkers healing Thomas and putting more cards on the bottom of the deck, I think it would have been over, but Stan was not able to answer them quickly enough, and Thomas was able to heal quite a lot, recover his board position, and ultimately get the win.
I think that's such a good point. The Trask Walker really the MVP for Thomas Russell. But before that happened, Tower, I think another pivotal point in the match was the Annihilator being able to strip out the other copies of Bo-Katan. That was massive. We know that Bo-Katan is really the big closing unit for this Lando Calrissian Vigilance deck. He had 1 discarded early. He was able to play 1, but that final copy was discarded off of the ability of Annihilator, and that was so crucial not having that as a way to wipe Thomas's board at certain stages and force immediate answers with the amount of pressure that Bo-Katan can put on.
Yeah, that's a good point, Josh. That Bo-Katan unit is probably one of the stronger high-end cards available for the Vigilance heroism side of things. Now, Stan was able to supplant that by also playing Chimera and Pre-Vizsla. So he has Bo-Katan, the strongest Vigilance hero closer, and he's also imported the Vigilance villainy closers to give him more options, but ultimately it was not quite enough. Thomas was able to prevail, and now Stan is staring down not only Thomas's deck, but also the clock. It looks like they have less than 15 minutes here for game 2 and potentially 3. That is not where you want to be, Josh. Not with decks this slow. We're going to lead things off. It's Owen Lars on Stan's side of things, while as well as a credit token generated from Lando's ability, while Thomas Russell brings out an Ant Droid and then defeats it with Krennic's ability to generate a credit himself.
Tower, you were spot on. Certainly not the position that Stan wants to be in, because with this amount of time on the clock, he has to play at lightning speed. And I just don't know. Best case scenario, I think this is probably going to end in a draw for Stan. I don't think there's enough time for Stan to win 2 games. At best, I think he's going to have to play very quickly in this game and hope that he can take this game and it ends up in a draw, because if the clock runs out and this game does not come to a conclusion, Thomas Russell will be 4-0.
Yeah. Stan Gask is really under the gun here to try and win this match or at least get to a draw. I don't know if he'll be able to do it. He'll have to play quickly. A really protracted end game like that one will not have time to complete with this little time left in the round.
Stan Gask does open with that Swoop Bike Marauder, and with the initiative able to attack Thomas's base for 4, drawing a card with the on attack ability. But there is that ever-present thorn in your side, the Imperial Armored Commando Sentinel unit in the ground arena for Thomas, as Stan now has to think through what to do next with 4 resources. Of course, using that credit token to get the Swoop Bike Marauder out early during the last action phase, playing a second copy of the Swoop Bike Marauder. And the first copy will be traded off with that Latzrazi unit, leaving Stan with the initiative, having 1 Swoop Bike Marauder and Owen Lars in the ground arena. And it's Thomas Russell with the Imperial Armored Commando. 4-0 the damage totals in favor of Stan here in game 2 of round 4 in this Indianapolis Sector Qualifier.
Now, these Swoop Bike Marauder units don't really line up very favorably with the Imperial Armored Commando. Thomas here could attack with the Commando, defeat the Swoop Bike Marauder, and only lose a shield. But take a look at this, Josh. Stan Gask is bringing out Bo-Katan's Gauntlet in the Space Arena.
Immediate response. That would have been a great card to have for this matchup to start going wide on the board to make things a bit more difficult for Thomas, but that no glory only results will immediately shut down that proposition for Stan. The Bo-Katan's Gauntlet is defeated, and the Swoop Bike Marauder just going to attack into that shielded Commando, drawing the card for Stan, but as you called out, that Marauder just does not line up at all very well with the Marauder only having 4 HP and the shielded 4 power of the Commando. 4 damage to base from Thomas with the Commando. So it's 4-4 as we go into the next action phase. Stan has the initiative, but once again has to deal with the Commando, and this will be a way to do just that. The Anakin Skywalker unit is going to subtract some stats from the Commando, defeating it in the process. And Thomas Russell has his own Anakin Skywalker champion of Mortis, tit for tat. And it's Owen Lars that is defeated, but Stan getting some value out of that when defeated trigger this time, finding a force unit out of the top 5 cards. It was the 3-cost Ezra Bridger.
Yeah, what a scenario. Now, I think it's worth mentioning also, Josh, if Bo-Katan's gauntlet had not been defeated so easily by Thomas, Stan could have actually crashed both of his unit, both the swoop bike marauder and also that Owen Lars ground unit into the Imperial Armored Commando. They would have both been defeated, but they would have created two Mandalorian tokens in the process. So removing that Bo-Katan's gauntlet was pretty big for Thomas. And now look how even this is. Both players with 4 damage on base, both players, I believe, on the same 7 resources, and both players with Anakin Skywalker, Champion of Mortis, as their only unit in play.
That is absolutely right, mirroring one another. Only downside for Stan, he wasn't able to deploy that Lando Calrissian last turn. Didn't have a credit token to take advantage of. So first action here on the 7 resource turn, he will generate a credit, but Chimera is the play for Thomas Russell. And essentially what that means is both copies of Anakin Skywalker are trading for one another. They're both defeated, but Thomas going to win that exchange as he heals 2 damage from base as well. Direct hit is a perfect immediate response for Stan Gask, defeating the ever-present threat of Chimera.
Yeah, it's interesting. That Chimera play from Thomas Russell, while it did remove Stan Gask's Anakin Skywalker ground unit there, it wasn't the highest value Chimera we've ever seen, for the simple reason that Thomas didn't have a weak unit of his own to defeat in order to power that ability. He had to defeat his own Anakin Skywalker, Champion of Mortis. So, that could have been a lot worse for Stan if Thomas still had one of the weaker units in play that could be defeated instead.
Both leaders have been deployed. Director Krennic just crashing into Lando Calrissian, 4 damage on each leader unit, as Stan is going to put some more damage on Thomas's base with Lando Calrissian. 6-4 the damage totals on base in favor of Stan, as the Casca Reeves is played for Stan as well. A Mandalorian token being brought alongside these ground units. Casca Reeves will have Sentinel. And now Thomas Russell with the initiative. Under 8 minutes left on the clock. Again, at this point, it's very likely Stan just playing for a draw if he can get the win here in game 2 before time runs out. As Director Krennic crashes, does have a clash, but crashes into Casca Reeves, defeating the Sentinel unit. And now that shielded Mandalorian token lining up very well with Krennic and will defeat Thomas's leader unit, just losing the shield token.
Yeah, Casca Reeves now on Thomas's side of the board. I was about to say Casca Reeves had got a lot of value here for Stan, but now that Casca Reeves ground unit seen play for Thomas as well. Another one of the great Sentinels that we've seen in the Ashes of the Empire set. But take a look at this. It looks like Casca Reeves ambushed and defeated by this Finn unit, who then additionally is able to give a shield token back to Stan's Mandalorian token with that on attack ability.
Love that play because Finn is still alive with 1 HP. So the ground arena going a bit wide for Stan. Lando Calrissian attacks into Thomas's base for 4. That's 10 damage on. And now Barriss Offee. This is a strong play because it's going to heal 2 damage from that Finn unit. And that means the shielded Mandalorian token for Thomas is no longer lining up cleanly to take it out in one attack.
Yes, and I believe that's 2 advantage tokens onto Finn as well. So Finn will be able to swing for more damage. All of a sudden, the board very favorable for Stan, as well as having more damage inflicted on the opponent's base. But I don't know, Josh. I would not count Thomas out of this just yet. Knowing what we did about how game 1 went of this match, there were situations where each player had the advantage, but the opponent was definitely able to recover and gain the upper hand. A lot of back and forth. Let's see what Thomas can do. The other thing is, Thomas doesn't necessarily need to actually win this game in order to win the match. If they end up going to time, Thomas's win in game 1 will take this match.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. Thomas going to start things out with a salvage which is going to allow him to play a vehicle unit from the
Gotta be
discard
Chimera,
pile. And
right?
you better believe it's Chimera. It takes a damage, but a big trade here as Thomas just defeats his Mandalorian token to defeat the Finn on Stan's side of the board that had 8 total power with those advantage tokens. Thomas healing 2 from base in the process. A big play as Stan is going to continue to pressure the base. Lando attacking for 4, putting Thomas up to 12 damage. Now a condemn is played by Thomas, equipping onto the Lando Calrissian. So now Lando going to be in some trouble. May not be dealing much damage the rest of this game, but here comes the rest of that damage from the ground arena. 5 more damage to Thomas's base. And keep in mind, Stan hasn't used any resources. This ground arena is going to continue to be a massive problem. Casca Reeves and a droid laser turret. And Tower, could this be the game that Stan closes it out? The only problem is that Chimera in play. That's a bit scary.
This is a very interesting situation. So Stan has an overwhelming board advantage right now, but that Chimera in play means that every unit of Stan's that Thomas can defeat is going to be 2 more points of healing. So if we saw, pre-Vizsla here, pre-Vizsla could defeat 3 units when played, heal 6 from Thomas's base, and make 3 Mandalorian tokens. And then we'd be looking at a very different board situation. Let's see what Thomas does.
Yeah, we would. That's what I was thinking about last turn. These units are great, but I was really thinking Stan probably wanted to have an answer for that Chimera, and he did not, as Casca Reeves is lost and forgotten. She's defeated, 3 damage healed from Thomas Russell, and like you said, at this point, Thomas doesn't have to win this game, so just trying to heal and stabilize the board as best as he can. If time runs out and Stan cannot get a win, Thomas will move to 4-0. 2 more damage
Yeah.
coming through, and another Condemn, this one onto Barris Offie. So 2 copies of Condemn really slowing down Stan's ground pressure.
Thomas has taken a lot of actions to slow Stan down here, but he has not resolved the situation. And now it is pre-Vizsla, but it's on Stan's side of the board. And it's pre-Vizsla is going to defeat Chimera. Now, what unit was defeated there for the pre-Vizsla when played it? Or I'm sorry, I got it mixed up with Chimera. You don't need to defeat a unit to use pre-Vizsla. So it's just Chimera off the board and a Mandalorian token created there for Stan. Thomas could really use a pre-Vizsla of his own here.
Dan has found another gear. He's closing the gap in this match. He has lethal in the ground arena, even with the 2 units that are condemned. Thomas Russell with the initiative. Could find something like his own pre-Vizsla to clear out maybe 3 of those units. But with Chimera off the board, that healing proposition has been eliminated. And this is a tough spot now with just about 2 minutes left on the clock. Stan inching ever closer to getting that late win to close out the round. Thomas Russell playing down Moff Gideon. Interesting play here. Does mean that he could get something back like that Imperial Armored Commando.
Stan looking through Thomas's discard pile, trying to see what options are available for Moff Gideon to return to hand. Like you said, Josh, I think the Imperial Armored Commando would be a strong one. Lando Calrissian attacks into Moff Gideon, forcing Thomas to show something. I think it might have been an Annihilator there, but look at this. I think it's pre-Vizsla.
It is pre-Vizsla wars have begun. Thomas is the one to play it second. So that is going to completely remove 3 units from Stan's side of the board. Thomas Russell will generate his own 3 Mandalorian tokens. And just like that, Stan had lethal in play. Now he has to get through a Sentinel unit. And there's only 1 other unit in play after the pre-Vizsla, but here's the
Bo-Katan.
Bo-Katan. That's exactly what Stan needed. That's going to wipe out the Mandalorian tokens and Moff and pre-Vizsla -3/-3. And there's also going to be a plethora of experience tokens given out.
This is a huge play, Josh. This Bo-Katan is the perfect answer to the Mandalorian tokens that Thomas just created and turns each of those tokens into experience. The debuff on Moff Gideon lets that Mandalorian token on Stan's side attack and defeat him, giving out another experience. And now Pre-Vizsla, I believe, is about to swing for 10.
That is absolutely right. The when defeated trigger, Thomas gets back the Imperial Armored Commando, but 10 damage to base leaves Thomas with 2 HP remaining. Barisafi will swing, forcing Thomas to disclose to keep the game going into yet another action phase. As we close in on time running out in round 4, has Stan Gask done it? Has he found a way to win a game in just about 13 minutes to force a draw, which means both of these players would remain undefeated?
Thomas Russell is on the ropes here. Every unit that Stan has could end the game in one attack. That Pre Vizsla has a giant pile of stats. The Imperial Armored Commando, though, with a shield token, that is going to potentially buy quite a bit of time. Let's see if Stan has a clean response. Anakin Skywalker, Champion of Mortis, debuffing the Imperial Armored Commando, opening the door. Can Thomas do anything? It doesn't look like it. I think Stan did it.
He did it. Stan has done it right in the brink of time. As the clock reaches 0, the buzzer sounds. Stan Gask, after a very long game 1 that took around, I believe it was around 40 minutes, Tower, ends up taking game 2 rather quickly, and it is going to force a draw here in round 4. Both players remaining undefeated. Unreal.
Yeah, what a difference between those two games, too, Josh. Game 1, as you said, so long, a lot of back and forth, both players playing tons of endgame cards. Stan Gask going for the mill game plan and almost getting there, but Thomas Russell's Trask Walkers saving him. But in game 2, Stan poured on the aggression, resolved things much faster, able to secure that win even with very little time for the game, and it is going to be a 1-1 draw. But I think if you're Stan Gask, you got to be feeling pretty good about that draw at this phase, Josh.
Oh, absolutely. And big shout out to Thomas, not slow playing there. He knew he didn't have to win that game. If the timer just went off and that second game didn't come to a conclusion, he would be the winner, but he played at normal speed. So hats off to him. It ends in a draw. And that's going to do it for round 4. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a short break, and then we will be back for round 5 of the sector qualifier in Indianapolis. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to McClunky Gaming's coverage of the Indianapolis Premier Sector Qualifier in Star Wars Unlimited TCG. I'm Tower number 9, joined here by Josh Snyder from Next Gen Gaming SC. And we just had a down to the wire match in round 4. Very intense battle between two late game decks, and they were battling not only one another, but also the clock. Now we're about to move into the 5th round of Swiss play. How are you feeling about what we've been seeing on stream here today, Josh?
I think it's been great because we've seen a lot of variation. We've seen some great rogue decks, things like the Rose Tico, I think the spiciest thing in the field, the Rio Durant thermal oscillator being piloted by Raytan. We've seen so many really cool decks. We had Sabe early in the day, but of course we've got Cad Bane. There's plenty of Cad Bane going around. We've seen some Boba. And then we got treated to the other end of the spectrum with the more control-oriented matchup that we saw with Director Krennic versus Lando Calrissian. And for the first time, I got to actually see on stream the Lando Calrissian deck switching gears into that mill game plan. One of the great things that Lando Calrissian has built in, just with that leader ability, you can, of course, you call your own deck early because you want to guarantee those credits, but then as the game goes late, you can just start milling your opponent one card every turn, discarding it from the top of their deck with that Lando action ability. So I think we've seen a lot of variety. We've got several different decks and different leaders still undefeated 4 rounds in. We've got 4 more rounds, and right now I'm feeling good, Tower, and I'm excited to see how the rest of the day unfolds.
Yeah, I think it should be an exciting day of Star Wars Unlimited, and then tomorrow we're going to have another day of Star Wars Unlimited. Should be cool to see how things develop based on all the movement we're seeing here on the crowd cam, Josh. I can only surmise that the pairings have just gone up and the players are getting seated and ready for that 5th round of Swiss play.
Is absolutely right. Huge shout out to Claire for really getting us some great matches so far today. A lot of different leaders being seen on stream, and very curious to see what we have in round 5. So we're halfway through day 1. We've got 4 more rounds of Swiss to go here today. And then tomorrow there will be another 4 rounds of Swiss in day 2 of this sector qualifier, and then a cut to the top 8. Today, players are looking to get 18 match points, which means you need to go at least 5-0-3 or 6-2 to guarantee a spot in day 2. But the top 64 players in the standings will be advancing on to day 2.
Yeah, should be should be interesting. Now, as we were discussing earlier, Josh, players who don't advance to day 2 still have some side events available, the open event as well. So, if you have some bad luck at first, there's still stuff to do with some other options for the rest of the event. But for now, at least, I think a lot of people are still battling with hopes of being one of the players to make it through this top cut and into day 2 of the main event.
Speaking of those other side events this weekend at the sector qualifier with the open that will take place tomorrow, gives all of these players attending yet another chance to lock up that 100-point total that you are looking for to lock a spot in the main event of the 2027 Galactic Championship. And this weekend, Tower, if I'm not mistaken, it's actually an Eternal Open. So players in the Eternal Open will get to play with cards back from the first 3 sets as well. And I know there's a lot of crazy decks that players have been brewing up in Eternal as well. So lots of exciting things this weekend as we get ready for round number 5. Now, of course, Tower Cad Bane is what we've talked about a lot. We know that's the deck to beat right now. There's a lot of Cad Banes in that 4-0 spot so far on the leaderboard. But again, I love the variety of what we have seen. And I think there's been several decks, even with what we've seen on stream, that can give Cad Bane a run for his money. Just waiting to get to the feature table here as players moving around. Got to get those players over to the feature area to see what showdown we have for you. And this is going to be a great one. We've got Christopher Patrick, teammate of Stan Gask that we just had on stream last round, on his beloved Ahsoka Tano Vigilance. He repped this at the Galactic Championship as well. Has put so many reps in this, and I go out on a limb and say this is one of the best Ahsoka Tano players in the world. And he'll be facing off against Justin Capalonga on Darth Vader, the Victor Squadron leader, paired with Cunning. So this Pilot Vader, this deck that we know can spike a tournament at any time, Tower.
Yeah, a Justice here with the classic Darth Vader pilot leader. Maybe one of the most enduringly successful of all the pilot leaders from the Jump to Lightspeed set. Very interesting example, a rare kind of aggro deck where the leader doesn't deploy until 6 resources. Normally, aggro decks want to have leaders that deploy quicker than that, but the Darth Vader pilot aggro deck has managed to make it work without that.
Now, in general, this is not a great matchup for Ahsoka. Vader is slightly favored, but these Ahsoka players, along with Christopher Patrick, have found some ways and some tools to help turn the matchup in their favor. And getting some good restore units in the ground arena is one of those. Yaddle's the opening play into the Ryder Azadi. That could turn things off like that Victor Squadron leader, for instance. But it is the lurking snub fighter to come down, exhaust the Yaddle unit, and the first 2 damage of the game being dealt to Christopher Patrick's base by the Emissary Sheathipede, and that token generation from the Darth Vader action ability is online.
Yeah, the ability to just keep creating those TIE fighter tokens can be very powerful in the right situation. So look at that. I believe that is a prestige variant of the Jar Jar Binks plot unit there being used here to buff up Yaddle.
Yeah, not used to seeing the Jar Jar Binks before the deploy turn, but certainly an option. And Yaddle, definitely a threat, attacking in for 4, restoring 1, as now the damage total 5-4 in favor of Justice. Justice getting in for another one with the TIE Fighter token, but there is Ryder Azadi attacking as well for 4 and restoring yet another damage, as now Gunji comes down for Christopher. And this is one of those matches, it is going to be 2 ships passing in the night. It's Space Arena versus Ground Arena. What kind of interaction do we find to gain a little bit of edge in the tempo department?
Look at Justice's board here, Josh. We have 2 of those first order ties, 2 emissary Sheathipedes, the lurking snub fighter, and 2 TIE fighter tokens. Now, under normal circumstances, I believe that one of the absolute best cards you could play here would be Victor Leader to buff that whole board. But I'm informed here that that is the card that was named by Ryder Azadi. So that option has been kind of removed from Justice here.
Yeah, it was a very strong play. Christopher had the initiative, slam that Ryder Azadi, name the Victor Leader, make sure that Justice doesn't have this overwhelming threat that just makes everything massive and turns all these small units into quite the threats in the space arena. And this restore from Yaddle, very real now, restoring 1, giving Gunji restore 1. You've still got restore 1 on that Ryder Azadi as well. And here's the go-to curve out play for Ahsoka on the 5 resource turn, the Queen Amidala. So lots of damage just being traded back and forth. Let's see what Justice has. It's going to be the Craving Power onto a ready TIE Fighter. So just 3 damage coming through. It's enough to defeat the Jar Jar Binks unit. And another 3 damage being sent into Christopher's base. That's 15 damage on Christopher's base, 14 for Justice. Christopher's claimed the initiative, and now just some extra damage pouring in. We'll go into the regroup phase, 18-14. The damage totals in favor of Justice. And if I'm counting correctly, that's 7, or is it 8? I believe it's 8 units in the space arena for Justice. They're starting to flow off of the table, Tower.
Yes, and now it is time for the big flip turn. And this could be a big turn for both players here. But the Ahsoka Tano leader is well known for potentially really explosive flip turns combined with plot. We'll have to see whether or not Christopher Patrick will be able to put that together here. He needs something though, because right now he is not winning this race.
No, he is not. Both players are showing ways to have lethal this action phase. And you mentioned plot. It'll be very, very crucial to see if Justice has things like that lurking snub fighter, Chancellor Palpatine. Can even plot out Garandan if there's a certain card you're looking for. But if he has any ways to exhaust something that gets buffed up to a massive number once the Ahsoka deploys, could really throw a kink into Christopher's plans. Here is Ahsoka being deployed. Nothing going to be plotted out, it appears, as Queen Amidala just attacking in for a total of 5. Putting
5
Justice up to
damage there on
19.
Justice's base. And it looks like a buff being sent over to Ryder Azadi.
But now the Rider Azadi threatening with 4 power. Of course, Ahsoka attacks for 5. That on-attack trigger on Ahsoka can also buff up something else. So let's see what it is. Does Justice have a way to exhaust or potentially bounce? It's going to be Beguile bouncing the Rider Azadi back to Christopher's hand, taking, for the time being, 4 damage off of the board. Justice also takes a look at Christopher's hand. Do you see that kill switch there, Tower, which can be important for some larger units that potentially get piloted by that Darth Vader.
Ryder Azadi being replayed here. Now the question is, what card does Christopher Patrick name? Could be maybe you name like Chancellor Palpatine in this situation. Try to prevent the opponent from bringing out a bunch of Sentinels via plot.
What a tight race this is. Yaddle attacking for 2, restoring 1. Does mean that both Ahsoka and Gunji will get restore 1 as well. Thanks to Yaddle.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'd forgotten that, that ability would work on the Ahsoka Tano leader unit as well. Or this version of the Ahsoka Tano leader does have the Jedi trait, while the previous Ahsoka Tano leader from the Legends of the Force set actually does not have the Jedi trait.
Now the question is, how many actions to lethal? And right now for Christopher Patrick, it is 2. An attack with Ahsoka, and then whatever Ahsoka buffs by 2 power would be enough to close out the game. So Justice actually deploying the Darth Vader to the ground arena, and that means that Vader can threaten whatever Ahsoka buffs. So here it is, Ahsoka attacking in for 5, buffing up one of the ready spy tokens, restoring 1 in the process thanks to Yaddle. And now Justice has to answer that ready spy token.
Yeah, that spy has to go or it wins in 1 action. So Vader attacks and defeats the spy, takes some damage back thanks to Ahsoka's buff. But now he has to answer the other spy too, and he does with an arrest, I believe. Now, can Christopher somehow stop Justice's space pressure? We know there's a kill switch, but I'm not sure a single kill switch is enough here.
If I did my math correctly, there's 14. I believe it's 14 damage.
Yeah. And
maybe
that
it's
actually means a single kill switch is enough here. If Justice doesn't have any pump, a kill switch on any of the things that can swing for 3 now means Justice is off lethal by 1.
Yeah, I
He may
believe
have
it's
to
just
take the
11. It
initiative
is.
here.
That's crazy. Just 1. I was worried I didn't do my math correctly, but I think I did. And that's crazy. He's
Yeah.
off by 1, and he
Just
can't do it.
Justice's dejected expression and Christopher's celebration there as the players do the math and realize Justice is off by 1. He takes the initiative and draws, but doesn't see what he needs. And Christopher Patrick rejoicing there. He manages to get the win in a very close race.
You can see the smile from Christopher Patrick. He is loving it. The MVP of that game had to be Yaddle. The amount of restore from Yaddle was, I think, the biggest part of that opening game. Yaddle came down on the very first turn for Christopher Patrick. It gave out restore to Gunji multiple times, then to Ahsoka. Of course, Ryder Azadi doing some very heavy lifting as well, saying that Justice could not play the victor leader in that game, which is huge because that changes the math by a mile. So very well played for Christopher. He found the curve that he needed. And I also love that when he replayed the Ryder Azadi, he actually called Garandan, and that just made sure that Justice could not play a Garandan to strip the kill switch that he knew was there, that was the one card to stop him from winning. So heads up play for Christopher Patrick, and he's up one game here in round 5.
Yeah, that's interesting also because the kill switch is a strong counter to Vader deploying as a pilot. Now, Justice ended up deploying Vader to the ground arena, but if Vader does deploy as a pilot and then gets hit by kill switch, that is a very major setback. Obviously it doesn't clear Vader off the field completely, but very interesting. Ryder Azadi, definitely a card that can reward players who know what they have to watch out for in certain matchups. I think essentially an improved version of the regional governor that we saw earlier on in the game. And, I think a little bit of a wordplay there because it's Ryder Azadi restored governor. And he's basically the restoration of the regional governor effect in the Star Wars Unlimited game. But I personally think Ryder is probably stronger than regional governor overall. 3 for 2-5 restore 1 versus 2 for 1-4 with no restore. The original regional governor did have the advantage of you could play it on turn 1 and just name your opponent's best turn 1 play, and sometimes you would make it so they couldn't play anything on the first turn, and it would be really tilting for them. Um, but that was never exactly reliable.
Yeah, and another thing to think about on the topic of Ryder Azadi is he pairs so well with Ahsoka because this deck has multiple plays, things like Leppy Lookout that can come down on turn 1, which leads into Ryder Azadi. That's a 2-power unit, so Ryder Azadi could end up being buffed with that Ahsoka ability. So really love what Ryder Azadi brings to the table in general, but definitely in this Ahsoka build. And as we get ready for game 2, there's 2 cards that I want to highlight specifically, Tower, in terms of possible sideboard cards. One sideboard card that we have seen, even at the Galactic Championship from Ahsoka, is the Eye of Aldani. This is something that can come out and essentially be played on the 5 resource turn. And when you get into that 6 resource turn, you go, okay, Vader, do you want to swing with all of those threats? Or are you going to exhaust those threats so that you can play cards, that you can plot out cards on that Vader deploy turn? So the Eye of Aldani, certainly something to watch for on Christopher's side. And then Justice on his side, there's generally a card that's very, very good in this type of matchup where it's all space versus all ground, and that is Watch This, because Watch This could essentially just say, Christopher, you're taking 1 turn off.
Yeah. Watch This could be a very powerful card. I think in the pre-rotation meta, we had Outmaneuver, which exhausted a whole arena. And Watch This is an interesting card where it's significantly more expensive than Outmaneuver, but it combines that exhaust with a bounce, and it also only hits enemy units.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. You can see the smiles from both players. Justice with the initiative, slamming down that victor leader right away with his first action on the 3 resource turn. Emissary Sheathipede was the start, getting +1, so attacking for 3, generating that TIE Fighter token. And on Christopher's side, he started Leppy Lookout into Obi-Wan Kenobi, so Leppy swings for 3. It's 3 damage on each base. And at this point, it is a couple 3-power units for Christopher, so he will need to put a unit down that has more power than one of these two to start getting that Ahsoka action ability online and pumping through some extra damage.
Yep, and it is worth noting. Oh, I was gonna say Ryder didn't arrive in time to stop Victor Leader, but it looks like a direct hit did. That Victor Leader space unit quickly defeated.
Another card that these Ahsoka decks love to bring in from the sideboard. Could even see direct hit being a one of in the main for some of these builds. Not sure what Christopher has decided on, but at this point, that Clone Combat Squadron is going to replace the Victor Leader as the next big threat in the space arena for Justice. It's 9 damage on Justice's base, just 6 on Christopher's base. But at this point, Justice can quickly change the math of the race because that Clone Combat Squadron temporarily is a 6/6, but he can certainly grow in a matter of a few actions.
Yeah, I'd be pretty surprised if Christopher doesn't deal with this Clone Combat Squadron. I think it's very likely to, at minimum, become an 8/8 this turn if Justice plays just one additional unit and then makes a TIE Fighter token. So Christopher may have dealt with the first big threat from that Victor Leader, but another big threat from the Clone Combat Squadron is now in play. And it looks like Christopher Patrick does not have an immediate answer. I think we're leading things off just with a quick attack from the Leppy Lookout.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. 3 damage, and it's going to be hold for questioning for Justice to exhaust Obi-Wan. And look at this hand. You've got the Queen Amidala that could be stripped right here and right now by the hold for questioning. It absolutely will. This is what Christopher wants to be playing on the 5 resource turn. He will still get a 5 power unit in play with the new 4 cost Mandalorian, but certainly not what he wanted because those spy tokens and that additional power generated with Queen Amidala is ideal and most optimal. But that's really going to do it for the turn for Christopher. And here is Justice. You talked about it, getting those extra units out, playing another unit from hand, generating the token, a massive swing, 8 damage with the Clone Combat Squadron. It is 18-12. The damage totals in favor of Justice as we get into the regroup phase.
Yeah, it's interesting here. We do see Christopher with a kill switch in hand. So that could be a potential answer, at least for a turn, to that Clone Combat Squadron. But Christopher kind of has his work cut out for him here. Let's see what he can do. He needs to do 18 damage this turn, and he is currently showing, I believe it is 11. So he could get there easily, but he's not
Yeah.
quite there yet. And his opponent needs to do 12 damage and is definitely showing more than 12 with that Clone Combat Squadron. So Christopher needs to slow down his opponent and develop some more threat this turn. Could be a tough situation.
And right now, Justin has the action economy. And what I mean by that is he can win in less actions than Christopher. That Clone Combat Squadron at the moment can swing for 8. And then with what we have on the board, if nothing else changed, 3 action lethal is what Justin is showing. So first action for Christopher Patrick, it is 5 damage to base with the Mandalorian. And now the question becomes, with Ahsoka coming out, does Christopher think he can actually do 3 action lethal as well? Does he have the plot cards such as the Naboo Royal Starfighter or that Jar Jar Binks?
Now we could potentially see, maybe there is a Grindin this time to pick that kill switch out. Maybe there's Chancellor Palpatine would be very strong here to bring out some Sentinels in that ground arena and really curtail Chris's aggression. Let's see what Justice does here. Oh, there is Chancellor Palpatine. Two, what? Two
Wow, he's got
Chancellor
2
Palpatines and a
Palpatine.
Garindin. This
Wow.
could be it for Christopher Patrick. If we see Chancellor Palpatine and Garindin played here via plot, it would create a big obstacle on the ground, and the Garindin could potentially pick that kill switch out of Christopher's hand, leaving him without a clean answer to the Clone Combat Squadron. Let's see how this goes.
And you can see it head to hands immediately for Christopher Patrick. He knows this spells trouble as Justice decides what to do. Potentially sniffing out that 3 action lethal on Christopher's side by having both of those big plot cards, the Jar Jar Binks plus Naboo Royal Starship. And I do believe it would have been enough for Christopher to win in 2 actions thanks to the support mechanic on Ahsoka. Justice making a good read. Now he just has to decide in what order and what he is plotting. And it looks like it's going to be both copies of Chancellor Palpatine.
Both copies of Chancellor Palpatine. Very interesting.
So
So
that's
one of
4
them
spy
defeats
tokens
the
with
other with the
Sentinel.
uniqueness rule, but that creates 4 Sentinels. So Christopher's odds of getting through are very low here, unless he can bring out a Saboteur or something. But I think this might have really gummed things up in the ground arena for Christopher Patrick this turn.
Christopher Patrick does have 1 unit with Overwhelm. So if he does deploy Ahsoka into that massive deploy turn where you see the Jar Jar plus the Naboo Royal Starship, all of those buffs can go on to that Leppy to get a big amount of damage through with Overwhelm. The problem is at that point, I don't know if it's going to be enough, right? Like, what is the damage total if you had Naboo plus the Jar Jar? It would be +4 onto a Leppy Lookout. So that would be what? 5 damage through one of those tokens. Leave
Yeah,
Justice with
that's
8
interesting.
HP.
Could you do that and be in a position to win? No, I don't think he'd be in a position to win in 1 action next turn, though. Let's see here.
Yeah, at that point, Ahsoka would get buffed by the Leppy, which would bring Ahsoka up to 7 power, and then would also have the Raid 2 and Overwhelm with the Naboo Starship, but Justice can actually just attack that Naboo Royal Starship in that kind of line. So a lot to think about for Christopher Patrick right here. We know he has the kill switch. Very likely has some of those plot cards as well with how he played attacking first with the Mandalorian. But Justice all over that potential line from
Yeah,
Christopher.
maybe you do go for the Naboo Royal Starship play here because it will make your opponent attack into you, and maybe he's off lethal then. Don't know for sure. It looks like it's going to be the kill switch here, exhausting the clone combat squadron.
Okay, so the Clone Combat Squadron was the biggest threat on Justice's side of the board. It's exhausted, gets -1/-1 as one of the space units, the Emissary Sheathipede, attacks for 2.
Now, Justice still has lethal here, even though the clone combat squadron was exhausted. That Darth Vader leader unit plus the remaining space units, I believe, is enough to swing for 10 damage here.
I think you're absolutely right. And with just 4 ready resources for Christopher Patrick, he can't go Naboo Royal Starship and Jar Jar Binks. As Ahsoka is deployed, Naboo Royal Starship will be played from the resources using plot. And now it is going to be Obi-Wan Kenobi attacking through one of the Sentinels. Does get overwhelmed there because of the support.
Yep. And now it's very interesting.
It was 3 damage to Justice's base, but here comes Darth Vader for 5. It's 25 damage on Christopher's base. Ahsoka now going to attack into base for 5 as well. No, going to attack into one of the tokens that has Sentinel, but will overwhelm.
Now, I think we're looking at that 4 buffs on the Leppy Lookout. Does that mean
For
the
2.
Leppy
Leppy's
Lookout
going to
actually
go
has
through.
lethal here?
That's right. Leppy is going to go through for lethal with the overwhelm. That is going to do it. Leppy had 7 power and can go into one of those Sentinel units and overwhelm for 5.
Tough spot here for
Unbelievable.
Justice. If he had gone for the Garinden play and removed the kill switch from Christopher Patrick's hand, I'm pretty sure he had that game. But he went for the double Chancellor Palpatine instead, only for Overwhelm to push damage right through those Sentinels and close things out anyway for Christopher Patrick.
Real game right there for Christopher Patrick. Justice still can't believe it. He thought he had it. He thought game 2 was in the books, and we were going to a game 3, a matchup that Vader is slightly favored, and Christopher Patrick able to carry Ahsoka to victory and remain undefeated 5-0 to start here in Indianapolis for Christopher Patrick.
Yeah. It's funny. I think a lot of people would not even like remember that the Leppy Lookout has Overwhelm, but it was critical here. And, Overwhelm, often not necessarily the strongest keyword in the game, but in the right situation, it can be absolutely crucial. As we saw here, things looked so good for Vader, but it was not to be. Impressive win here from Christopher Patrick. And now we're on to the backup match. Benjamin Wilkerson with Jabba the Hutt Colossus versus Alec Levy running the feared Cad Bane Vigilance.
Looks like we're still in game 1 as the clock is under 30 minutes in the round. So looks like we've found our way into another grindy match tower. 23 damage on Colossus right now, 16 damage on Alec Levy's 30 HP Vigilance base. It is the HK-47 coming down. It's HK-47 and TIE Dagger Vanguard, the 2 units in play for Alec Levy, and Benjamin Wilkerson piloting Jabba Colossus with the droid laser turret in the ground arena. Action on Alec at the moment. And Alec is going to play his own Sentinel unit in the ground arena, the Marak 2-6 Sentinel unit. One of the great new 3-cost units out of Ashes of the Empire that really makes the ground arena tough to get through, doesn't it, Tower?
Yeah. Very interesting. Very interesting situation. Both players with some strong Sentinels. Marak versus the droid laser turret.
Yeah, absolutely. And something we haven't been seeing a lot of, Jabba the Hutt in Premiere. Very curious to see what Benjamin has cooked up here.
Yeah, so this Jabba the Hutt leader is an interesting one. This is the Jabba leader from a lawless time. And the way this leader works is that you can bounce friendly underworld units. You can spend a resource and exhaust to bounce a friendly underworld unit back to its owner's hand. And if you do that, you also create a credit token. So sometimes this can be really annoying because you can do things like play Gurinden, return to hand, get a credit, play again. But it's dependent on kind of specific situations. And generally speaking, I think that players who are going for kind of the late game credit based gameplay for villainy have favored the director Krennic leader from A Lawless Time more than this Jabba the Hutt leader. But Benjamin Wilkerson is 4-0 here. So clearly something's been working for him this event.
Definitely going right so far. As a couple attacks, 2 damage to each base. And now it is the Outer Rim Constable coming out for Alec Levy to defeat the Condemn that was played by Benjamin Wilkerson onto the Marak, which means that Marak had lost Sentinel because when it's upgraded, it loses Sentinel and gains Saboteur. But now Benjamin going to fire out No Glory only results to take control and defeat that HK-47 unit.
25 damage on Benjamin Wilkerson's base, but he is running the Mighty Colossus, which is, I believe, the highest HP base in the game with 35 HP. So he actually still has 10 left. It's funny when
Yes.
you think about back in the day, 25 HP rare bases were very commonly used. 25 damage would have been lethal in that situation. But with Colossus, Benjamin still has 10 HP.
It is quite the mountain to climb against these Colossus builds as Benjamin Wilkerson has the initiative Alec Levy throwing down Onyx Squadron Brute at the end of that last action phase, just trying to go wide on the board. And against these more control-oriented decks, is something you certainly want to do. But at this moment, Alec has walked right into a board wipe, the Rhydonium detonation. Both players will be able to return a non-leader unit to their owner's hand, and then all non-leader units that are still in play will be defeated. So Alec will have to replenish the board yet again. It's another Onyx Squadron Brute coming down. And I guess really the question now, Tower, is how well prepared was Alec for these control matchups in the main deck?
In this situation, yes, Benjamin got some fair value there with the Rhydonium detonation. It was like a 3-for-1 or something, but Alex still has a ton of resources. I don't think that detonation necessarily gained as much ground as Benjamin needs here. And indeed, we're seeing that droid laser turret defeated by a combination of the Outer Rim Constable and then IG-2000. And now, despite hitting that powerful board wipe, Benjamin is left with nothing on the board.
Yeah, the age-old issue with the board wipes a lot of times just leaves your opponent able to replenish the board when you spend most of your resources for the removal. Jadnana Wood coming down and exhausting those space units.
Yeah, the bonus cost there being played exhausts the space arena, quickly defeated by no glory only results. But then this Boba Fett ground unit played, I believe, also with the bonus cost, using that credit token to deal 3 damage to the Outer Rim Constable, and another no glory only results brings that unit off the field too.
Wow. What a back and forth one we have here. Does leave Alec Levy in position once again, the only player with units on the board. Benjamin Wilkerson has the initiative, still 10 HP left on the base, getting up to a very high resource total at this point. And it's going to be another Jadnana Wood with that additional cost, the 4 resources, a total of 7 being paid to exhaust the space units. And Anakin Skywalker, champion of Mortis, finding his way down to the ground arena for Alec, that 6-cost unit, cleaning up the Sentinel unit for Benjamin.
Benjamin has had some decent plays, but after every play that Benjamin makes, Alec is recovering and even strengthening his position. Benjamin Wilkerson may be in some trouble, but it looks like Alex Levy, I believe he's run out of cards. I think we just saw him taking damage from no cards left in deck.
You are absolutely right. It's the second time we've seen this today, and this is the last thing Alec wanted to see when he has run out of cards in his deck. Benjamin Wilkerson paying the aspect penalty to play the single reactor ignition, blow the board up. 3 more damage being dealt to Alec's base. He does heal 2 from the Onyx Squadron Brute, but now it's the Ogdo Bogdo coming out, being damaged by Cad Bane. It is a 5-power threat that can attack now for Alec.
Benjamin Wilkerson just needs to hold Alec back for another turn or two. And unless Alec can do a lot of healing, the damage from running out of cards in deck will prevail here for Benjamin. But now Benjamin has drawn his own last cards.
Unreal. Another match. Second time today we see where players are decking out. Benjamin Wilkerson has the initiative, but at this point, Alec Levy has to win this turn or heal quite a bit of damage, or else it's game over when he goes to draw during the regroup phase. And here's Jadnana Wood for Benjamin to exhaust the space arena, and it's a Sentinel in the way of Ogdo Bogdo.
If Alec can't deal with Jod here, he will actually be defeated by the deck out damage at the end of this turn. And Benjamin will take damage from running out of cards himself, but the 35 HP on Colossus will keep him alive. Can Alec find an answer with the last cards that he has?
He has to heal some damage or win this action phase. Confirming, of course, Benjamin out of a deck as well. Alec Levy holding on to, I believe, 4 or 5 cards in hand. Yeah, I believe it's 4 cards in hand. One of them condemned. He's just going to scoop it up. Benjamin Wilkerson taking game 1 with Jabba the Hutt here in Indianapolis, round 5 feature match. And Benjamin Wilkerson one more win away from staying undefeated here in Indy. What an interesting game there, Tower.
I tell you what, Josh, I definitely was not predicting that we were going to see Jabba the Hutt Colossus beating Cad Bane with fatigue damage today. That is definitely not something that I would have predicted, but Benjamin Wilkerson pulls it off.
Well, Benjamin saw what the Mandalorian did to Cad Bane last weekend in Berlin, and Benjamin said, well, I could do the same thing with Colossus, just use Jabba. And so far, he is undefeated today. We'll see if maybe another Control Colossus deck with Villainy with Jabba the Hutt can get all the way through to day 2 and potentially make a run. And the big question now for Alec trying to come back in this match, of course, time is of the essence, just as we saw earlier with Stan losing game 1 in that Lando versus Krennic matchup. He had to play super fast in game 2 to try and get the win and then end up just putting it into a draw where both players could stay undefeated. So for Alec, does he have anything in the sideboard that can really help in this particular matchup? We know that Devastator is very common in these Cad Bane sideboards. Could have maybe multiple copies of Planetary Bombardment. So any way to deal direct damage to Benjamin's base is exactly what Alec wants going into game 2.
Yeah, should be interesting here. And once again, we're going into game 2 without a ton of time. We're looking at the players are still shuffling it up. I think we're actually seeing some sleeves being changed. Probably indicative either of sleeve wear necessitating a replacement or of cards being swapped for sideboard ones. And now the players will have just under 19 minutes to potentially complete games 2 and 3. And I think if these games end up headed to fatigue again, we are unlikely to see a game 3 happen, Josh.
Definitely. You look at the clock here, over 30 minutes for game 1. Second time we've seen this today on stream. Been a while since I've seen these kind of grindy fatigue matchups, and really coming to the forefront because at the end of the day, one of the good things against Cad Bane are these more hard control decks, these decks that can grind you out, try and outvalue Cad in the late game, and we'll see if Benjamin can do it once again here in game 2. Alec Levy will start with the initiative, and it is the Rancor Keeper. Great start, great way to deal some extra damage to the base with that ability. And it is a Sentinel unit for Benjamin on turn 1. The Palace Chef Droid will be pinged with Cad Bane, lining up a possible quick defeat with that Rancor Keeper.
The Palace Chef Droid is an interesting one. In the pre-rotation meta, there was a card called Pike Sentinel that was 2 for a 2/3 Sentinel. And the Palace Chef Droid is kind of like that, except can't attack efficiently because it has 0 power and only becomes 2/3 on defense. But the Underworld trait does let Benjamin bring it back to hand for a credit, only to replay it and have it killed by Cad Bane's ping plus the Tide Dagger Vanguard.
Cad just wielding that blaster so well, sending those pings wherever it needs to go, paired with Tie Dagger Vanguard. Such a great combination. And it sends us into the 4 resource turn with Alec Levy, the only one having units in play. Benjamin Wilkerson playing Garen Dan. We'll name a card here. We'll see if Alec has that card in hand. If he does, Benjamin will discard a card. Doesn't look like whatever was named is in hand, but Benjamin's certainly taking a look here and writing down some information, seeing what we have in Alec's hand.
Now, this is potentially a super annoying situation for Alec because Benjamin can potentially use Jabba's ability, bring Gurindon back to hand, create another credit token, and then replay Gurindon. And now, with complete knowledge of what's in the opponent's hand, he can pick out whatever he wants.
Yeah, that's right. You talked about it in the last game. That's one of the great combinations with Garandan and this Jabba the Hutt leader. You can just bam out Garandan, ripping exactly what you need from the opponent's hand. Quite a deadly set of combinations there. Quite the threat now as Alec gets in for a couple more damage with the Tie Dagger Vanguard 000 coming into play as well, as Benjamin has just claimed the initiative. And it will be 3 units in play as we go into the regroup phase for Alec. 7 damage on Benjamin's base. So pretty good start for Alec, though he does have to be careful and watch out for that Garandan.
Yeah, very, very weird here. Now, Benjamin could have, I believe, played Garandan again on the previous turn by using one of his credits and the one resource that he had left up, but opted not to do so. So we'll see whether Gurindon makes an appearance this turn.
Going to be
Now, what do
Tree
we have there?
Remembers for Benjamin, blanking 000 and defeating it because it costs 3 or less. So now Alex set back to just 2 units left in play. The Tie Dagger Vanguard will attack for 2. And another 2 coming through with the Rancor Keeper after Benjamin just claiming the initiative. It's 11 damage on Benjamin's base, and this is the exact kind of card you want in this matchup for Alec Levy. The Casca Reeves is played, and because that 000 was defeated, she brings along a Mandalorian as well. 4 units in play, and we are not quite there. I guess we are there. We could see a Rhydonium detonation with the credits. So does Benjamin have a board wipe? That's going to be the question, because this is a lot of pressure.
Yeah, Benjamin Wilkerson here, empty board, 12 damage on base. Now, yes, it is Colossus, so there's still a fair amount of base HP left to chew through for Alec Levy. But if I'm Alec, I'm probably not too unhappy with this situation. Now, one thing that this Jabba the Hutt deck can do is play some board wipes, and we could definitely see that changing the math here a bit.
Jabba the Hutt deployed for Benjamin, and Alec going to respond by quickly getting in with Casca Reeves into that 35 HP Colossus base, bringing it to 16 damage on. Let's see what Benjamin has here. Going to spend some credits and play Boba Fett. And with that ability from the Jabba the Hutt, Boba is going to get ambushed because credits were used to pay for the cost. So paying the extra resource to defeat 1 unit, ambushing and taking out another ground unit, and just like that, it's just a Mandalorian token in the ground for Alec.
And I believe a further resource was spent there to trigger the on-attack ability again and knock that Mandalorian token shield off. So very big play there from Benjamin Wilkerson, going from a very unfavorable board to being the only player with units on the ground. But now Cad Bane is making his presence felt.
Cad Bane deployed. Following that up, Alec puts down the Justifier to deal the last damage needed to defeat the Boba Fett unit. An advantage token passed out means more damage coming into Benjamin's base. 25 damage on. And 3 units still in play. Cad Bane, Tie Dagger Vanguard, and the Justifier for Alec. So he is showing exact lethal at the moment, but Benjamin has the initiative. Jabba in play and plenty of cards in hand.
You know, the 2 games couldn't be more different in terms of pacing, Josh. In game 1, we saw a super long battle ultimately going to fatigue and Benjamin winning because Alec ran out of cards in deck. But here we're seeing Alec pushing damage through very quickly and Benjamin in trouble in less than 10 minutes of game time used. We might be going to game 3 after all. Let's see what happens here.
Very possible, but a good opportunity for Benjamin to stabilize as he plays pre-Vizsla, defeating the Tie Dagger Vanguard and the Justifier. The Tie Dagger Vanguard being damaged means that it was just 6 HP remaining between those 2 units. So Benjamin defeating both, getting a couple Mandalorian tokens, As Cad Bane, leader unit for Alec, attacks for 4 once again. 29 damage on Benjamin's base. And let's see what Alec has. Benjamin has fully exhausted his resources. He attacked with Jabba to put some more damage there, or put some damage on Cad Bane. But now Alec could replenish the board as well. Just needs to find another 6 damage to send us to game 3.
Yeah. Interesting situation here, Josh. Benjamin with a much stronger board, but with tons of damage on base.
Going to be the cyborg mech for Alec. And it's going to be, it appears, 2 damage to the undamaged Pre-Vizsla. And Benjamin has the initiative, showing a way to take care of Cad Bane right away with what he has on board. And that's Pre-Vizsla. But that 2 damage being put on Pre-Vizsla means that if Benjamin attacks into that Cad leader unit, it's going to be a trade.
Yeah, Alec may be trying to just make sure that Benjamin can't defeat Alec's leader that easily. But now a droid laser turret for Benjamin Wilkerson, throwing a shielded sentinel in Alec's way. Let's see how Alec responds. I think it might be Pre-Vizsla.
It is Pre-Vizsla coming down, and max value Pre-Vizsla it is. Droid laser turret and both of the Mandalorian tokens defeated. Alec gets 3 Mandalorian tokens. The Sentinel unit is gone, and he still has Cyborg Mech and Cad Bane at the ready.
A lot of back and forth here. Benjamin Wilkerson looked to be really stabilizing, but now it looks like he's in a real spot of trouble. We do see the trade. The Pre-Vizsla unit on Benjamin's side of the board attacks and defeats that Cad Bane leader unit. And now the cyborg mech is free to potentially hit base. Could also potentially attack against Jabba here.
It is going to be 3 damage to base, 32 damage on Colossus. Benjamin staring down lethal in one action with either the Cyborg Mech or the Pre-Vizsla. It would be 2 action lethal with any of those Mandalorian tokens. First action for Benjamin Wilkerson. Does he have a way to stabilize here so close to defeat in game number 2? First action is going to be the Jadnana Wood, paying the extra for resources, exhausting all of the ground units, including his own Jabba the Hutt. Let's see what Alec has now.
Benjamin might have exhausted
planetary
his
bombardment in hand
opponent's
as well.
board and exhausted his own Jabba the Hutt, but that's a very fair trade, actually an unfair trade in his favor when the opponent has so many threats. Oh, look at
There it
that.
is. It's the planetary bombardment, and there's not enough HP left on Benjamin's unit to spread out the indirect damage to keep it from being lethal. Let's go to game 3.
Alec Levy, after a very long game and ultimately a defeat in the first game of this match, was able to resolve things far more quickly in the second game with an aggressive win. Now it's 1-1. Alec Levy versus Benjamin Wilkerson. But there's kind of a third opponent in this match, Josh, and that opponent is the clock. The players have less than 10 minutes, less than 8 minutes with which to potentially play this third game. The winner of this game will win the match, but there is a chance that neither player will win. The clock will shut things down and will, in fact, be going to a draw.
Yeah, we could see that scenario once again. I believe game 2 was finished in about 10 minutes, which means they have to play even faster to conclude this game 3. Naturally, Benjamin will have the initiative here in this deciding game 3 of round 5 at the Indianapolis Sector Qualifier. And Benjamin just claiming the initiative. No opening play. It is Rancor Keeper for Alec Levy. It will be damaged with the Cad Ping, and that's going to start the damage train on that 35 HP Colossus base off of the Rancor Keeper's ability.
This could be a bit of a savvy play. Damaging his own Rancor keeper, Alec Levy pushes damage to Benjamin Wilkerson's base. But now, hold for questioning, exhausting that Rancor keeper and plucking a card out of Alec's hand.
That card was the only play that Alec had on turn 2. It was the Maroc, meaning that Alec is not going to have a turn 2 play. So the Rancor keeper will remain the only unit on the board going into the next action phase. Alec taking the initiative after that hold for questioning to attack with Rancor keeper on the first action of the next phase. Jadnana Wood comes down, and here's the big brute, the Ogdo Bogdo, as Benjamin is going to use that action ability on Jabba, bouncing back his Underworld unit. Jadnana Wood to his hand, getting a credit token. And Cad damaging that Ogdo Bogdo. So Ogdo is ready to potentially start doing some damage.
Yeah. Alec Levy, Benjamin Wilkerson may not be playing units, but Alec Levy is getting some genuine advantage here from having Cad Bane ping his own side of the board.
Now it is no glory, only results to take control and defeat the Ogdo Bogdo unit. As the Rancor keeper will attack for a couple damage, bringing Benjamin's Colossus base up to 6 damage on. Benjamin has nothing left to do on this action phase. Will claim the initiative. IG 2000 coming down as Cad will ping. And another damage off of that Rancor ability. So 7 damage on Colossus.
Alec Levy once again using the Cad Bane leader ability on his own side of the board. And in combination with that Rancor keeper unit, manages to push an additional point of damage onto Benjamin Wilkerson's base, but there's still 28 HP to go, thanks to the mighty Colossus. Benjamin, 1 credit generated, 6 resources here. We are in a post-sideboard game, so these credits are not necessarily safe if Alec is to sideboard Arvel Skeen. We'll have to see how this goes.
So here it is. Jabba being deployed for Benjamin. And that is going to take care of the Rancor keeper after IG 2000 gets in for 3. Cad Bane going to ping the Jabba the Hutt leader unit. Jadnana Wood played once again, and this time Alec has a response quickly. The Anakin Skywalker win played ability giving Jod -3/-3, so the Sentinel unit is defeated. Benjamin going to retain the initiative going into the 7 resource turn. Benjamin still has 1 credit to work with, so does mean that that action ability on Jabba is live here to potentially play an Underworld unit from hand using a credit and giving it ambush.
Yeah. Jabba the Hutt. A lot of resources being spent. Chimera defeating Benjamin's Jabba the Hutt leader unit to take out that IG 2000.
But it wasn't after the Anakin attacked for 5, and it's a Chimera on Alec's side as well to defeat Anakin and Benjamin's Chimera. No damage on Alex's base, deploying Cad, getting in for another 4. And it's Cad Bane and Chimera in play for Alec, nothing in play for Benjamin. He's got the initiative, but staring down quite the 2 threats tower.
Yeah. Chimera countered by Chimera. But now Pre-Vizsla defeating Chimera. We're seeing really a showcase of some of the strongest cards in the set.
For Alec, he knows, okay, that's Benjamin's turn. That Pre-Vizsla used up all of Benjamin's resources, just has 1 credit token available. Cad is going to attack base. Attacking into the Mandalorian token, using the on-attack ability to ping off the shield and overwhelm the other 2 damage. And here comes Alec Levy's own Pre-Vizsla to defeat Benjamin. So the Pre-Vizsla war starts, and once again, in back-to-back games, Alec is the one to play his Pre-Vizsla second, and it has put him in a great advantage.
Benjamin's Chimera countered by Alec's Chimera. Benjamin's Previsla countered by Alex Previsla. They are trading the exact same powerful late game cards, but now it's a single reactor ignition from Benjamin Wilkerson, wiping the board. That's a lot of value, but Alex still has a lot of resources with which to rebuild.
That credit token proving to be so important was that one cost reduction on the single reactor ignition to be able to play it for the total of 9 resources that he had. Alec going to replenish the board with Cyborg Mech damaging itself and HK-47. And with Cyborg Mech damaging itself, it has grit. So that is now a 5 power threat in the ground arena to go along with HK-47, that Sith droid. Benjamin with the initiative.
Yeah, I think Alec has really been generating a lot of value here by damaging his own units, whether that be with Cad earlier or now with the Cyborg Mech. But look at that timer, Josh. They have 20 seconds left in the round unless there have been any time extensions. Alec is in an advantaged position, but I don't think he's necessarily going to be able to close this one in time.
I don't think so either, especially with the Cyborg Mech being hit by the Lost and Forgotten from Benjamin. 3 damage healed from Benjamin's base. 2 goes back on with HK-47, but it's still 19 HP remaining on Colossus as Benjamin plays Garandan. We'll see what he calls as he takes a look at Alec's hand. Whatever he called, I don't believe he hit, but we do see, oh no, it is. It looks like the planetary bombardment was the call.
No,
Or
no,
no,
he
it
just
wasn't.
played it.
No, he's playing it. Okay, yeah, my
Yeah,
bad.
yeah.
It was not the call. It's just played by Alec Levy. 3 indirect damage to Garandan. The other goes to base. And here comes some more damage pouring on. It's going to be 23 after the Rancor Keeper is played. And Cad damages the HK to ping Colossus once again. So a big whiff for Benjamin. And that planetary bombardment has come up big over the course of the last couple games.
Alec once again finding some sneaky damage here. The Cad Bane ping on his own unit triggers the Rancor Keeper ability. That's going to be some more damage on Benjamin Wilkerson's base. Benjamin jawed, I think probably with the full exhaust. Yep, that's right. Ground Arena gets exhausted once again. Let's see what Alec can do.
The timer has indeed gone off. I just don't know that Alec can win on this action phase. If they have another one, though, he puts down the Devastator, dealing indirect damage, defeating Jadnana Wood, and some extra damage to
I think they
base.
have. I think they have another action
Oh, they
phase.
do? Okay,
Can
so
Alec close it? A planetary bombardment, if he could draw one at this point, would just win the game outright, I believe. But I don't think he drew one. If Benjamin can't stop this Devastator, though, it can swing for lethal in one hit. What can Benjamin do? Oh,
it's the
a
single
single
reactor
reactor
ignition
ignition.
again. Once again, it's 3 more damage to Alec's base, and all of his threats wiped. He does put a 000 in play. An Arvel scheme to follow up, which is an interesting
no
include
credit.
in this credit matchup, but he had no credit in play to deal some more damage. Tie Dagger Vanguard comes down as well, and I think we are inching ever closer to the draw.
They must have had a time extension, though. It looks like they're still playing. I don't know just how much time they have left, but look at that. Benjamin Wilkerson fires off a Rhydonium detonation, and that's going to wipe the board yet again. I don't think Alec can necessarily recover from that this turn, unless I don't know what would you what would win here? Double planetary bombardment, but I don't think he has resources for that.
I think that's absolutely right. I think that's
Puts
the only
Arvel
thing that
back in
can
his
actually
hand.
win this phase. And that's going to do it. I don't think Alec can win. He kind of gestured as to not being able to find the damage needed. But I'm very curious to see how many more action phases we have.
I think Alec got close. The pace of play slowed down this phase a bit. I think that might mean this is that final action phase, and I do not think we're getting there, but I could be wrong. I thought they were out of time earlier.
Three
Arvel
remembers
Skeen
on the
defeated
Arvel Skeen.
the Tree
Maybe that
Remember.
gesture that Alec made, maybe there is one more action phase. Maybe that is when the time actually went off. So there would be one more action phase if that's the case.
Oh, yeah,
But
one more
just
after this one. That's
right.
possible.
Yep. Yeah, and I
Yeah,
think
I
that's going
think
to be
you're
the
right,
call.
Josh. So
Okay, so
now
it's
the question is,
BT1 and IG.
Can Alec find lethal? He doesn't quite have it right now. He has 5 damage, but this is a Colossus. Alec would need to find 4 more damage somewhere. And additionally, Benjamin will have the opportunity to try and disrupt this. But if this is the last action phase, Alec has a slim chance, but
Oh, he's got
there is
another
another,
reactor ignition tower.
the
He's had
third
the
single
board wipes
reactor
when he needed them.
ignition. What is that? Is that a Devastator?
It is a Devastator to deal 4, but it's just not enough.
That
And
would
it
win the
is
game
going to
normally, but
be a
not against
draw.
Colossus. They are
Oh,
out of
man.
time.
What a match. Alec able to come back and tie things up after that game 1 loss. But in the end, it looks like it is going to be a draw. Another long, grindy match. Alec was so close, but just couldn't quite get over the big mountain that is Colossus in game 3.
Yeah, that is one of the things that some of these more control-oriented decks are doing. The multiple board wipes, in that case, we had the single reactor ignition actually being played out of aspect, I believe, but then also the Rhydonium detonations. And, we just saw so many resets there from Benjamin that Alec was ultimately not quite able to get the damage that he needed through to close that one out.
Yeah, it was a great match. So close. We saw some great ones here in round 5. I do believe that is going to wrap things up for our coverage in round 5. But we have got more action coming. 5 Swiss rounds in the book. 3 more to go here in Indianapolis. Welcome back to our live stream of the Indianapolis Sector Qualifier. I'm Josh Schneider, and I am once again joined by Main Deck Dan as we get set for our Round 6 coverage. Dan, it's been a great day so far, and over the last couple rounds, we've seen some grindy matches.
Yeah, you guys sure had some grinds to cover there, but that just means more Star Wars Unlimited content for all of the viewers out there. But man, what crazy decks. That Jabba deck was something else.
Yeah, it really was something that we haven't seen a lot of, but my goodness, that deck was filled with the board wipes. Of course, that great interaction between the Jabba action ability and Garen Dan being able to potentially really snipe down multiple cards from your opponent's hand. But very interesting deck and went the distance against Cad Bane. Couldn't quite close it out for the win, but nevertheless, giving Cad, that bounty hunter, a run for his money.
Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly what we're here to see this weekend, right? See what decks are out there in the metagame that are hiding. There's little rogue decks that are in there to try and pick at that 21% meta share that Cad Bane had going into this day one of the sector qualifier.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. So now as we get set for round number 6, 5 rounds completed so far today. And at this point, just 14 players still remain undefeated at 5-0. And then we've got a few players that are 4-0-1. So technically 17 undefeated players. And it's going to be interesting to see what all makes it into day 2 as pairings are up, the players are shuffling. And just looking at the standings here, Dan, we do have quite a bit of Cad Bane in that number of 14 players at the 5-0 mark.
Yeah, certainly we do. And I mean, that is to be expected, right? Number one, it's a good deck. We all know that. No one's hiding anything here. But number two, there are a lot in the room, and there's sort of a law of numbers here that's at play here. You know, there's going to be a bunch of them that are going to be up at that top table, and they're going to start fighting each other a little bit too, and knocking each other down.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. Going to start pairing into each other these undefeated Cad Bane decks as we get ready for round number 6. 3 more rounds to go as these players trying to clinch a spot in day 2 of this sector qualifier. So all of these players at 5-0 right now. This is a win and guaranteed into day 2. 6 wins locks a spot in day 2 as these players are looking for 18 match points, and the top 64 players will be advancing on to day 2. Dan, has anything changed in your mind with things that we've seen over the last couple rounds?
Well, one thing that is just getting my interest a little bit here as I do start to look at these standings is, this idea that Tower and I were chatting about a little bit right before I took my break, but this idea that the Cad Bane deck is more than just the leader, right? The power of this deck coming from the vigilance, aggression, villainy cards in the main deck. And as I'm looking at some of these top standings, it's not just the Cad Banes I'm looking at, but I do see things like multiple Darth Mauls high up in the rankings right now. Still the same pairing of colors, right? But a slightly different set of cards, still though empowered by some of those cards like Merrick, the chimeras being accessible at that top end. There are definitely there's more to look at than just the leader, I guess is what I want to say, and I think we're seeing that play out today.
Yeah, absolutely. And earlier today, we saw a Rose Tico on stream. And looking at the standings, Rose Tico, one of those decks right now at 5-0, which you love to see as we get to our feature table. And it is going to be Luke Skywalker from Ashes of the Empire, paired with Data Vault, Alex Holmes versus Shane Kessler on one of these Darth Maul Vigilance Force builds that you were just talking about. There are multiple of these Darth Maul decks in that 5-0 bracket currently.
I'd love to say it was a little bit of precognition, but this is just luck that we do get to jump into a round right after I glaze up this Darth Maul list just a little bit. But this should be a bit of a tricky match, right? Because this Luke Skywalker Data Vault deck can play that deep late game, if it is allowed to get there, has that recovery on the units that can try and disable Darth Maul's damage. Now, unlike Cad Bane, Darth Maul has to put a little bit of work into getting that damage right. And Luke will be kind of happy, I think, to play to the ground and try and clear off the force units that Darth Maul needs to make sure he can keep activating that ability. So we'll see exactly how this matchup plays out as we jump into this first game of round 6. Players roll the dice. That is an incredible roll from Luke, meaning that it does look like Alex Holmes on the Luke Skywalker Data Vault deck is going to get that initiative to start.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. It could be important, as you talked about, if he can keep control of those early force units, potentially keeping Shane off of the force. The problem is some of these early force units are very resilient. You have things like the secretive Sage that has the shield token, Treyas Acolyte Karis, 4 HP units. So it can be very difficult for your opponent to take out in one action.
Yeah, we'll see what the Luke Skywalker deck is working with in this opening hand as far as their capabilities of getting there. But either way, one thing is for sure, if that Luke Skywalker hits the board and is not removed, it's going to be a real problem for Shane.
I could not agree more that Luke Skywalker, when he deploys, is a 6/7, and whenever a friendly unit attacks, when that attack ends, you get to heal 2 damage from that unit or your base. So if Luke stays in play for any amount of time, that is definitely a recipe for success if you are in the seat of Alex Holmes. Alex was happy with his opening hand. Shane wanted to try again, took the mulligan as we get ready, and it looks like Alex does have that turn 1 play. He's got his own turn 1 force play with the Gunji, and Shane is going to fire out the Karis, both players starting with an early force unit in game 1.
Really feeling like that Legends of the Force metagame that we saw play out at the Galactics last year, starting with force units on the ground arena, both sides. 2/5 Gunji unit into that 2/4 Karis, but with that, of course, powerful when defeated. But here we go following up with that metagame. Let's throw a lightsaber. This is Luke Skywalker's Jedi lightsaber on the Gunji. So we're getting a gigantic +3/+3 and immediately condemned by Shane saying, I'm not going to deal with that at all right now.
Yeah, that was a massive 5-power threat, but condemned just says no. Shane has the aspects in hand to disclose and give Gunji -6. So definitely a favorable exchange there for Shane as he attacks into Data Vault, putting the first base damage on here in game number 1 and generating the force with that 28 HP force base. Alex will still have the initiative, but certainly doesn't love to have this Gunji just locked down.
No, but we did see Alex testing Shane a little bit, and I like when players do this. Still attacked with a Gunji, still made Shane have the disclose. And we'll see if that's maintained. I've seen, it's not too common, but sometimes we've seen on stream these players really getting to the low hand size and going, maybe they just won't attack. I won't keep the correct aspects in hand. But here's a Galen Urso coming down from Alex Holmes, gets to name a card and then get to disable those abilities on that card. So we'll have to catch what Alex names here, because obviously what's being named can be very, very clutch for this particular match. A lot of times as Galen comes down and names credits, obviously not going to be something that matters too much in this matchup, but we'll see.
And I do believe I saw Alex point to the condemn. So I think he is blanking condemn here, which means that that Gunji is once again a very real threat. But Shane has the initiative playing Darth Tyrannus unit. So that means it will get ambush. And it's also a shielded unit as well. So he can ambush in after getting that shield token so that Darth Tyrannus stays in play. And it puts 4 damage on that Galen Urso, which means now Shane is set up to take it out with that Darth Maul action ability.
Yeah, so there's one action exactly that Alex has to use this Gunji uncondemned to attack. Uses it to actually Gunji unit swings in and clears the Darth Tyrannus unit, and there's the activation of the Darth Maul leader ability, getting the ping on the Galen, and then one more on the Gunji as well. Alex is going to have to continue to work on ways to get this condemn off of the Gunji, or at least disable its abilities again if he wants to use this threat. But of course, Alex doesn't mind keeping the game going a little bit longer, right? The longer this goes, the more favorable it can end up being for the Luke Skywalker Data Vault deck.
Garrus once again able to generate the force for Shane, up to 4 damage on Alex's Data Vault, as Alex once again has the initiative and is going to just force the disclose from Shane. We see the Talzin's Assassin being disclosed there, as Gunji is able to have 1 damage healed because of the Luke action ability. So if this condemn is answered at some point, if Alex continues healing that damage with that Luke Skywalker, still could be a big threat at some point in this game. Action back over to Shane, just going to be another 2 to base. It's 6 damage on Data Vault.
Yeah, both players with all of their resources still kind of holding back on their plays. Now Alex getting ready to make the first play, and it is the Mandalorian legendary unit from Ashes of the Empire. So a way to start to protect these units a little bit more. Definitely a salient threat to remove. Of course, Darth Maul being a ping leader has a lot of capability for handling this particular threat.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. And Shane does have the force, so could certainly go with that line if he chooses to do so. And that's going to be the next play. So force is used, Darth Maul action ability used, 1 damage to both of those ground units on Alex's side. Shield gone off of the Mandalorian. Alex claims the initiative. Let's see what Shane has. It is the Talzin's Assassin, and unfortunately not going to get any value out of this Assassin. Didn't have the force, just coming down as a 4/4 in the ground arena.
Yeah, not the thing you want to see, right? In Shane's position, you want to have all these opportunities to utilize the force to the best of your ability, but still getting multiple force units down is the situation to be in here. As now that Talzin's Assassin could do something like trade into the Mandalorian very cleanly. Mandalorian's going to start by taking out Karras before the force is gained, so of course disabling that when defeated ability, and now just leaving Shane with the choice of how to operate. Of course, if he wanted to take out that Mandalorian, it's now already attacked. The Gunji's already condemned. So the thing that makes the most sense here, swing into the base. Data Vault taking 4 more and gaining the force for Shane, as he's going into the ability to use Darth Maul and the deploy turn, of course, for Maul as well.
Darth Maul action ability used once again. Force being taken advantage of. Another damage to both Gunji and the Mandalorian. Does leave Gunji with just 3 HP remaining and the Mandalorian with 2 HP. As the action goes back over to Alex, we know that Darth Maul can be deployed on this turn. And also these Darth Maul decks, they can be running some massive upgrades, things like that. Darth Maul's lightsaber, we'll see if Shane does opt to try and create this Voltron leader by upgrading Darth Maul. Alex has some options to make here.
This is a scenario where the ability of Darth Maul, the leader ability, being an activated and action ability, is causing a lot of delay to Alex's play here. And Alex just has to finally commit to something on board, getting this Rex down here. Captain Rex is going to at least get a Sentinel in the way. Alex does need to try to set up to clear the Darth Maul leader off the board as soon as possible, knowing that this deployment that we're seeing right now was bound to happen. And exactly like you called it, Josh, there's a constructed lightsaber on to the Darth Maul leader. So this is a hugely powerful threat that now Alex is going to have to deal with. Now, thank goodness for that Captain Rex, right? The one Sentinel in the way of this Darth Maul that makes things just a little bit more awkward.
Yeah, it does make things a bit awkward. That constructed lightsaber giving Maul +2/+3, but while attacking, going to get up that raid 2 as well. So that is going to be enough to crash into and defeat the Captain Rex. 7 damage back to Maul, but thanks to the constructed lightsaber, Maul still has 1 HP remaining as Alex with the initiative going into what will be his deploy turn, but certainly has to respect that Darth Maul as he's very behind in the race right now, and Shane showing quite a bit of pressure in the ground arena, and it is going to be first action trade, the Mandalorian unit for Darth Maul.
Yeah, that's the easy choice right there. Already damaged Mandalorian unit turning it into defeating the opposing leader definitely feels like the position to be in. And now, of course, pushing the action onto Shane. Shane having a couple of units here, though, starts the attacks with these, gets to push off, having to commit any resources this turn a little bit farther, and is going to get Alex into the position where Alex needs to sort of commit to either deploying Luke or spending those resources, and maybe Shane will be in a position to try and respond. These players are both kind of just jockeying actions right now to try to get the jump on the opponent's major late game plays.
Oh, and Alex just passed, it looks like, and Shane claims the initiative. And if I'm Shane, I love this exchange because he dealt 4, 5, 6 damage to base, and Luke did not come out. He's got the initiative. He can attack for 4 right away with Assassin. Just like that, Alex only has 13 HP remaining. We've got to get that Luke out there, and here he is.
Yeah, that's exactly the issue, right? That was the advantage I was talking about with those units in play. This idea that Shane can just start to make attacks and force Alex to make actions. And Alex knows Shane is ready to respond to anything. So simply passing ended up passing the turn here. But now Shane has put so much pressure on the data vault. These attacks keep coming in. And this Luke is sitting here ready to get into a clear spot. But starting with Alex attacking with the Gunji, taking advantage of that Luke ability to get a restore 2 on the base as well.
Yeah, I do love this. Even though Gunji is not dealing any damage at all because of that condemn, still being able to restore 2 as Shane Kessler playing the 9th sister, that hulking Inquisitor. It is going to be Mina Bonteri discarded for Alex, and the 2 damage dealt to Gunji will be enough to defeat it. And let's see how Alex responds here. Definitely staring down a threatening board, and Luke by himself, only 6 power, so not a way to take down that hulking Inquisitor. Does Alex have another way to potentially stop that 8 damage coming in next action phase?
One thing I think Alex was hoping a little bit was to keep that Gunji for another turn to try to get to the point where he could play that Chimera off aspect sitting in his hand, because that Chimera could then easily just defeat that Gunji to defeat something like this 9th sister, right? But it's a scenario now where unfortunately it did leave just the Luke leader sitting in play, staring down a Sith army. And Alex needs to try to figure out. I also see the Rey in hand, right? Alex has some extremely good late game plays, but the pressure has just been too much. 0 damage dealt to Shane's base so far, to 20 on the data vault. Alex is running out of time to bring this game into sort of a controlled state.
Yeah, he absolutely has to try to mitigate some of the pressure in this ground arena. Luke could take out that Townsend's assassin at the bare minimum. And I do believe there is a Casca Reeves in hand for Alex Holmes. So that would, at the minimum, be a Sentinel unit that would stand in the way of the 9th sister. It's going to be the Luke Skywalker leader unit attacking and defeating the Treyas Acolyte. And that 2 damage is going to be healed off of Luke instead of restoring 2 from base. Now it's that Casca Reeves coming out. Mandalorian token created for Alex. So Casca Reeves, a Sentinel, as Shane has the initiative and has that hulking Inquisitor, the 9th sister, ready to go on this action.
The Sentinel is great. The Overwhelm on 9th sister, a bit more of a problem, though. It is going to keep the Luke safe for another action, which is great, but it's not going to keep the damage from coming into base here, especially when the Pre-Vizsla drops and just removes the Sentinel and the Mandalorian token, puts 2 more back in, followed up by the Bo-Katan alone unit coming down and getting to subtract power and HP from Shane Kessler's entire board, immediately removing those Mandalorian tokens and now starting to get the experience tokens built up on this Luke Skywalker. This is what Alex is trying to do, maneuvering this game to a state where this Luke Skywalker is unassailable and he can gain that overtime advantage. So can he control it?
What a back and forth exchange that was. Alex with a very timely Bo-Katan. This 9th sister only swinging for 4, has -3/-3. Going in now, 2 experience tokens were given to the Luke Skywalker leader unit. It is now a total of 8 power, attacking in and defeating the 9th sister. And now let's see what Alex does. Could heal some more damage from Luke or heal that base. And at this point, with 25 damage on Alex's base, certainly has to contemplate healing the base. But at the same time, I think he's also saying, I want to keep this Luke in play as long as I can.
The math right now is about recovering from Luke and an experience token that gets to be placed somewhere as well. So trying to figure out how to best maneuver around this. Being how worried does Alex need to be about this pre-Vizsla being strong enough to maybe clear him off? And aggressive negotiations on the pre-Vizsla is still a dangerous spot to be in. So does decide to do a little recovery on Luke instead, trying to maintain that Luke for one more turn and hoping Shane doesn't have a single action to end the game, as Shane is going into this next turn with the initiative. It all is going to come down to whether or not Shane has something to clear it, or if Alex has just, by the skin of his teeth, stabilized this board.
Shane Kessler with the initiative. If he has something like an aggressive negotiations, that would close out the game with that pre-Vizsla being able to attack right away. As it stands, the pre-Vizsla going in by himself. It's 31 damage on Alex's base, and it does mean that the Townsend's Assassin is now lethal, so Alex must deal with the threat with his next action. Bo-Katan will attack and defeat the Assassin. An experience token once again given to Luke Skywalker, and this time Alex will heal 2 damage from his base back down to 29. But still has to think about this pre-Vizsla and what other big threat Shane may have for us. He is reaching for quite a bit of resources. Another Night Sister will force Alex to discard a card, and has he kept any cheap cards in play or in his hand? He is not. The Nothing Left to Fear is discarded, and this will be 5 damage that Shane can distribute between Bo-Katan and Luke Skywalker.
And Shane gets rid of this Bo-Katan, which is very unfortunate for Alex. Alex is sitting on that Chimera and was, I think, considering defeating the Bo-Katan just to defeat another threat and start to get even more recovery happening. But now there's no other option to defeat a unit other than that Luke Skywalker. And of course, not going to be the line here, as Alex is going to consider now how to get out of this with 2 gigantic threats on the opposing side of the board. Not quite enough recovery. Could send the Luke into one of them, but still is threatened with lethal by the other. So this is a perilous position for Alex now. Still not out of the game, but barely clinging on to it.
Alex has 3 cards in hand. Luke can take out the pre-Vizsla and live, but like you said, the problem is, regardless of where Luke goes, he can heal damage from the base, but it would still be enough that Night Sister can win in one action. So Luke is going to attack into that pre-Vizsla and just heal 2 damage from himself, which leaves 3 HP remaining on that Luke Skywalker leader unit. I believe Shane Kessler has just claimed the initiative. What does Alex have now? Does he have a way to take care of that Night Sister?
I think I see Lost and Forgotten in hand, which is the line that makes the most sense. Can defeat the Night Sister and then restore 3 from the base. If that's what's in hand, that's got to be the line, unless I'm misreading things. So there's Shane taking the initiative. Looks like Alex counting, maybe just going all the way in for the Chimera. Oh my, okay, actually going to defeat the Luke Skywalker to defeat the Ninth Sister and rely on this Chimera to get there. A bit bold here, but it might be the decision that wins Alex the game now, because of course sticking this frightening reality Chimera unit is going to make constant restore happen every time one of Shane's units is defeated.
Now there is 6 HP remaining on that Data Vault base after Chimera heals a couple. Shane has the initiative, has to start from scratch once again, will resource up to 10. And let's see how he starts. It's going to be the Marak into the ground arena, just putting down that 2-power Sentinel. Chimera going to attack, and finally, Alex has dealt some damage to Shane's base, putting 6 on with that Chimera, but still a long road ahead.
Yeah, a lot of damage to deal. Of course, we know Alex can deal it fast. There is still that Ray in hand. The Ray being just a gigantic and very hard to remove unit. And speaking of crazy upgrades, you were talking about these earlier, Josh, but there is Darth Maul's lightsaber on the Merrick as well. It's no longer a Sentinel. It is a Sabbath. Never mind. It's no longer even on board because there is the Lost and Forgotten, immediately removing that and getting a big restore 5 when combined with the Chimera as well.
That is quite the bit of restore, down to 22 damage on Alex's base as Shane brings out Darth Tyrannus once again, but things really getting closer and closer to Alex stabilizing as he finds yet another copy of Ray in hand. Be interesting to see when that Ray comes down.
The Kelleran Beck that Alex picked up is looking very, very good now. This is going to be kind of the ideal play. This will allow Alex to dig into the deck and find something and play it for 3 cheaper. And with 3 resources available, this could be just a huge turn very, very suddenly to build up a massive amount of threats on the board so Alex can keep playing the game, as Shane has kind of failed to drop anything too threatening in the meantime, as Alex has been building out these giant threats. And I was exactly what I was thinking. I was hoping Captain Rex, I think for Alex, is probably the strongest thing to find another gigantic unit in play with Sentinel now as well.
And a big response for Shane Kessler using the Force with that Shatter Point to defeat the Sentinel unit. Chimera does attack for 6, bringing Shane's damage total up to 12. But the Sentinel unit now on Alex's side of the ground arena has been defeated. Secretive Sage will come down. Darth Tyrannus still open in that ground arena. It's going to be another copy of Darth Maul's lightsaber, +4 power onto Tyrannus, attacking for 8. And once again, it's 2 units right now in play for Shane, and he's got lethal with that Darth Tyrannus, and it looks like Alex is just going to scoop it up. He doesn't have an answer for Tyrannus. What an opening game, but Shane wins the opener here in round 6.
Wow, the power of those upgrades is unmatched, right? The ability just to take even these small threats and turn them into late game bombs. All Shane needed to do was punch damage in large packets, right? Luke kept being able to shrug off small amounts of damage. So getting to set that Darth Maul's lightsaber up on the Darth Tyrannus unit really was able to put the threat back onto Alex and say, look, you can't heal through this.
Yeah, such a great game. And yes, those upgrades, definitely one of the stronger lines available for these Force decks such as Darth Maul and even Mother Talzin. We've seen Talzin run things like that constructed lightsaber quite consistently. So these leaders can be extremely dangerous. And even on these other units, you see the Darth Maul's lightsaber coming in and being that extra bit of damage to just push Shane across the finish line in game 1. And another grindy game here on our feature table. Another game that lasts over 20 minutes to start things out. So we'll see if Alex, after some sideboarding, can potentially force a game 3. But as we have talked about over the last couple rounds, when you have these long games that take over 20 minutes, even if you can potentially win in game 2, the clock really starts to become a factor.
Yeah, sometimes it feels like the Luke Skywalker deck's biggest rival is actually the clock itself. Just having trouble maneuvering. It's not that the deck doesn't have ways to win the game. Obviously, we saw the Chimera off aspect. We saw the Bo-Katan come down and change the course of the game. We saw the Rays in hand, the Kelleran Becks. But it's that all of these threats aren't as decisively ending the game. They need like an action or two to kind of get a swing in, get that damage in. And a lot of decks right now just have very definitive answers to units that hit board and need a turn to attack, right? And so Luke just needs to maneuver into that open spot where he can start to attack with some of these units, but it's made very difficult with these Vigilance Villainy decks and all of their responses.
And now I am very interested to see what may have been coming out of the sideboard for Alex going into game 2 to try and force a deciding game 3. Very curious to see what could impact here. We saw that Galen Urso in the first game coming down, shutting off Condemn. Galen Urso can also, if you position yourself well on the board, can really put these force decks in a bit of a pickle, because Galen Urso can also shut off the force base and keep these decks from generating the force. So that's certainly another option with Galen Urso. And as this appears to be another match that is going to have long games, anything that brings some more inevitability in the late game could be what Shane wants.
Yeah, this is this is a tough grind here, I think, for both players. And like things like the Galen Urso, you're absolutely right. They can be so impactful, but the Darth Maul deck is just built to handle the board. It's using all of these vigilance and aggression cards that we've come to, well, I don't know if love is the right word, but we've come to expect, at least, out of these decks. And there's just, it's so tough to get the opponent, especially with that force package, to not have a pretty quick response. You know, we saw the Darth Tyrannus units, we see the Talzins Assassins, and of course the activation of Darth Maul. We saw last game, it was just one action that the Condemn was unavailable for. And so if that Galen needs to go, Shane is sure to find a way. But of course, it all depends on what cards are drawn here as the players get their opening hands going into game 2 of the round 6 match here at the Indianapolis Sector Qualifier.
Yeah, you called it, Dan. Really the MO of these villainy force decks. They are so good at absolutely manhandling the ground arena. We saw Shane do a great job of that in the opening game. There's just so many things like the Talzins Assassin, that Darth Tyrannus unit, the early force units such as the Karis, just so much to eat up these early units. Going to be Gunji once again for Alex to start game number 2, and Shane this time has a bit of a different turn 1 play, but nevertheless does have a force unit, which is important, finding the Secretive Sage on the opening turn, as Alex will just keep the initiative, and Shane will certainly be looking to get that force online quickly.
I'm going to see the hand here. I think I do see another Luke's Jedi lightsaber, but it looks like maybe I either misread that or Alex just decides to attack into that Sage anyway. Of course, taking advantage of the Luke Skywalker leader ability to restore one on Gunji when attacking. Shane does get the force by attacking with the Secretive Sage, but there is the Rider Azadi coming down now too to try and disable more of Shane's clutch plays.
Yeah, we'll be very curious to see what Alex calls here. Whenever he names while Rider Azadi is in play, Shane will not be able to play that card. As it goes back over to Shane, doesn't have a 3-cost unit, so a bit off curve here, playing the Acolyte of the Beyond. And it'll give Alex the initiative. And the force used on Darth Maul's side, that action ability will deal 1 to both Gunji and the Rider Azadi.
Interestingly, the Acolyte of the Beyond, one way to gain the Force when your base is shut off by Galen, because it does not rely on the Night Sister layer. Looks like the card named with Rider Azadi was Merrick. So definitely Alex just trying to call the most powerful early play at that stage and get rid of it as he continues to send this Gunji in to take care of that Secretive Sage, utilizing that restore on Luke to keep the Gunji a salient threat on board.
Yeah, and really trying to clean up these force units as well. The Acolyte of the Beyond, not a force unit, but does have that on attack ability, which still generates the force. But once again, Shane has the force, and with that Rider Azadi in play, able to get in for 2, restoring 1. And there is the Talzins Assassin to deal with that Wookiee force unit. Gunji is defeated. Alex will follow that up with Mina Bonteri in the ground arena. So this time it's Alex a little bit off curve on his 4 resource turn with just the Mina Bonteri, and Shane will have the initiative.
A lot of restore just building up on Alex's side, though, trying to keep the data vault a little bit less damaged this game. Get to the point where in the late game he's not so close to lethal, right? If Alex had more wiggle room on his base's HP in the last game, might have still been able to clutch that one out. But here Shane's going to try and deny that as the constructed lightsaber comes down on the Talzins Assassin. So this 4/4 is now an absolutely massive threat because his villainy gets that raid 2 as well. You're looking at a swing of 8 coming in potentially on the next attack from the Talzin's Assassin. So Alex is going to want to find an answer to that really fast.
Yeah, once again, Shane poising himself to be the aggressor. And Alex really has to think this one through. That Talzin's Assassin now has 7 HP. Does have a couple cards in hand that can help once Talzin's Assassin already has some damage on. But Ryder Asadi going to go into base for 2, restoring 1. But here comes that massive swing you were talking about, Dan. 8 damage into Alex's data vault, 11 damage on. And now it is protect the pod after Luke healed the damage off of Ryder. And that will be 5 damage to the Talzin's Assassin. It deals damage equal to the remaining HP onto that friendly unit. So 5 for Azade leaves Talzin's Assassin wounded, but with Mina still not quite enough to take it down just yet.
5 with 5
No, it is.
damage.
It is.
Yeah, it's exactly
Yep.
right. It's exactly right
Nope,
that Mina will be able to
what he needed.
swing in. Very likely the next action is that Acolyte attacked here. Alex just kind of taking stock of how to most easily deal with this. But if that Mina swings in, of course, that if the disclose is available to Alex, that is also a draw off of that, which would have to feel pretty nice. I'm actually not sure the disclose is available though.
Play though the read of needing to take that damage off of Ryder Azadi.
Alex only had 1 command card in hand, so couldn't get the disclose on the Mina Bonteri. Now would be able to do it with a correct resource here, but now missing the action here, giving Shane another option with that initiative to get another swing in. So really interesting how much Alex was trying to kind of value getting the card draw on this Mina, deciding not to send it into the Assassin on that action and rather taking the damage here.
Yeah, quite intriguing for sure, because it's definitely a threat that needs to be dealt with ASAP, as Alex does make that resourcing decision. But do we see the first action now taking out the Assassin? That is going to be the play, restoring 1, and now he does have the disclose in line to reveal the 2 command and 1 heroism aspect icon. It gives Alex yet another card, and the Talzin's Assassin will be defeated. Shane's like, hey, wait a second, I think it has 1 HP. So Shane did the same thing I did. I was also not doing my math correctly, but indeed, Mina Bonteri with the 2 damage, it is enough to take down the big threat, but still more damage pouring in for Shane. The Constable swings for 3, 16 damage on Data Vault, only 4 on that 28 HP force base, as Lats Razi gets played. An experience token given to Lats, and that's 3 damage to defeat the Acolyte of the Beyond. Exactly what was needed there.
Yeah, it looks like the initiative wasn't passed correctly, as Alex did have it going into this round, and that line made a lot more sense, knowing that Alex had the initiative. Of course, you can take the initiative, get the attack in, and still get to the card draw, which certainly is a lot more reasonable here. And now, Alex has managed through this turn sequence to manipulate the board into a very favorable standpoint, and again, taking advantage of this Luke Skywalker leader ability to keep this rider in play now. It actually has taken 5 damage in total, but has also recovered several, so it is back in. And as that Darth Maul drops, Alex was ready with the kill switch also to exhaust it and force the game into the next round without that Darth Maul coming in. And now in this next round, again, Luke Skywalker, leader, looming, ready to drop in and become the threat. Alex almost clutched the game last game with that Luke getting the Bo-Katan drop, getting him full of experience, and we'll see if Alex can manipulate that again, having taken a little bit less damage this game and even dealt some to Shane already.
What a phase for Alex in that last action phase, being able to exhaust the Darth Maul, and Shane did not develop the board any further, did not spend any resources, but here with the initiative, Shane is going to throw down that Night Sister, and let's see what Alex has this time to discard. In the first game, we saw a 5-cost card being discarded, which at this point would be devastating because it would clear up that ground arena, but it does look like Alex has some cheaper options. Looks like that blue leader is in hand, so the problem is, though, it still would be enough to take out the ground arena. because 3 damage is all that's needed to defeat both of these ground units on Alex's side.
Yeah, that is exactly the amount it looks like. So that is quite unfortunate here in this situation. Even keeping that 3 was not enough. Now, of course, those weren't massive units, and this is the advantage Alex has, is now it's time to deploy Luke Skywalker and holding on to plenty of cards still to play. We do see the Bo-Katan in hand. We do see the Rey in hand. Alex just needs to get this game to go a bit deeper as Shane just starts to push the damage and tries to close it out before it's too late. There is the nothing left to fear on Luke Skywalker, taking out that Ninth Sister, buffing him up. He's very strong, can actually clear the opposing leader as well. Exactly what happens as Alex swings in with that Luke Skywalker, I'd say likely to restore the Luke from damage instead of base on this one. Yes, that looks like what's happening here. So trying to keep Luke as healthy as possible because he has that powerful leader ability. It doesn't matter what attacks, as long as anything attacks on Alex's side, he's able to get that restore too and can use that to bring the game back under control.
What a great turn to have that nothing left to fear, being able to clean up Shane's board. He takes the initiative, has nothing in play, and will need to find an answer for this Luke. Keep in mind that we're closing in on things like that Bo-Katan. We see Alex holding on to Bo right now. Still 1 turn away from Bo, but nevertheless, the big bombs are incoming for Alex Holmes. Shane Kessler with the initiative. The damage totals right now, it's 18-4 in favor of Shane Kessler. And let's see what he's got to work with on 7 resources. Staring down the Luke Skywalker leader unit, the only unit in play, does have 4 HP remaining and could change the race very quickly with the possible restore. Secretive Sage, the play for Shane to open. And now let's see if there's anything that Alex has on this turn. I know he's holding a Rey plus a bow. I didn't quite catch that other card.
Here we see Luke attacking into base and actually continuing to just restore the damage off of the leader himself, which is going to make sure that Luke is available for future turns. But Shane, starting off with the Secret of Sage, I saw that and I thought, this is a weak start. You're either trying to delay actions or you've got another Darth Maul's lightsaber to come down on this 2/2 shielded, now a 6/4 shielded, but Rey Skywalker does drop this massive 9/9, cannot be taken control of, cannot be defeated by enemy card abilities, so that Shatterpoint not going to do anything to Rey. These are serious threats on the board now. Rey and Luke, these units will do a ton of damage to that Night Sister lair in the face even of that Maul's lightsabered Secret of Sage.
Yeah, right now the damage looking a bit favorable for Alex with this particular board state. The only thing that Alex does have to keep in mind would be something like an aggressive negotiations, because that could mean a 2-attack lethal very likely with that Secretive Sage. So first action for Shane Kessler on this turn. He's got 8 resources to work with now. The Secretive Sage threatening to attack for 6 with the Darth Maul's lightsaber. And Secretive Sage going into Rey. So 6 damage on Rey means just 3 HP left for that big threat. And Alex is immediately going into base with Rey and healing 2 damage off of Rey. It puts Shane's base damage total up to 19 with that attack for 9. So that's a really big hit here. And with an attack from Luke, we could see lethal next turn for Alex.
Right now, the Rey is already lethal. So if the Rey were to not be defeated in Shane's action right here, which of course with this Darth Tyrannus it would have been possible for Alex to simply take initiative and steal the game in a single action as well. But of course that was really forcing Shane's hand to deal with that Rey. And now Shane's kind of committed everything to board and it's up to Alex right now. Alex has all of these resources available, has this Luke attack available, and can put this game into the position where Shane has no option but to take initiative if he's unable to answer absolutely everything.
So now Alex with the next action. And I believe he is up to 9 resources, but let's see what the play is going to be. It's actually just going to be the blue leader bringing some support here. paying the extra 2 resources to move Blue Leader into the ground arena, give it a couple experience tokens. It will ambush and defeat that Darth Tyrannus unit. And it does leave now a 5 power threat behind, as 2 damage is healed from the Blue Leader off of that Luke ability.
Alex is taking so much advantage of the ability to use Luke to restore from the units, right? Just making it so Shane has to work so hard to clear this board as Alex continues to get huge value from cards like Blue Leader. That ambush is even stronger when it ends up also preventing, mostly like preventing 2 damage, healing the 2 damage after it's dealt. But you think of it as a sort of just taking 2 damage less here. And yeah, now we're going to see Alex still holding on to that Luke attack, able to send this wherever it needs to go, forcing Shane's hand a little bit, making Shane take all of these actions. If Alex needs to attack into something Shane drops, that's kind of what Alex would be fine being able to do here. But if Shane eventually just gives it up, then Alex can just send that damage straight in, and actually holding on to that Luke's Jedi lightsaber, turning that Luke into a lethal attack, waiting for Shane to play out as many actions as possible. Now Shane needs to use a single action to remove Luke, and if Shane doesn't have it, then we're going to be going to game 3.
Absolute crucial timing of that lightsaber. It was Shane using the lightsabers to defeat Alex in game 1, and in game 2, Alex returns the favor. We are going to a deciding game 3 in round 6. Both players divvying out these lightsabers. What a match so far. Shane, of course, will start with the initiative in game 3, but once again, we've got another long, drawn-out match, under 15 minutes left on the clock.
You know, I think everyone's excited when you get to see the 2 Jedi pulling out the sabers and getting into a duel like this. We're here for it, right? All the Star Wars fans want to see this happening on the tabletop here, the Star Wars Unlimited. Of course, unlimited possibilities, and we get to see the real action, the sparks flying as these upgrades are being placed on the most iconic characters in the franchise, represented on the tabletop by these unit and leader cards.
Absolutely. The lightsabers being given out to some of these units. I believe it was earlier. I can't remember which unit it was. Oh, I know. You guys were casting, for instance, the Darksaber on Owen Lars. Like things like that. I just love it when we see the Darksaber and these different lightsabers being put on these different units and just crashing in. A lot of fun for sure. And I know the players love it. So one more game to decide this match. And what's important here, Dan, is that this game means a lot to both of these players, because if you win, you are locked into day 2.
Yes, that's crucial. 6th win. Both of these players having a fantastic day so far, undefeated here at the Indianapolis Sector Qualifier, Season 2 of Star Wars Unlimited's organized play. They're off to a great start already, and whoever wins this is going to be feeling pretty good. But I guess I should say if a player wins this, as they are going into game 3, 12 minutes left on the clock. And both players prone to being able to take this game a little bit long, especially that being the MO of the Luke Skywalker Data Vault deck that Alex Holmes is playing. As the players are getting ready, shuffling up to go to this game 3, we're going to hope to see some speedy play from these players to make sure we get a decisive resolution, but anything could happen at this point.
With that in mind, and the fact that these players do need to pick up the pace of play to try and bring this match to a conclusion without the draw, I'm wondering if we're going to see some potential risky plays at some point in this game where you try and gamble with an early lightsaber to start putting on the big pressure. We saw Shane actually drop the constructed lightsaber pretty early in game 2 onto the Talzin's assassin, and it was a lot of work for Alex to finally defeat that unit. So if you get into that kind of position, maybe getting an early lightsaber, that could give you the advantage you need to try and deal enough damage before the clock runs out.
I actually love these games when the clock is getting close to the bottom, right? And these players start to do exactly that and just start to throw the most aggressive lines together. You get to see some crazy numbers that fly around as players just say, you know what, I don't have time to play safe. I'm just going to make you have the answer. And if you don't, I'm going to win the game. So we'll see. We'll see if the players go for that or not here, as I think with their current records, I guess in my position, I would feel okay just saying, well, I'll try to get it and I can still win one of my next two games to lock in here today. But yeah, it's up to the players here to see if they want to take it slow and steady or put the pedal to the metal, so to speak.
Right, here we go. Game 3, the deciding game underway. Shane with the initiative playing down the outer rim constable. And for Alex Holmes, it is Hugh Ang. And this is not really what Shane wants. It's not a force unit on turn 1. And that 3-1 stat line on the constable does not line up well at all into this 2-4 Hugh Ang. So if you asked Alex how you want this game to start, I think this might be just what he would tell you.
Yeah, this is not a fair fight for the Hu Yang unit, but actually looking at Alex and deciding, is Alex going to go for something? Does the Lots Razi actually, in order to take out that constable instead, which I like a lot more. That's going to let Alex start getting aggressive on the base a lot sooner. And then Shane follows it up, having found that force unit with that Karis, gets that Karis down now, but still not spending all of their resources on that turn.
After the Karis comes down, Alex just claims the initiative. And first action on the tree remembers just to keep the force units off the board for Shane. The tree remembers cleaning up Karis. And that looks like it's going to be the turn. Shane's got no play. As we go into this next action phase, so maybe it was a
pass. It was a pass and then Alex took initiative again. Yeah. When your opponent passes, you're playing a deck like Luke Skywalker, you're always happy to take that initiative from them because again, Luke plays better in the late game. He has so many late game cards. He's happy to just go there and not take those attacks instead. And now we finally see the attacks happening, the damage starting to being dealt to Shane's base, but Shane has to start getting some real responses in, but Alex has denied the force to him this entire game. So this Darth Tyrannus comes down and doesn't get to ambush, responded to immediately by the Nothing Left to Fear on Alex. So you have to feel good in Alex's seat right now, having basically full control over this game because Shane had that rocky start with that Outer Rim Constable.
Shane has yet to generate the force in game 3. Each of these force units being met with removal right away. It was Tree Remembers on Karis, Nothing Left to Fear to defeat Tyrannus. The board favors Alex heavily. Shane has the initiative, but right now Alex also ahead in the damage race, 6-3 the damage total, as Shane does put another force unit in play. This time it is the Grand Inquisitor, the 3-cost unit, as the Lots Razi gets in for 2, 8 damage on that 28 HP force base, Secretive Sage as well for Shane. So 3+2, the plays here as a couple units come down for Shane during this action phase. And Alex able to put some more pressure on base, and he's yet to spend any resources yet, Dan.
Yeah, none at all, holding on to this entire hand, and there do appear to be some pretty nice cards in there, especially the Queen Amidala unit, a massive threat. Alex is definitely taking the driver's seat in this game, putting the pressure on and forcing Shane to respond. Now, the Darth Maul leader did deploy onto the ground arena. It's coming in and finally generating that force, getting some damage dealt to these spies. Shane knows that one more Darth Maul attack can clean up both spies and take the Queen Amidala off the board. But Alex is going to take that initiative and have a little bit of room to try to respond to this instead. Of course, we're going into Alex's Luke Skywalker leader deploy turn as well with this gigantic board, some of the best threats in the game. And Alex kind of has free reign right now to try and figure out how to push this game to a decisive finish.
Alex with the first action. Doesn't appear to have an answer for Darth Maul on this first action, so one of the spy tokens will crash into base. It's 12 damage on Shane's base, and Luke will heal that 1 damage. making it a little less optimal with Maul's action ability or the own attack ability, and it is Chimera for Shane coming down, defeating the Secretive Sage and the Queen Amidala, Alex's biggest threat, and 2 damage healed from Shane's base, and this certainly changes the trajectory of this game if Alex doesn't find an answer for Chimera very quickly.
Now, Alex does have all of his resources available and is currently playing around this Darth Maul super well, right? Unfortunately, Chimera did defeat that Queen Amidala, but being able to use the Luke ability to clear the damage off of that one spy was making it so that Shane had to kind of drop this Chimera to actually get the Queen Amidala unit off the board. But now, Alex has Lost and Forgotten in hand, so there's already an immediate threat that he can just spin out there right now, take care of that Chimera if he wants to, but looks like there's no reason to rush into that here, starting with that spy attack, knowing that the attack from the Darth Maul leader will remove this damaged spy from the board, but still holding on to multiple other units' attacks available, and that Luke Skywalker flip is impending as well.
Yeah, there's still a lot of action that's going to be taken by Alex Holmes on this phase or during this phase. The Grand Inquisitor will attack and defeat Huang because Grand Inquisitor has raid 1, so lines up nicely into the 4 HP on Huang, and another 2 damage being healed from Shane's base thanks to Chimera being in play. So now it goes back over to Alex, has Latz-Razi still ready in the ground arena, yet to spend any resources. And like you mentioned, Luke Skywalker still in play here.
Kind of a tough choice right now. Alex is trying to prevent as much damage to this Luke Skywalker leader as possible. Doesn't want to flip it because knows that Maul could attack into the Luke, but at the very least would get a ping on the Luke as well. But I mean, attacking the Luke could make it so a single action from that Grand Inquisitor could easily clear it off. Could attack the Lots into exactly what's going to happen here. This Grand Inquisitor, the one issue is that gets rid of the shield on the Lots, and now when this Darth Maul attacks, it clears Spy and Latz-Razi off the board, so we see that happening there. But the good news for Alex now is that that does mean that Luke can deploy, and Luke can get that key attack into Darth Maul, and then use his own ability to restore 2 damage from himself like we've seen Alex do in the previous games. So Alex is set up to clear this board and end up with the Luke remaining, as well as being able to use that Lost and Forgotten on the Chimera, but is currently getting restore triggers on the Chimera the longer he waits to use this. So it looks like they're just discussing that and now finally removing that Chimera with the Lost and Forgotten.
Yeah, definitely needed to get it off the board. Alex will go back down to 11 damage on base with this Lost and Forgotten, and Alex is set up to wipe the board on Shane's side with the leader unit once it comes out. So just discussing something here before we progress forward in this match, as the clock down to just around 3 minutes. Could potentially see a little bit of an extension for these players. It'll be interesting to see exactly how much time they do have, as it is Chimera defeated. Here comes Luke Skywalker after Shane claims the initiative. Luke will attack and defeat the Darth Maul leader unit. And once again, like you said, just 2 damage being healed from that Luke Skywalker means 4 HP remaining. And Alex will go into the next action phase with complete control of the board and getting into 8 resources so we can start seeing these big plays once again. And Dan, I'm also seeing that lightsaber in hand for Alex, so this could be something great to put down on that Luke Skywalker.
Yeah, that is exactly how Alex took the game last time, and we're likely to see that again, of course, making Luke a Sentinel as well, but mostly it's this 3 damage. But there is the Ninth Sister first, getting a discard of the Yaddle this time. Alex had his lowest cost card yet, only getting rid of that spy token and now giving Alex sort of the free reign. And there is that Luke's Jedi lightsaber dropping right now, which of course gives Luke enough HP to be able to resist a little bit of this Ninth Sister once this heal takes place, getting that damage onto base, and now dropping this blue leader, not using the attack though, just going to keep it another powerful threat as the clock ticks. Alex had such a lucky moment at the beginning when Shane was off to that rocky start and doesn't want to give up this game to the gameplay itself, the physicality of the gameplay taking too long.
And once again, that 2 damage being healed from Luke means he has 9 HP remaining, but Shane has a Condemn to really slow down the Luke Skywalker. It does mean that 5 damage is going to get in with that blue leader. So Shane now has just 8 HP left on his base, 9 damage on Alex's base.
Oh, the Sentinel.
Yes, that's right. He's got the Sentinel. Luke's lightsaber does give Luke Skywalker Sentinel. So Shane would have to crash the Ninth Sister into Luke. And that 8 power right now is not even enough to defeat it.
Yeah, that was actually very clutch. I almost didn't say anything about it because it was not relevant in the previous rounds, but here it was actually supremely relevant. So Shane has to use this Outer Rim Constable, removing the lightsaber, removing the Sentinel, giving Alex an opportunity. That's another action that Shane had to take. So now here comes Keller and Beck, and that does mean it's a 7-7 on board here. It's more that Shane has to chew through, but Alex is going to be positioned to take the initiative after this. Oh, even better. Another Sentinel.
You've got to be kidding me, Danny. Found the Obi-Wan Kenobi protective Padawan. It's got Sentinel for the phase. Ninth Sister has to crash into it. You will have 3 overwhelm damage trickling into Data Vault. So 20-12, the damage totals in favor of Alex. But Alex now just going to claim the initiative. Another condemn comes down, this time onto the Keller and Beck. So once again, these condemns could be the way that Shane keeps this game going.
And that's all Shane can really do right now as we're hitting time here in the round. These players are trying desperately to find a finish here. Now, the 5 damage from this blue leader is huge. These condemns are powerful, but can Alex get a little bit more damage to push through the -6 that they provide? Needs to get 3 more marked on that Night Sister layer to close the game, but Shane might have shut the door on that with those condemns.
Ninth Sister getting into Data Vault for 8. So 25-8 the damage totals in favor of Alex as he attacks with Keller and Beck, forces the disclose from Shane, healing another 2 damage from base, but it does put 1 damage on Shane's base. The -6 from the condemned still allows Keller and Beck to get in for 1. And now we are going to see a shatter point defeating the blue leader as the force is used. And it's another copy of Keller and Beck to defeat the one with condemn. And Alex gets to go digging through the top 7 cards again and still has that 1 ready resource.
And we don't know where we are exactly on overtime if the players had any time extension from the discussion earlier, but we have to see. Alex wants 1 more phase to be able to close this because we do know that the Vigilance Villainy card is in Shane's hand, that Condemn is active for this Luke Skywalker, so it cannot deal any damage when it attacks.
Queen Amidala coming out for Alex. Shane still has the Constable ready. It'll be 3 damage into Keller and Beck, but now there is 1, 2, 3, 4 units that represent lethal for Alex. Has he done it? Is there 1 more action phase?
Looking at the body language here, Josh, and I'm not sure. I don't think there is 1 more action phase. It looks like the game has hit its time limit and gone to a potential draw here. We're going to wait for the final call on this round, but that does look like how these players are acting right now.
Could see it. Alex absolutely defeated, even though this is certainly not a loss. He feels as though he was so close. He knows that he's 1 action away. Wow, unbelievable match. Alex lost in a grindy game 1, pulls it back, wins in game 2 to force this game 3, and then it looks like the time just ran out just barely in enough time for Shane to where Alex couldn't get across the finish line with 4 lethal threats in the ground arena. What an absolute performance as we just wait for the official word here, as we do have a judge at the table.
Yeah, we're waiting to see what the final result of this round was here. And I'm actually wondering if they seem to be discussing something a little more than the time. So I don't know if something occurred here. Something was caught by a player in these final moments.
Yeah,
Your
Alex
discussion
certainly,
happening.
yeah, certainly presenting a case here. But nevertheless, regardless if it is indeed a draw or Alex would be able to close it out, what a match we were treated to in the last 3 rounds. After some quicker matches earlier in the day, the last 3 rounds here at the feature table has went all the way to time, as we have had some matches just go the absolute distance. And you love to see it. Some good games, that's the point. And we love to
Yeah, we
see
have.
these 3-game matches.
You know, it's nice. Like I said when I came on, it's nice to see the games go to time. You get to see so much more Star Wars Unlimited happening. And here we got to see the power of that Luke Skywalker Data Vault deck going into that late game and really starting to grind it out. You know, I love seeing those top end units like the Rey Skywalker dropping and pushing crazy amounts of damage in. And we saw so much power from Luke's Jedi lightsaber in this game as well. So it was really, really fun to get to see those iconic characters, iconic items, and moments coming in to play.
Yeah, what a matchup. Luke Skywalker versus Darth Maul. And it looks like we are some cards back in deck here. Maybe not quite done just yet.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Okay, there was a handshake. So it does look like we are now giving it the call here, and it does look like this round did go to a draw for these two players. So neither player actually, if this is a draw, locking into that day two quite yet, has another round ahead of them, two more where they can try and secure that final win, get that victory, and lock themselves in for a day two on these decks. Of course, these are decks that a lot of people, either case, a lot of people are looking at these because, you know, they're not Cad Bane, right? So it's nice to see. It's nice to see them play out, feel a little different, and show some more power outside of that 21% of the room list that many other of the game's best players are on.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. Some of the best players in the game. Certainly believe Cad is the right call. Over 100 Cad Bane decks in the field, as it was just over 20% of the meta representation on day one. Cad Bane Vigilance. Right around 500 players here in Indianapolis for this sector qualifier. 6 rounds now in the books. And you talked about, even if it is a draw, one more win for these players would be good enough to get a spot locked for day two. But also, even 2 more draws would also be enough to get these players in 5-0-3. That's 18 match points as well. And we are getting word from production that Shane actually conceded. So Alex Holmes does take the victory here in round 6 and will advance to 6-0. Shane down to 5-1, so we'll still need to win one more to lock a spot. But keep in mind, with good tiebreakers, and this 5-0 start probably leaves Shane with some pretty good tiebreakers. The top 64 advance, so we still could see some X2-1s or potentially even an X3, depending on breakers.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a lot more game coming, still 2 more rounds today. So you guys are not going to want to go too far, right? I think we're going to get here to the end where every single match matters. The other 2 matches are going to be more players locking in either to day two or to try to manage their points, right? Because it's not just about getting to that threshold and making it to day two, but you want to still have the best record possible for your best chance at getting to top 8. So don't go too far, everyone. We are going to be back really soon with more of the Star Wars Unlimited Season 2 Sector Qualifier here in Indianapolis. Don't go far. I'm Main Deck Dan, joined by Josh Snyder. We'll have more games for you really soon. And welcome back, everyone, to the Star Wars Unlimited Sector Qualifier, Indianapolis. I'm Main Deck Dan, joined once again. He's back. You know him, you love him. It's Tower number 9.
Well, thanks, Dan. It's good to be back here and casting more Star Wars Unlimited here on this chill Saturday. We are covering the sector qualifier in Indianapolis, and day one still has 2 rounds left. I believe players will need a record of 6-2 or better to proceed to day two of the main event.
That is right. So as we head into these final 2 rounds, Tower, there's a lot on the line for these players. Not sure exactly which tables we're going to be looking at quite yet, but we are going to be looking at players who are, if not trying to break into that day 2 cut, instead perhaps trying to secure as many points as possible so they have a little bit of wiggle room, because of course day 2 is going to get intense as these players are vying for those coveted top 8 slots.
That's right, Dan. But for those who might not make day two, there's still more Star Wars Unlimited fun in play with the side events, the open, still a lot to do here in Indianapolis, even if you don't make the cut. But of course, I think a lot of those here are still battling it out with the hopes of making day two and eventually taking down the whole thing.
Yeah, we have a metagame that is pretty well understood by a lot of players at this point, coming from the Galactics to several sectors and many planetary qualifiers leading up to this point in Indianapolis. Now we have the Cad Bane Menace, 21% of the room, and then a lot of other decks all trying to get some decent matchups throughout the day, some with good Cad Bane matchups, but some that have other other matchups that they're hoping to avoid that aren't so great. We'd love those Mandalorian Colossus decks, for example, trying to prey on the Cad Banes and avoid the Ahsokas like the plague. And we'll see which decks we end up with here at the end. But we've had a lot of fun matchups, I think, throughout the day. Still some Cad Bane, but several interesting decks showing up, and we've seen some pretty surprising standout decks. What has been, I think, the most interesting, I guess I would say, for you to watch so far, Tower?
Oh man, that's tough. I mean, we have seen a lot of cool decks. I enjoyed seeing the Rose Tico leader from Jump to Lightspeed earlier. I thought that was really cool. I liked seeing I think it would be difficult for me to pick a favorite between the Rose Tico deck that we saw earlier and perhaps the kind of unconventional the kind of unconventional space deck with Rio Durant as the leader. Rio can actually be very good. And we saw that on stream earlier. But at this point, I do think the favorite to win remains Cad Bane. Will he actually be able to take the whole thing down? We'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm on board with you too. I love that Rose Tico deck, and I'm hoping to see those players still continue to grind it out. But I really thought the round I was off with the Jabba the Hutt Colossus deck, I was like, what is going on here? This is some crazy nonsense, but did some powerful stuff. It was cool to see it play out.
Yeah. And I think it should be interesting to see how these decks end up doing. I do think, like you said earlier, Dan, we are in a period where it's pretty well understood that Cad Bane is the deck to beat. And some I think there are advantages and disadvantages to having a more stable meta. On the one hand, it means that in some ways it can actually be easier to prepare for a more stable meta because you have a sense of this is what I need to be ready for. These are the decks that I need to be testing against. And it can be more understood. Whereas in a really wide and open meta, sometimes it's actually pretty hard to test because you just have no idea what you're going to get, and there can be a lot of like matchup surprises and so on with a big roll. Personally, I think I prefer a meta that's a bit more open than the one that we have at present, but I think this is like far from a terrible environment.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting thing to bring up where different players with different mentalities can approach something like this from very different standpoints, because it is nice to know you're going into an event and okay, well, I know literally 1/5 of the room is going to be on this one deck, I'm gonna probably play against it. And so let me just make sure I'm teched appropriately and just kind of hope that I don't get anything too crazy. But on the other hand, especially from the viewer standpoint, I know all you out there, you want to see some other decks. So we've been doing our best to bring you guys some exciting matchups, and shout out to the production team here at McClunky who have done a great job so far of showing you guys some of the more fun decks in the room. And as we go to these last couple of rounds here, we'll see if there's any other cool players, cool decks that we can hone in on. But either way, we'll still try to make these CAD matchups exciting for you if we do end up with them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one cool thing about Cad Bane is I actually think that there's some interesting play to the Cad Bane mirror. I think there are some cool dynamics to how to use or not use Cad Bane's ability in different situations. And that isn't always the case. There are some decks that have like horrible mirror matches against one another or very draw dependent or swingy mirrors. And I think the Cad mirror is relatively good. So, hopefully we won't have too many mirror matches. I know the fans don't always enjoy watching those, but at the same time, the Cad Bane mirror is an important thing to prepare for if you're playing Cad Bane at events these days. Um, so it's interesting. There was
Yeah,
a sorry, go ahead.
no, I was just gonna say I agree totally. It's a very stable match, right? It doesn't have a lot of like high roll dependency. It's just kind of both of you play good, clean Star Wars and try to make the fewest mistakes.
Yeah, I'm reminded also of a while ago in a different TCG I was playing. I was testing with some of the best players in the game. I had a deck that I thought was really good. The format had one character that was considered like definitely the best, and I was winning in most of my games against that character. And I felt like I really had a very, very strong setup. And despite that, multiple times in the season, I ended up bubbling out and not making the top cut at events because I would have to play mirror matches and I wasn't prepared. I had
Mm.
I had done a bunch of testing, but that testing had not really included mirrors. And as a result of that, there were dynamics in those mirror matches that I wasn't really prepared for. And you could say, "Oh, well, also you got unlucky or whatever," and that might be. But the fact of the matter was that neglecting those mirrors had put me out of the top cut in multiple events that season, and it made me think, "Hey, you know, I know some people don't like mirror matches. I know that they can be boring or whatever, but testing them can really be important."
Yeah, and I mean, that's just a credit, I think, to the players who we see consistently performing at all of these Star Wars Unlimited events as well, from planetary qualifiers to sectors to regionals, and even some of the names that are on the stage at the Galactic Championships. You see how much time these players and teams put into the game here. But let's head in to our round 7. Wow, you set that up so perfectly, Tower. We do, in fact, have a Cad Bane Vigilance mirror match.
I definitely did not know that going into it, but yeah, we'll see the importance of the mirror match in play here, and hopefully we'll have some interesting gameplay dynamics for you as well. I believe this is the true mirror with both players using Cad Bane with a vigilance base. There has actually also been a variant of the Cad Bane deck that runs a cunning base instead. But I think generally speaking, Dan, I would consider that to be probably a worse build in that I would consider it to be superior in a situation where you play against specifically the CAD Vigilance deck. Like it's kind of a mirror breaker, but its other matchups are a lot worse, as I understand it.
Yeah, I think a lot of I maybe have missed a few results in the past week or two, but I think a lot of the cunning cads have sort of fallen off. There was definitely a discussion about it around the time of Galactics about, does this make sense to play? But really, players have honed in on the vigilance cards in this deck being, I think, just more important for a lot of other matchups in the metagame. You want those chimeras, those merrics, you want the pre-Vizslas for sure. And we'll see as these players are heading into the game here now, which of those cards they're able to take the most advantage of to be able to secure this victory. These are both 6-0 players, so they've already made it into day 2. But by getting a win here, they will have one less win to try to fight for tomorrow.
Yeah. I think it'll be very interesting here, Dan. The that cunning variant of Cad Bane, like you said, seems to be kind of dropping off in popularity a bit. I think ultimately, while it might have the advantage in a Cad mirror, it turns out there are a lot of matchups other than Cad Bane that you have to play too, and those vigilance cards are just so good in the Ashes of the Empire set. We're gonna lead things off. It's gonna be the Rancor Keeper from Dominic here, and then that Rancor Keeper is going to be pinged by Cad Bane and deals a ping damage right back to Yamil's base.
Yeah, this was a actually solid start from Dominique getting that, but it looks like Yamil did either miss or chose not to play a turn one play, instead getting another ping with Cad Bane onto that Rancor Keeper going into the second round, and then getting rid of that Rancor Keeper using the Tie Dagger Vanguard after already taking 4 damage to the base. So pretty powerful turn one play from Dominic, did a lot to the board. And here's the Ogdo Bogdo, which is going to be ready to clear any Merrics that drop. And Dominic's actually going to start by using the Cad Bane to get it ready to attack. Of course, it needs a damage on it to be able to attack.
Yeah, sometimes the right move can be pinging your own units with Cad Bane's leader ability. We've seen that earlier when the ability was being used to activate Rancor Keeper's ping in some of the matches earlier today. But setting up your Ogdo Bogdo is also a great move. And because of that, Dominic now able to swing for 5 damage to base.
Looks like Dominique really trying to be the pace setter in this game, set the tone of the game with this Ogdo Bogdo coming in. Now Yamil getting another ping on it with that Cad Bane leader activation. Dominique responding with his own Cad Bane leader activation on the Tie Dagger Vanguard. Now, does Yamil have a response to this Ogdo that can clear it off the board? Not quite, but getting there. This IG-2000 getting 1 damage on to the Bogdo. Then following up, we have the Armored Commando Sentinel coming into play with that shield on it.
Yeah, the Imperial Armored Commando is a very strong card in this set, and can definitely be a major obstacle for opponents. But against Cad Bane, the value of that shield token is a lot less than you might see in certain other matchups.
Seeing Dominic just try to get as much damage as possible, and Yamil's almost lane dodging entirely, getting that second Tie Dagger Vanguard, 2 damage, clearing off that Ogdo Bogdo, now just leaving the Armored Commando, which does swing in, and as you're saying, Tower, exactly, this Cad's going to be able to clear that shield, and Yamil off to a slow start to begin things, now starting to look like a decent position to be in here, but we'll see what Dominic's play is on this turn. That is his own IG-2000, and suddenly the position looks a whole lot worse.
Yeah, very high value IG 2000 play there for Dominique, actually getting a 2-for-1, clearing both of those Tie Dagger Vanguard units that had been damaged by Cad Bane's leader ability. And then, of course, remaining on the field as well could easily be a 3-for-1. So, the Yamil's dominance of the space arena looks to have come to an end, and that's now a very contested location in this match.
Yeah, Dominic, I think really going to take advantage of the fact that Yamil had that slow start this game now, basically keeping 1 deploy ahead of Yamil this entire game. And as long as that trend continues, it's going to be a rough game for Yamil. Of course, so much damage already dealt to base as the IG-2000s trade into each other there. Now, the play going to Dominic shortly here. Yamil deciding who is going to put this Cad Bane out first is the question on our minds right now on the 6 resource turn. Dominique looking at watching Yamil deploy the Cad Bane. There we go with the plotted upgrade as well, getting +3/+0 on that Cad Bane. Now Dominique getting a ping onto the sudden ferocity Cad Bane leader, 1 damage dealt to that. It does get to take out the Sentinel, takes 4 back, but Dominique's still sitting on all of his resources. Does he have the clean response to this Cad Bane with 5 on it? Just plays his own Cad Bane there as well, getting ready to, oh no, a condemn from Yamil, shutting that down. We see the players moving into the next phase here, as Dominique was in a good spot, but I think that condemn is going to matter a lot. Now, it won't take a ton to clear the opposing Cad Bane leader off the board, but Dominique is going to have to find that answer here with his own Cad Bane effectively entirely shut down. And this is going to do the trick here, potentially. That Ninth Sister coming down, forcing a discard from Yamil's hand. And that is going to be enough to take out the enemy Cad Bane. That Cosca Reeves unit discarded. As now the play goes to Yamil, full resources. What is the response? There's a Chimera, but nothing to defeat on it. Instead, just getting his own Imperial Armored Commando.
Yeah, this has been a very interesting sequence of plays. Dominique was really taking the lead in the early game, but on that important 6 resource flip turn, Dominique lost a lot of momentum, and we actually saw him not playing a single card that turn. He deployed Cad, got hit by Condemn, but now, the Ninth Sister play there, really high value, clears the buffed Cad Bane leader unit from Yamil's side of the board, and Dominique decides to test whether or not Yamil has a Vigilance Villainy Disclose ready for that Condemn. But unfortunately for Dominique, Yamil does have it, showing a Chimera. And now Yamil is deciding, I'm going to start pushing damage to base.
Yeah, Dominic needs a way actually to ping that shield off to get that overwhelm value on the swing from the Ninth Sister, and does have actually an easy way with even better the Anakin Skywalker Champion of Mortis unit coming down -3/-3 on that 4/3 shielded Sentinel takes it out. Now that Ninth Sister is looking extremely threatening. Cosca Reeves can hold it back a little bit, but that overwhelm is going to be pretty impactful here. Dominic even puts the damage on before turning it sideways, and there is that damage to base.
Now, we do know here there's that Chimera in hand that Yamil has been showing as the Disclose card. And with the Mandalorian token generated from Cosca Reeves still in play, Yamil will have the option to play Chimera and clear one of Dominique's units here.
It's going to be effective, but I wonder if it's just a little too late now. Of course, that Champion of Mortis comes in for 5 more, and it's just 6 away from victory. Onyx Squadron Brute, and then the Cad Bane testing if there's another card, and there is exactly the last card here revealed is going to be that that no glory only results, and now Dominique gets to use his own Chimera to take out Yamil's Chimera going into the next action phase. Yamil's going to have to deploy that no glory to clear the board, but just gives it up, says, I cannot come back from that. Dominique taking the first game of round 7.
Yeah, that was a pretty quick one. I think that Dominique had the aggression early on, and even though he stumbled on that crucial flip turn, and Yamil was able to get some good value there, it ultimately was not quite enough, and Dominique was able to put the pressure back on and get the win. It's interesting. One interaction that has been very important in this mirror before, but that we didn't see in this game one, is pre-Vizsla versus pre-Vizsla. The pre-Vizsla unit, generally speaking, is very effective at defeating Mandalorian tokens, which are also generated by pre-Vizsla. So in general, in this matchup, I think you often want to be the second player to play pre-Vizsla, because if you play pre-Vizsla first, and then your opponent has a pre-Vizsla of their own to kill your Mandalorian tokens and replace it with their Mandalorian tokens, that can be a big problem.
Yeah, that can be a pretty dominating position to get into. And I was wondering at the very start of that, I didn't get a peek at Yamil's hand, and I was wondering how much Yamil was just trying to play into the later game instead with the cards that he kept. But it did feel like not even being able to get to that pre-Vizsla turn, just Dominic got so much early pressure down that Yamil was kind of forced to concede as they were starting to reach that turn there, because there was just simply too much damage on base, and even cards like Previously couldn't bring things back under control. So we'll see if this game they can slow things down a little bit more, but letting either player kind of rocket off like that at the start, certainly not going to be advantageous in this mirror match.
Yeah. Now we're going to see what happens here. The players are making their sideboard decisions, maybe trying to figure out what they can do to potentially gain the advantage in this mirror. I think that this is also an interesting question, because I think sometimes you do have cards that are, sometimes people call them mirror breakers, where they're specifically very good against your own deck. And I do think that if you have some inklings of cards that would be really good in the Cad Bane mirror, it would be very reasonable to include them in a meta where Cad is well known to be the deck to beat.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I think in the early version of this metagame, we had that happening as people first brought Ogdo Bogdo into the list, realizing that they were getting too bogged down by the Merrics in play and started to bring those in and say, you know what, this is actually a really clean response to those. But the decks have really sort of settled in, and we don't see a ton of card variation at this point between the various lists of Cad Bane. So I do wonder after we get the sideboard done if either player has anything spicy to show us that might help break that mirror.
Yeah, should be interesting here. Dominique, of course, with the solid win in game one, looking to pick up another win here to close out this match, while Yamil is fighting to take us to game three. We'll see just what is about to happen here.
Looks like
Yeah.
a mulligan happening on Dominique's side as well. So players just going to have to figure out what is the hand they want to have to get started on this matchup. No one wants to miss that turn one play.
Yeah. Let's see here.
That's a lot of events. That's a lot of events.
It's funny, events have generally played less of a role post rotation than they did in the pre rotation environment, but there are still definitely some good events in the game.
Mm.
Um, Looks like Yamil is going to lead things off with the Rancor Keeper, a unit that we've certainly seen do pretty well today. And
Yeah,
this
and the
time it's
last
Dominique with no turn one play.
Yeah, exactly. It's like that's what I thought. Too many events after that mulligan here. And the last game we saw Yamil ping away Dominic's Rancor Keeper, taking a bunch of damage in the process. Dominic actually deciding not to play that game that way. Instead, just going to bring out the Ogdo Bogdo this turn. Of course, that is another pretty clean answer to that Rancor Keeper if too much damage doesn't get dealt. But Yamil responds with his own Ogdo Bogdo. So just talk about a mirror here.
And each player pinging their own Ogdo Bogdo as well, though Yamil has the advantage in that interaction because the Rancor Keeper ability goes off for a ping to Dominique's base as well. Dominique will have the initiative, but has a definite disadvantage on the board here. Let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, I wouldn't, put it too far past quite yet. We did see Emil starting to come back in the last game. It's possible it can happen again. Dominic just decides to trade Bogdo for Bogdo here as the two units clash into each other. The Rancor Keeper gets two more damage in. Now a ping on the Rancor Keeper and a ping from the Rancor Keeper back to Dominic's base. And there is a Cyril Karn, certainly a threatening unit to play. Dominic following up, just getting that battered Hallcraft in the Space Arena, and pretty low value play actually at this stage.
Yeah, Dominique looks to be having some rough draws here. Turn one, nothing. Turn two, Ogdo Bogdo is solid. Can't complain too much about that. But a turn three battered Hallcraft with no opposing space unit, that is really not where you want to be. And now Yamil attacks, uses the disclose for Cyril Karn, and is threatening to remove this battered Hallcraft unless Dominique discards a card and Dominique decides the battered Hallcraft is not worth it.
Yeah, I don't think any card in Dominic's hand is worse than the battered Hallcraft right now. So totally fine. I think to just let that go. Dominic gets the activation of that Cad Bane leader ping on to Cyril Karn. And here comes that Rancor Keeper, who of course got the trigger pinged back as well. Justifier coming down to try to deal a little more damage to the Karn, but still not to the point where that Karn unit is able to be cleared by it as Cad Bane activates, pings it. Dominic takes initiative, and then Justifier for Justifier. Once again, matching units on either side as they go to the next phase.
Dominique is not in a very safe position here. We do have the potential for the Justifier unit on Dominique's side of the board to attack, ping off Cyril Karn, and then give itself an advantage token, which could then be used to trade with the opposing Justifier unit. That's honestly a pretty good play. That's a 2-for-1,
I like it.
but it
Yeah.
would still leave Dominique with 11 damage on his base and with Yamil being the only player with a card in play.
I think the damage on base is going to potentially be the decider. Exactly the line that Dominique uses, well called tower, but 11 damage on Dominique, and now getting not even quite to parity. It's just close to parity on board here as 2 more damage comes in from the Rancor Keeper on Yamil's side. These players are going to need to have, Dominique is specifically going to need to have a far superior position in this mid to late game as far as cards in hand in order to bring this back onto his side here as the Cad Bane leader flips onto the board from Yamil. Response is the Anakin Skywalker champion of Mortis -3ing that Cad Bane, making it an easy target for Dominique's leader flip. So that could be the decider.
Yeah, let's see if Emil has an answer of his own.
Does
Look
have
at that.
his
What
own
mirrored
Anakin.
gameplay. Talk about a mirror match, Dan. Anakin Skywalker, champion of Mortis. I think they might even both be using the same promo version of that card. That's wild.
They are indeed. This is a very funny game two here as Yamil is getting set up to try and prevent Dominique from getting back into this and take this to a game three. Now some important decisions to be made about things like initiative. How do these players move on in this game? What is the play to make? And of course, these are the kind of complicated decisions when you're in a mirror match like this, because you very well know any play you can make can be responded to exactly the same, just like we've seen Yamil do here. Does decide to attack with Cad Bane, getting the ping, actually going directly into the Rancor Keeper, despite the lower stats, using that to clear the Rancor Keeper off the board and get to a parity state just with a couple extra damage dealt.
Yeah, so we're now looking at the units on board are actually exactly the same for the two players, but Dominique has taken a bit of damage that Emil hasn't. And more importantly, Dominique has taken quite a lot of damage on the base. 15 damage to 0. Emil definitely in the driver's seat still.
It's amazing how the game can spin out of control just from missing an early drop like that, and then how you're forced to play as a player through the first few turns of the game because of that here. Results in a lot more damage on Dominique's base now. Just 10 HP of wiggle room to try and figure out how to get through this board state. Now missing that opportunity. Dominic really wanted to clear Yamil's Cad Bane, but it's not there. Imperial Armored Commando, the only choice that seems to make sense right now. A Sentinel in the way of Yamil, but Yamil sitting on all the resources. Easy for Cad Bane to clear this out. Does Yamil have the answer?
Yeah, if nothing else, Yamil could simply attack with Cad Bane, use the on-attack ability to ping off the shield, and hence defeat the Armored Commando. You'd even get a point of damage on the base via Overwhelm. Little fun fact, Cad Bane has Overwhelm.
Easy to
Uh,
forget, but
yeah,
it's true.
he would still be an extremely strong leader if he didn't have Overwhelm, but in this case, it does manage to get an extra point of damage onto Dominique's base. And that does leave Yamil's Cad Bane leader unit seriously damaged. So Dominique could now remove that leader with either of his units.
And actually opting to go into the Anakin Champion of Mortis with that Cad Bane unit, getting that ping onto the Cad Bane as well. So clearing that. So this is a lot of damage. Oh no, okay, sorry. So the ping is on the Anakin. The
Yeah,
attack
yeah,
is
other
on the
other
Cad
way
Bane.
around.
Yep,
Yeah, yeah.
other way around. Other way around. We figured it out. There's the Ninth Sister, the discard from Dominique, spreading the damage on, clearing that Cad Bane, and now that Anakin takes just a little bit of extra damage as well. That Ninth Sister can completely turn this game into Yamil closing it out, I think, in short order here. If Dominic doesn't have an answer, of course, he needs to take initiative. Is an answer in sight?
Yeah, that ninth sister unit can attack and defeat Dominique's base in one hit. Dominique's 3 resources didn't have an answer, had to take initiative. What can he do to keep himself in this game against 2 very threatening units? Let's see what happens here.
It might just be slam the Ninth Sister and see what Yamil has in hand, but it doesn't feel great. There's the no glory only results.
Yeah.
Anakin to Anakin here. Oh, the aggressive negotiations does close it right now in favor of Yamil, taking this Cad Bane mirror to a game 3.
Yeah, it's funny. This was really the inverse of what we saw previously in game 1. It felt like Dominique got off to an aggressive start while Emil was floundering a bit. And in this game, it was Dominique who started off slow with not only no turn 1 play, but to make matters even worse, a very weak turn 3 with the battered Hallcraft as the only play. Very much not where you want to be. And Emil definitely felt in control of that one, able to be very aggressive and really dictate the pace. But now we're going to move on to game 3 and see what will happen. Will one of these players enjoy a quick win like we've seen in these others, or is this one going to be a more prolonged confrontation?
Does feel more likely that we're going to get kind of that center of the bell curve there, Tower, as both players kind of had some extreme rough luck games, but going into this two mulligans, or I should say two hands, one hand, one mulligan available to both players, able to find hopefully the hand that they need to get started with those early drops, and we can get a real close final game, 32 minutes on the clock, so plenty of time for these players to find a way to close out a good last game.
Yeah, should be pretty interesting here. And the stakes are high. This game decides who wins the match and who will be moving on with an undefeated record into the last round of Swiss play. Now, both of these players, I believe, have already made day 2. Even if they lose both this match and the next one, they're still in. But obviously, you want to be going in with as strong a record as possible. We're going to see the resource decisions. Now, resource choices are an extremely important part of Star Wars Unlimited. I know I, for one, Dan, have definitely lost games where I've gone back and thought about it and been like, man, I resourced the card that I really ended up needing in this matchup.
Mm.
So it can be a very important part of the pregame procedure here.
Yeah, that has happened plenty to me in the past as well. Dominique putting down carefully, but both players liking their opening hands. Yamil starting with just the Outer Rim Constable, kind of a funny card. 1 HP, cannot ping that away with the Cad Bane. But the Rancor Keeper coming down, and now that Constable feels pretty good into that Rancor Keeper. Dominic does get the initiative, though, as that Cad Bane is used on the Keeper. Going into turn 2 here, both players hoping to simply not miss a drop, play to their full potential each round.
Yeah, Outer Rim Constable isn't the best opening play here, but in conjunction with Cad Bane's ping, could end up trading with this Rancor Keeper, which is honestly not a terrible spot for Yamil. Um, and looks like that trade is exactly what's going to happen.
Dominique actually initiates the trade himself with the Emil dropping the Ogdo Bogdo. Dominique following it up with a Zeros unit coming in to threaten that Ogdo certainly as well. These players can continue to simply trade. And if Dominique was happy to trade Rancor into that Constable, I feel like Dominique might also be happy to trade Zeros into Ogdo. But we'll see with that initiative what his first action is after the players are done resourcing here.
And if we do see that trade, Dan, it will be another trade that leaves Dominique up by 1 damage on base, because if Zeros were to attack into the Ogdo Bogdo unit there, the on attack ability could send that Rancor Keeper to the bottom of the deck for 1 more damage. And it looks like that's exactly what we're going to see. So everything
Yeah.
is traded, but Yamil has 2 damage on his base while Dominique still has 0.
It's a tough call to make, I feel like, in these mirror matches, because you really have to be pretty confident that your late game, based on the cards you're seeing, is going to get you there to keep just clearly trading one for one, going turn to turn here. But that Costco Reeves certainly makes it feel like a valuable play from Dominique. Now, Yamil, if Yamil had their own Costco Reeves, repaying that in kind would feel pretty nice here. Cad Bane activation going instead into IG-2000. Gets rid of the shield on the Mandalorian token and putting the Costco Reeves into a perilous 2 HP left.
Dominique opts to take initiative here rather than using his own Cad Bane leader card to ping that IG-2000 unit. Probably wants to ensure that Casca Reeves might have a chance to attack before getting removed. But, we could also see a different play from Dominique for sure. It should be interesting to see. And this is, I think, one of the skill testing aspects of this matchup. When do you want to use an action to ping the opponent versus when do you find the initiative to be a more important factor?
Yeah, knowing when to use actions and when to take initiative is definitely going to be the decider here. Costco Reeves does come in, and then IG-2000 trades 2 damage as well from Mandalorian, and then a Rancor Keeper drop from Yamil. Not a great turn 4 drop, so maybe holding on to a 3 resource play here of some kind, waiting to see what happens. There's a damage on to the IG-2000 from Dominique's leader activation, and just a serial card. So just a double drop turn here. Might be a problem if Dominique can kind of respond to this nicely, because everything's so much easier to take off the board when they're smaller. There's a no glory on the Damaged IG-2000. Okay. Just going to go ahead and no glory it instead with initiative going to Yamil. And that's pretty strong. Yamil getting to get that Cyril Karn attack off first is going to really threaten whatever he wants to with that. I wonder if that maybe swing in, trade it with the Casca. I don't know. You don't want to trade Cyril, though. Goes for it anyway. There's that Cyril attacking in the Casca and then getting that on attack trigger.
No disclose.
Yeah,
I think
actually.
Emil, not having disclosed, thought, whatever, I'll just take the trade. Not necessarily the biggest result you want out of Cyril Karn, who can be incredibly annoying with that on attack ability. But that is the thing about disclose. Sometimes you don't have it, or it would constrain your resource decisions too much to keep it. And in this case, Emil not able to force that discard from Dominique's hand.
Yeah, very unfortunate because, of course, a lot of Cyril's power economy is built into that on attack ability.
That's
Definitely
right.
what Yamil would have loved to have.
Yeah, if you look at Cyril's stat line, it is a two cost 2/3 unit, which at one time was stronger, maybe in the pre-rotation meta, but in the post-rotation meta, you can easily get two cost 2/4 units. So a two cost 2/3 needs to have a really good ability to be justified. Now, Cyril's ability is really good, but if you don't have the disclose for it, you can end up in trouble. In some ways, I think that's kind of a parallel to Karis Nemec, where, in his case, a two cost 3/2, also not the best stat line, but a very strong ability that again requires disclose to be effective.
Absolutely. Now the players are deploying their leaders here. Cad Bane for Cad Bane. Both leaders have hit the board. Following it up, we've seen Dominic trying it one more time. Here is the champion of Mortis. Yamil, here is the champion of Mortis. Both of these players trying to deny the Cad Bane leader trade, having the correct response to each player's play.
Yeah, what a scenario here, Dan. We're seeing some very mirrored play actions. And right now, Yamil is a small amount behind on base damage. He has three more damage on his base, and he has a small amount ahead in terms of board state because he has a damaged Rancor Keeper instead of a damaged Mandalorian token.
Yeah, very much a game of inches in this final game here. Players just trying to get slightly ahead, and it does look like it's going to come down to the wire in this game. So very exciting to see that Cad Bane swings in and just gets one damage on to the champion of Mortis, but Yamil says, I don't care about that damage. I'll take initiative.
Yeah. So, another situation where action economy matters, Dominique choosing to put one damage on base and one damage on one of Emil's units. Emil could have done the same thing and opted instead to simply take initiative and get the first play next turn.
Yeah, we'll see how that pans out from here as the Cad Bane does swing in. Looks like the ping on the Mandalorian going to base for the damage. No, ping. Yeah, ping on Mandalorian. Okay, so some pointing at the other Cad Banes, trying to figure that out, but does look like. Oh, no, attacking the Mandalorian and overwhelming. That's what happened.
Yeah, I think ping there used to get another point of overwhelm damage, maybe, or no, maybe actually it's being put on Cad Bane.
Yeah,
And oh, and that extra point of damage was from the Rancor Keeper. That's what it was.
sure.
Because
Yes.
the Cad Bane leader unit took two from that Mandalorian and survived. And now Dominique with the ability to take an action. But the question is, what action to take in this scenario?
Dominique is at the stage of the game where cards like Chimera can start to drop if they exist. Doesn't look like quite yet what he wants. See the Merrick dropping here, 2/6 Sentinel. Ninth
Ooh,
Sister,
Ninth
though.
Sister. Is
Powerful
there a,
play from Yamil.
is there a cheap card for Dominique to discard?
I think that's a
And does doing so mess up the rest of his turn? He might have a cheap card, but be in a bad spot just turn economy wise.
yeah, maybe wanting to play at this Ogdo Bogdo is the pitch that's gonna hit the discard pile. 3 damage gets spread a little pseudo IG-2000
Yeah, I
play.
think we're looking at 1/1/1 here. 1 damage
Interesting.
to each of those units, or no, it's 1 damage to Merrick, and then 2 damage to the Anakin Skywalker Champion of Mortis unit, and that 1 damage on Merrick does put him, uh, does put him at only 5 HP left here.
Yeah, that's a keen setup because it means both of those units have 5 HP left. So the Anakin Skywalker Champion of Mortis can actually, that on Yamil's side, can actually trade into both potentially. If Dominique lets that happen, it can attack the Merrick, survive, and still attack the other Anakin and survive. Let alone the other threats that Yamil has. And of course, Cad Bane can attack for effectively 5 onto anything as well. So it's a pretty important breakpoint number here that Yamil is trying to set up so that all of Yamil's options are kind of on the table when the turn passes.
Yeah, and I do think that that play has put Yamil in a pretty strong position here. Forcing the discard and doing some damage. Dominique might have been aiming to play multiple cards this turn, but might have just lost one of them from hand. We'll see whether he has something else that can be played in this situation. Go along with that Merrick unit.
Yeah, Ninth Sister, another, I mean, it does get talked about, but not as much as cards like Chimera in Ashes of the Empire, but really another breakout card from that set that can have huge impact on game states like this, where Dominique was really looking ready to double play this turn, but now has to contend with an 8/7. All of his units are now threatened by all of Yamil's units on board and can't necessarily play. If you plan to play that Ogdo, play that one. Instead, sends in that Champion of Mortis to deal 5 to the Ninth Sister, and now Yamil's Champion of Mortis unit does take out the Merrick unit. Cad Bane left for Dominique as a play, and then potentially anything else in hand. But look at the board that Cad Bane unit is facing down.
Yeah. Oh, there is a second play, though. Okay, so
I
Ninth
thought,
Sister is going to be removed. A Tie Dagger Vanguard unit for Dominique here, managing to clear the biggest threat off the fields. There was a second play. Now
yeah, I
Dominique
thought
has to decide what to do with the Cad Bane leader.
I saw the Tie Dagger Vanguard kind of lurking in the hand there. And then when the Ogdo showed up, I thought, oh, there's another 3-drop. Okay. So Dominique having that nice, but still so much to deal with now, has to trade his own Cad Bane leader into Yamil's. It looks like Yamil's Champion of Mortis unit does take that damage here. So Dominique is still 1 HP remaining on the Cad Bane, but Yamil takes initiative. And man, there's so many ways for this deck to deal with 1 damage left. And if Yamil has any of them, it's going to feel pretty decisive.
Even a simple attack from the Rancor Keeper there could clear out Dominique's Cad Bane leader unit. But look at this. Yamil is going to trade Cad for Cad, the two Cad Bane leader units clashing with one another, and the on attack ability sends 1 damage over to Dominique's Tie Dagger Vanguard, setting it up to be potentially removed by any source of ping damage, including a potential Tie Dagger Vanguard play on Yamil's side of the board.
Yeah, that is interesting. I think Yamil really values that overwhelm, that extra damage. And here comes the pre-Vizsla from Dominique. So Dominique starting to try and get a superior board position, though Yamil has turned that damage race into his favor. Still sitting with that Vanguard likely to go, but here Yamil is exhausting everything, all of the resources. There is the Devastator. And going forward directly to base, Yamil actually with that overwhelm, now you can really see the plan coming to bear. Yamil just wants to push in and end this game, doesn't want to play for board any longer.
Now, this could end up backfiring a bit. If Dominique were to have a copy of Chimera, it would be an incredibly clean answer to this Devastator, and he would be able to sacrifice his relatively low value Tie Dagger Vanguard or Mandalorian token to enable it. We'll have to see what happens here. Yamil could have killed those low value units, but chose not to.
Oh,
Second Pre-Vizsla.
pre-Vizsla. That is pretty good. It does end up sacrificing itself because of the there's already a pre-Vizsla in play, but it removes that and puts another Mandalorian in. There is a single reactor ignition from Yamil, though. This is the other thing, right? Again, just putting that pressure onto Dominique's base now. Playing the single reactor does clear the board and deals 4 more. So Dominique's base is getting dangerously close.
Yeah, really interesting play there from Emil. It looked like Dominique had taken a very powerful stance in terms of board advantage, but single reactor ignition clears that out. Dominique doesn't have resources to bring any additional units out this turn, and that is another 4 damage on the base. Dominique with the initiative. needs to start to really consider the threat of a potential planetary bombardment.
Yeah, that is all Yamil needs right now to close it. Dominique will need to get something in play to prevent that from being the case. Looking like a pretty solid option, though. Merrick, a lot of stats for a small cost, so that definitely fends off the bombardment potential well. And Yamil might just be baiting actions right now using this Cad Bane, get Dominique to commit to anything else here so he can try to get maximum value. Exactly what happens. One damage on the Merrick. Now, what's Dominique's next play?
Yeah, this is very interesting. And, it goes to show a different face of the initiative dynamics in Star Wars Unlimited. Sometimes you want to be the one with initiative moving quickly. Sometimes you want to take your time and slow roll things and make your opponent be the one who has to bring stuff out first. And pre Vizsla from Yamil cleanly answers the space threat. Now, pre can't attack into the base at this time because Merrick is still there as a sentinel, but Dominique is now distinctly outnumbered on the ground.
Yeah, I think that was a pretty awesome line for Yamil to take. Of course, waiting for Dominique to play all of the threats so he could decide which one the pre-Vizsla removed. The Merrick easily answered now with 4 damage beyond the pre-Vizsla in play, plus the potential Yamil can use Cad Bane leader ability to ping the Rancor Keeper just to get a ping from that. That's a 1 damage off of lethal on board right now, but actually doesn't even need to do that because oh no, the shield's gonna eat that. Yeah, so still might look to that line.
Pre-Vizsla attacks the Pre-Vizsla unit there attacks and defeats that Merrick unit. Dominique left with nothing on the board, and the Rancor Keeper ability triggers. But here's the third Pre-Vizsla from Dominique, and it's
Wow.
able to defeat both Yamil's Pre-Vizsla and the Mandalorian token because that Yamil's copy of the Pre-Vizsla unit was damaged, but the Rancor Keeper pushes 2 more damage to base. Dominique only has 3 HP left. All his resources are expended.
There is the no glory only result. Removing the Pre-Vizsla from board. Cad Bane activation gets rid of the shield on the Mandalorian. And Casca Reeves comes down for Yamil. This unit is another Sentinel in the way. Yamil just trying to buy the time to close this off. Dominique needs to shut the door on Yamil's board, but it's looking difficult. There is a Casca Reeves, and there are Mandalorian tokens, so you don't have to wait for something to die. Dominique can just play the Casca Reeves with Sentinel right away. That can help.
Yeah, I mean, Dominique has to do something here. A single attack from Emil's Casca Reeves unit would end the game. So Dominique needs to remove that unit, bring out a Sentinel or something, just do something to try and equalize things. It's going to be aggressive negotiations on the Mandalorian token without a shield, trading, but Yamil
Oh,
attacks the base with the Rancor Keeper, and now all Yamil has to do is ping.
ping the
Dominique
Rancor
had
Keeper, and that's
Yeah.
game.
Dominique brought out Casca Reeves, but it wasn't enough. With only 1 HP left on base, all Yamil had to do is use Cad Bane's ability on his own unit to trigger the Rancor Keeper and send direct damage to base. Yamil with the comeback victory, 2-1 in this match after a pretty brutal game one.
Yeah, that was a mirror match for the ages as the players matched each other blow for blow. They even matched stumble for stumble with the stumble game one leading into the Dominic stumble game two, going into game three there as the players were navigating, trying to find an advantage there. And we saw Yamil really valuing a lot of the damage, the overwhelm, the pings, and it really got him there. Now let's head quickly into our backup match here. It looks like we're in game two of a Admiral versus Grand Admiral match. We have Piet on the shield generator complex. So Piet Blue versus Grand Admiral Thrawn data vault list.
Grand Admiral Thrawn. Grand Admiral
There's
Thrawn is a leader that can have some extremely powerful plays in the right situation. And this is not necessarily the base that you most often see, though. Typically when I think of Grand Admiral Thrawn, I'm usually thinking of a cunning base or maybe an aggression base. The data vault here is a bit of a surprise.
It is also surprising to jump into this game and see an Annihilator already sitting on board as well.
Yeah, it looks like they are pretty far into this game. It appears that our Thrawn player got the win in game 1. This is game 2, and it looks like it is very protracted at this phase.
It is so tough to deal with that 12-12 space unit, and it is threatening already to be able to take out that data vault in one more attack, a clean. I would guess actually just 3 attacks from Annihilator. I think that's the math here. That might be all it needed. But there is the Moff Gideon unit grabbed by the Trask Walker on the attack from Ithiel, still getting very close, honestly, for both players, but have to play very carefully around that 12-12. Ithiel needs a response to the Annihilator unit right away.
Yeah, now we could see if that Onyx Squadron Brute were to be defeated this turn, that would potentially be a solid chunk of healing. With Thrawn's ability to double the when defeated effect, I think that would take Ithiel out of range of a single Annihilator swing.
It looks like the Latrazi was attempted to attack, but there is a Sentinel in the way and that Imperial armored commando. So Ithiel isn't in the worst spot in the world here, despite taking a lot of damage. Has a lot of control elements on the board. However, let's change that. Chimera coming down, getting rid of the Latrazi and getting rid of the Trask Walker.
That can't be too welcome for Ithiel here. The ground arena is looking okay, but the space arena is very far out of control.
Yeah, it
And
gets a little cooked when the second Star Destroyer shows up.
yeah, that is absolutely right, Dan. And so we'll see what Ithiel can do here in order to try and save this game. He does have a ton of resources available, and he does have a decent amount of damage. Chris doesn't have that much HP left on base. We're only looking at 11 HP on base here. So we'll
It's
see
not a
here.
lot. Yeah, I mean you're right. In fact, this is almost lethal on board still for Ithiel. It's so close with that Onyx Squadron Brute, but ooh, that is quite a swing. The no glory only results taking the Onyx Squadron for Chris, then getting the one defeated on Chris's side, denying it to Ithiel entirely. So now with all those resources, Ithiel is forced to respond. No other actions left to take but the ones that handle these Star Destroyers. So we'll have to see what actions end up being the ones that are going to get Ithiel out of this sticky situation.
Yeah, and this is a tough spot here for Ithiel as well. We do see a Chimera in hand. I think Ithiel would have loved to play Chimera, defeat his own Onyx Squadron Brute, double the when defeated effect to heal for 4, and then defeat one of Chris's big ships at the same time. But it looks like that's not going to be possible now. We see Moff Gideon taking the field.
Yeah, that's not the answer to a Star Destroyer. That's certainly not what Ithiel wants, but I think holding back just a little bit on those actions here. Now, what's the one? There is a Chimera getting rid of the Moff Gideon and hitting that Annihilator. That is going to be pretty big and allow Ithiel to get something like that Onyx Squadron Brute back in the hand with the when defeated.
Now, the problem with this is that Annihilator's when defeated ability then goes off, and it's going to defeat Ithiel's Chimera and remove any further copies of Chimera from the hand and from the deck. So that could actually be quite the setback here for Ithiel, losing one of his best cards.
Actually, maybe 2 of his best cards. This is
Yeah.
a Grand Admiral Thrawn deck. There might be other Chimeras in the deck.
Oh, you have a very good point. The other Chimera has the same name, the one that triggers when defeated effects. So that would be an eligible target too.
But it looks like it's not there. I think, yeah, none are
Yeah,
removed. But of course,
perhaps he's not running it or has cited it out though. I do
in a
think that that card is much stronger in a situation where you're running the infamous legacy run, which is by far the strongest when defeated effect most of the time.
certainly, yeah, certainly what I like to do when I play Thrawn. Legacy run into Chimera here, but Ithiel getting 2 when defeated triggers off that Moff Gideon due to Grand Admiral Thrawn's leader ability, returning Onyx Squadron Brute, and I didn't quite catch the second one, but another Imperial was returned as well. Going into the next phase now. It is actually a surprisingly tight game, but that Chimera on Chris's side now still Still a frightening reality for Ithiel to reckon with.
Absolutely. And I believe that the Trask Walker that we saw from Ithiel earlier is not an Imperial unit, so would
No.
not be an eligible target for Moff Gideon here. Chris, with the board advantage in space, but still actually at a disadvantage here on the ground. Chimera swings on in, and that powerful space unit does 6 damage to Ithiel's base. Ithiel now looking through his opponent's discard pile, maybe trying to see what options have already been used. He does have an Onyx Squadron Brute on the field that can potentially heal for 4 if we get a doubled when defeated effect there from the Grand Admiral Thrawn leader.
Looking at the board state right now, as Ithiel just trades ground for ground, I do think about how absolutely risky that Annihilator was for Chris to play. If Ithiel ever found a no glory only results, it'd be a double Annihilator trigger onto Chris's board. That would be
Yeah.
crazy.
No, doubling an opponent's when defeated effect with no glory and Thrawn can be extremely nasty. Um, Looks like a Cantwell Arrestor cruiser shows up and is going to suppress the Imperial Armored Commando.
Ooh,
Or
okay.
no, it's actually going to be the Onyx Squadron Brute that's targeted, a much weaker unit, but one that has a very strong when defeated for the double heal. And now Ithiel needs to come up with some kind of answer, potentially to 2 different Star Destroyers, because if either the Chimera or the Cantwell Arrestor cruiser gets to attack base, that could close the game.
I was about to say, I saw this shuttle sitting in Ithiel's hand, and this governor's shuttle can come down, get rid of that arrested Onyx Squadron Brute. Again, a double when defeated trigger for Ithiel here, as well as forcing Chris to defeat a unit they control as well. Defeats the Cantwell Arrestor cruiser, and there's all the recovery. Ithiel is really clinging on by a thread right now, keeping that recovery coming and keeping the threats on board. Still has to reckon with the Chimera, but might have a route still.
I think I see another Trask Walker in hand as well. That could be even more recovery options here for Ithiel. Now, the Chimera did heal Chris's base for 2, but I think Ithiel is okay with that as long as he can keep healing his own base. It looks like he's looking at his opponent's cards left in deck,
Not the
trying
deck
to figure
count.
trying to figure out whether or not this game is going to go to fatigue damage, which actually does seem quite possible here.
Yeah, not the deck count, not now, not like this. The Traskwalker does come down, and of course, for whatever reason, it says 7 or less, which means Chimera is a very valid target to pull back into hand with this thing, and this is why these blue-green decks, we often see the Krennic leader being kind of the more popular one in the metagame, but both of these decks, Piet and Thrawn, playing that grindy late game and getting to really take advantage of getting to bring this Chimera back over and over again.
Annihilator may have defeated the Chimera copies that were left in Ithiel's deck, but the Trask Walker has brought it back. But
Oh,
look at this aggressive negotiations, and I believe Chris has enough cards in hand to close the game.
off aspect, aggressive negotiations on the Chimera does close the game for Chris and brings us to a game 3 with just 5 minutes remaining.
What a crazy scenario that was. The out of aspect aggressive negotiations in a Piet blue deck finishes the game, and we have a very time constrained game 3 with Chris and Ithiel 1-1.
Yeah, this is going to be tough to get a real conclusion on for these players, and both of these players are 5-1 right now, so really hoping to get a win, right, to lock themselves in to getting to play in day 2 tomorrow, not going to side events, but getting to actually play in the main event. We'll see if either player can close this out fast enough, but it's definitely going to be a fight.
Yeah, it's interesting here. We'll see what happens. I don't know.
I also don't know, Tower. I
You
also
know,
don't know.
I want there to be a dramatic victory, Dan. I really do. But 4 minutes left in the round, unless they have some kind of time extension, I am not sure a dramatic victory is in the cards here. We might be looking at a draw, Now, the good news is a draw would not remove either of these players from contention. If they win the next one, they would still be in. But yeah, it's tough. You really want to be finishing your matches if possible.
This is, I mean, we talked about this with the Luke Data Vault deck earlier, but right now in the metagame, these Vigilance command decks are, they have two opponents every round. It's the opponent across the table, and then it's the clock is the other opponent, and they have to beat both of them.
Yeah, and this is a dynamic that we've seen before in the game for sure. I remember in the past we would sometimes have kind of unusual situations with things like, maybe you have like Yoda mirrors or whatever, like Yoda green mirrors, where it's big mid range versus mid range, and the games can take really long. The Iden mirror from the very early
Mhm.
days was infamous, but we'll see if these players can navigate it. Ithiel's going to lead us off with the Night Sister Warrior, while Chris brings out the Gonk Power Droid.
Gonk. I think
Yep.
Gonk is one of the best feeling units in that Piet deck. It opens you up to play so many powerful early capital ship lines. And it's exactly what we're seeing right now as that Gonk probe droid, not probe, Gonk droid did attack, got a -1 on the next play, then using that Piet leader ability gets the Gazanti assault cruiser in, now a 4/6 already hitting the board. And if you are a player in a position to want to end a game in 4 minutes, getting a capital ship out on turn 2 does seem like the right step to achieve that.
Yep. I think that is absolutely something that Chris is very happy to see, and we'll see whether or not it's enough. Now, I note that I think Ithiel still does not necessarily have a clean answer on board to that Gonk Power Droid. That's really a unit that you want to take out as soon as possible for a lot of decks, but it isn't going to be possible. Ithiel swings in with the Night Sister Warrior that leaves the Gonk Droid on 1 HP remaining, which is enough to make another attack and potentially get its discount once more.
Yeah, and discount here can lead to things like Invisible Hand, although the blue version of Piet, not necessarily always going to be an Invisible Hand pill deck here. Looks like the Night Sister gets traded with, drawing 2 cards off of that Grand Thrawn ability. Then Casca Reeves does get to come down as well, making a Mandalorian token, and now this unit is a Sentinel in the ground arena. But of course, it's a Piet deck. Not really too worried about that. In fact, Chris just putting down his own Sentinel with the droid laser turret, but has a Sentinel on both sides. Don't forget that on attack from the Gazanti cruiser.
Yeah, this is a situation here where Chris has the stronger board in space, weaker board on the ground, sentinels in both arenas, or at least a conditional sentinel at least in that space arena. But Ithiel has some pretty good forces. That Casca Reeves unit generating the Mandalorian token when played is just so strong.
It is craving power, maybe just as strong here. +2/+2 on that Gazanti. Now it's a 6/8 capital ship, takes out the Casca, starts swinging in. But we are, at least on our display here, we've hit time. So these players don't have a lot longer to try and end this game. Another craving power on Ithiel's side onto the Onyx Squadron Brute, making this a clean trade into the Gazanti, which has Sentinel. It's the only option. Piet does hit board in the ground arena, though.
Yeah, now we see the double heal here from Ithiel when that Onyx Squadron Brute is defeated, and Chris opts not to attack with his Admiral Piet leader unit, just taking the initiative. Could have done 2 more damage to Ithiel's base or removed uh, that Mandalorian token, but under the circumstances, Chris would rather retain the initiative going into the next turn.
Going into this next turn might be the last turn of the game, though. Might
If
well
that's
be.
true, I think we're headed for a draw, Dan. Neither player looks to be on the cusp of victory here,
No, not at
but
all. So we'll
they may
see
have
as
had
these.
time extension.
Yeah, that's the one thing we don't have info on in the casting booth here. We're not totally sure if a time extension has been issued for this game, but these players playing it out anyway, what's the best possible line? Yeah, there's no extension, just have confirmation on that. So this should be the final turn of the game. The players are simply playing this out. There's that invisible hand, so it is in the deck with the droid package. And we'll see if anything does come out to change things.
Change things, sure, but end the game this turn, I don't think so.
Certainly not.
No.
And while it can cook you a nice dinner, the Palace Chef droid not going to get there.
The Palace Chef droid. We see Craving Power on Ithiel's side of the board. That's going to clear the invisible hand. Grand Admiral Thrawn takes out the Palace Chef droid unit, but that's going to do it for this one. And I think Ithiel probably had something of an advantage of that phase in the game, but it was very far from over. Who's to say what would have happened if that match had gone into, whatever super overtime would have let them conclude it.
Yeah, that is unfortunately going to be the case and is the reality of playing these Vigilance command decks into especially other Vigilance command decks. These players have to be pretty remarkably fast sometimes to grind through, and it just doesn't always happen that way. It just doesn't always line up. So these players are going to end on a draw here. Both of those players going on to the last round of the event today, trying to pick up a win, which will secure them into day 2.
Yeah. And we are going to have one final round of Swiss play coming up very soon here. And then we'll be back tomorrow for more Star Wars Unlimited with day 2 of the main event. But for now, we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Our coverage of the sector qualifier here is going to continue right after this. Welcome back to McClunky Gaming's coverage of the premier sector qualifier in Indianapolis for Star Wars Unlimited TCG. We are about to move into the eighth and final round of Swiss play for the day. I'm Tower number 9, joined here by Dan from Main Deck. Dan, what do you think about what we've been seeing today?
We have been seeing a lot of kind of the expected decks, but also some pretty fun ones showing up throughout the cast. So it's been a ton of fun. And even when we see expected decks tower, that last round, that CAD mirror match sure had a lot of action for us either way.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there can be some very interesting gameplay in mirrors. We were talking earlier about how mirrors can be important. Um, and I do think the Cad Bane one has a lot of choices to make, trying to hold certain things back, reply to your opponent's plays correctly. A lot of interesting dynamics with respect to initiative in the matchup. Like, when do you want to use Cad? When don't you? When do you want to be going first? When do you want to be waiting for your opponent to play out their cards? And we saw some cool matches there for sure. But
Yeah, we definitely saw some awesome matches, and we are getting ready actually to hopefully see the most climactic match of the day as we are heading into round 8. And this is the final round of day one, Tower.
yeah, I think that this time we're going to see a lot of players trying to fight to stay in the main event, and I believe a record of 6-2 or better is required to move on to day 2 of the main event. Now, if you do get knocked out, there's side events, there's the open. Your tournament doesn't have to be over just because the main event didn't go well, but I'm sure a lot of the players are hoping that it will go well and that they will still be in contention for the top prizes tomorrow. So should be an exciting final round of Swiss play here. And then tomorrow we're going to be right back here with more coverage on McClunky Gaming of the Indianapolis sector qualifier with the final rounds and top cut there. Should be cool stuff to check out. What do you think about what we've been seeing in the meta so far, Dan?
Well, actually, I was just taking a look at the standings from the last round to really get an idea because we did see the percentages early on in the day. We saw, we've been talking about it all day, but that 21% Cad Bane happening in the meta in this room today. And the question is just how do those decks perform as the day goes on? And taking a look at the current standings, we are in fact seeing a lot of Cad Bane showing up in the top table still. A ton of those Luke Skywalkers, Ahsoka Tanos, but some Darth Mauls, some Landos, and a Mando and a Dedra. There still are a pile of other non-Cad Banes, but it's maybe looking like it's almost 50-50 Cad Bane and the other decks in the top, which is a pretty good conversion for Mr. Cad.
Absolutely. 20% of the event, but like 50% of the top decks. That's a very good spot to be. But for our final match of the day, we are not going to show you Cad Bane. Maybe Cad Bane will be on the backup match. We don't know for sure right now. But for the main match here, it's going to be Joseph Cook on Boba Fett versus Braden Galuski running the Armorer. And these players are both 5-2, so this is a win and in. Whoever can win this match will move on to day 2, and whoever loses this match might end up playing those side events. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. Obviously, the Boba Fett deck, this is the classic Lake Country version. So this is Mono Aggression Boba Fett with that extra 34 health. So this is a deck that people know, and it's always fast, powerful, potent, and just puts out a ton of damage on the opponent. Now, the Armorer, this is a leader we see a lot less in the current game. And this is not just the armor, this is armor on the Nabat Village base as well. So this is a quirky little deck that we're going to see play out and potentially put a lot of upgrades on things, getting to play upgrades out of resources. And we'll see what kind of advantage Braden is gaining from playing this combination.
Yeah. The armor is actually a really cool leader. So normally I think in Star Wars Unlimited, I don't know about you, Dan, but from where I'm sitting, I think it would be fair to say that leaders that do not have either vigilance or I'm sorry, either heroism or villainy generally do not end up being that strong. And we've seen a few of them. We've seen the Saw Gerrera leader, the Tobias Beckett leader. Um, these leaders, without one of the moral aspects, often end up playing with a very restricted card pool. But the armorer here may lack the heroism or villainy aspects, but her ability is very, very strong. And in the right situation, the armorer can be quite a powerful deck. Let's see if Braden can put it together here to get this win in the 8th round of Swiss play.
Yeah, in some ways, the armor's ability to play upgrades from resources on units that entered play is like having extra cards in your hand, right? And Braden's really leaned full into that with that Nabat Village, getting no mulligan but a 10 card opener, and then has to put 3 cards back. Excuse me, a 9 card opener that has to put 3 cards back afterwards. And yeah, I mean, it's really a lot of how much value can I gain? Starting off with that Han Solo unit to respond to the BT1 played by Joseph Cook. And there immediately is an Arcana star map being played from the resources onto that Han Solo.
Yeah, this Han Solo unit can be extremely dangerous in this deck. We could potentially see it grow to epic proportions here, and that Arcana star map is actually quite important. The search effect can be useful here, but also it's 1 for +0/+3, which means that this BT1 unit is not able to clear Han. And that can be very important because otherwise, Joseph did miss the top deck here, I believe, milling a copy of Fet's Fire Spray, but the odds of hitting that top deck and getting to ping the shield off are actually very good. So normally you can't expect Han to survive there without some kind of buff. Braden did have the buff, though, has another buff with a copy of Mastery and throws 5 damage onto the base.
This this Han Solo unit's already going crazy, doubly geared up, has 2 upgrades on it already. And yeah, I wonder if that Arcana star map is going to come into play with the search functions as well. I'm really curious to see how exactly this version of this armor deck is trying to play out. But already we can see just putting a ton of upgrades onto a unit and throwing threatening damage is going to potentially force Joseph to act very quickly to try and remove this.
Yeah, and I don't believe I've seen the Nabat Village variation of this deck before, Dan,
I
but if this
haven't.
plays similarly to the armor decks that I have seen before, we are potentially going to see Improvised Identity, which is a card where that search buff can be very strong.
Yeah, exactly. That's the usual thing that we're seeing happen in these using improvised identity. Getting it's normally just a search 3, but getting to search 6 makes it so much more consistent here. Now that Outer Rim Constable was definitely a nice drop from Joseph Cook, getting rid of that mastery and kind of putting the Han more into a controllable position, but Nimble Prowess does come down to control the zeros, prevent it from being able to attack this turn. And now Joseph starts throwing the other droid, the BT1, into the Han to try and get some damage dealt because this is the problem on the board right now. And Joseph is just going to try to commit resources to dealing with it as quickly as he can.
That's right, Dan, and we saw the ping damage going off this time. Boba Fett's leader ability used to inflict a point of indirect damage, which Braden chooses to take on the base here. And with that nimble prowess as well as the star map, Han is not off the board just yet. I believe has a total. Oh, and whatever the total was, it is about to change because another upgrade goes on there, and I believe that might be the improvised identity we were just talking about.
Indeed, it is. And there is going to be the 6 search that's going to be able to be used here with the action search the top 6 and needs to find a unit to discard with an on attack ability. And boy, did he ever find one. Getting that maul, so it's not an on attack, it's when the attack ends in this case, but getting a huge amount of value with this, getting to take control of one of Joseph's units as well on this
Yeah.
attack. Oh my goodness, what a crazy swing.
Yeah, this is so the mall that this deck plays is a borderline unplayable card in the deck normally because it's actually double out of aspect, I believe, so you can only play it for 11 and the card is in the deck in order to be a target for improvised identity. Um and as we're seeing here, even the effect is so strong with improvised identity that it can be worth putting a unit that you basically can't play into your deck because that is just crazy. And Joseph is really looking to be in a spot of trouble here.
Yeah, this
Now,
is a
if he can
huge
clear that
swing.
Han, he does get his unit back.
Yes. Yep. Because it is tied to the ability that was used, so it doesn't matter that the Han no longer has that ability. So that will give the zeros back to Joseph. But Joseph just sitting on the Outer Rim Constable right now, and of course that improvised identity giving +3 HP to Han as well as it getting another experience counter every time it attacks. It's a little easier said than done to try and get this Han off the board.
Yeah, and the really funny thing is that we could actually see the aggression aspect on that mall working to Braden's advantage because he could potentially attack with zeros there and put use zeros on attack ability with the out of aspect mall that he has, even though he's not an aggression deck. He could get one extra damage off of that.
Yeah, you're right. That is so funny, but it is actually very applicable right now. But here, how about the Dark Saber dropping on the Han Solo as well? It's now a leader in play. So this is going to be a ping from the punishing one onto the Han and then an indirect damage with Braden, which Braden is happy to take on the base right now because now with this Dark Saber, this Han is an absolutely crazy threat. Starting with the attack of the zeros, and exactly Braden does put that unit, that Maul unit back on the bottom of the deck here. And Joseph kind of out of responses takes initiative. Braden has a chance to use improvised identity once again if he wants to try and push even more here before attacking with the Han.
Yeah, this Han Solo unit has an immense pile of stats and is actually going to get even stronger because we do have the experience on attack plus whatever might be able to be found from that improvised identity here, Dan. Let's see what Braden can pull out of there.
I see a Maz Kanata unit and a Lots Razi. I think it's
Oh,
just the
look at
Lobot.
that.
Oh, no way. That's good.
Yeah, that is extremely spicy because Lobot has grit, I believe. So that's
Yes,
going
he
to add
does.
7 damage here. And
Wow.
Joseph cannot be too happy to see this. This is really what we're seeing here, Dan, is exactly what this armorer deck wants to be doing. The the giant pile of upgrades, the improvised identity arcana star map combo to get even more effects going,
I
massive
think it's a
amounts of damage being inflicted.
I think it's a 16 damage attack. I, I think it's 16. My math maybe is wrong, but I think no, I
Yeah,
was
it looks
right.
like they agree
Exactly.
with you. And then Armor flips and closes the game. Joseph looks almost dumbfounded by what just happened. He just sort of shakes his head, and we're on to game two. I think that was if Joseph has not seen this Armor deck before, it's a rude awakening. And if he has seen it before, he it just saw it kind of at its full potential with improvised identity generating incredibly high value. Improvised identity is definitely a card where you look at it and you're like, why is this legendary? This is so weird. But it is so, so strong in the right situation. And the Arcana Star Map allowing you to search your top six instead of your top three makes it far more consistent. So Braden able to get massive results piling the upgrades onto that Han Solo unit, and we'll see whether or not he can pull off a similar thing as we move into game two.
I'm dumbfounded as well. That was the fact that we got to see that in round 8 of our sector qualifier today is amazing. And that's yeah, that would seemed like it was pretty much the high roll for the deck. It kind of just hit everything it needed to, even played through an Outer Rim Constable with that we have to not forget that a mastery was placed on that Han Solo on turn 2 as well. So there was a lot that Braden was throwing at Joseph, and it all just kind of kept coming and coming and coming, and it was just very, very hard for him to deal with. But of course, we know this Boba Fett Lake Country deck is extremely powerful and aggressive, and you have to, in Joseph's position right now, you have to think, okay, there's no way that that happens twice in a row, right? I got to have a real game this time.
Yeah, you would hope. I mean, I do think that Joseph's Boba Fett Lake Country deck is perhaps vulnerable to this sort of strategy because What you really want to have is one thing that's really good is just straight up like unconditional removal or removal that is not damage based because they can pile the upgrades onto that Han Solo. And if you play the tree remembers, he's still dead. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Um, but in the aggression aspect, the removal that you have access to is almost all damage based. And if Braden can develop a unit and give it those upgrades that increase its HP by so much, you might not actually be able to find enough damage to clear those units efficiently, which is just what we saw in game one. Joseph was attacking that Han, trying to stop that Han, but Arcana Star Map is +3. Improvised Identity is +3. We saw, like you were saying, Dan, we saw a mastery get removed by upgrade removal, and it wasn't enough to actually stop that unit.
Yeah, and unlike some of the other aggression decks, if we're in a heroism aggression deck, we're in a Luke Data Vault deck or something, cards like Kid Fisto's Aether Sprite, well, those will change it, right? Defeat any number of upgrades that can pretty easily handle Han Solo because it hits absolutely everything on him. But I think
Absolutely.
you're right, Tower. I think you're right. This Boba Fett deck just what tools does it have?
Yeah, and in the past, there were maybe some more options that you could potentially be sideboarding in. So, for instance, you could conceivably have played Power Failure in the pre-rotation meta, which was an aggression only card. But I believe in terms of like bulk upgrade removal, the options that we have for defeating a bunch of upgrades at once, I think are both actually in heroism. We have Kit Fisto's Ether Sprite, and we also have the Cadal Conics unit that can
Mm.
both defeat lots of upgrades at once. So I believe that Joseph will likely have to defeat one upgrade at a time here.
There's also R5D4 from Ashes of the
Uh,
Empire, but again,
oh yeah,
heroism.
good point. Yeah, so that's another defeat all upgrades, but it is a heroism card. I don't think that's likely to be a sideboard play here. Even back in the day, like if you go all the way back to the Spark of Rebellion meta with people playing like leader Chirrut Voltron decks, power failure was not a commonly played card.
Yeah.
So I think it's extremely unlikely that Joseph has a bulk upgrade removal out of aspect in sideboard if bulk upgrade removal was unlikely to see play even when it wasn't out of aspect. But we'll have to see what happens here. It's very possible that he'll have something, or maybe just the early plays will line up better for him this time. We'll have to see how it goes.
I see one exhausted. There's Han Solo unit once again. Now, this is actually nice though. See the Admiral Pride on Joseph Cook's side. That does mean that indirect damage is a threat to the upgrades that get played on to Braden's units, but Braden does get to immediately follow that up with
I
another
believe it's a
upgrade.
copy of Preparation that we see there.
It is,
So
yeah.
this is a one cost +2/+1, and when played, you exhaust the attached unit. So it's kind of an interesting one. You can either use it on your opponent's card in order to exhaust them, but they get better stats in the future, or you can play it on one of your own units after it's exhausted to get an efficient rate in terms of stats. Um, but a little tricky in terms of its timing. I think that's a cool card. Now the general there is going to attack to the base for 5 total damage with the looks like indirect being sent straight to the base there. And Han is just racing with Joseph there, sending 4 damage to that Lake Country base.
Ooh, and there's the Razi taking care of that Allegiant General Pride, getting the experience counter, sending the 3 damage in onto it. Braden is so far getting away, keeping a Han Solo in play as he's going to try to build out to some of those powerful upgrades. But Joseph can really put the pressure on with some of these damage sources if Braden doesn't put together that same kind of combo that he had in game one.
Yeah, now Joseph does have BT1 in play, but with that copy of Preparation as well as the experience, Han is not quite in range. IG-2000 shows up. That's going to ping the shield off of Han and deal 1 damage to Lots Razi as well. And Han now needs to attack or get an upgrade to be out of range of BT1. What will
Yeah,
Braden play?
I think there's a lot of potential upgrade options here, but actually Braden just attacks with the Razi, so the BT1 very well might be swinging in to handle that Han, get it off the board.
It's a little risky. You have to hit your top deck, but most of the cards in Joseph's deck. Oh,
He
but he
missed
misses. He tries it
again!
and misses. It's a tie bomber. Aggression or villainy only, no aggression icon. That is a big moment here for Braden.
How did that happen 2 games in a row for Joseph Cook?
Joseph shaking his head there. He knows he got quite unlucky. He had the opportunity to clear that Han Solo unit, but it was not in the cards. Now a dark saber on there. Oh, what a dejecting moment for Joseph Cook.
Yeah, this is going to start to snowball a little bit now for Braden because Joseph doesn't have anything in the ground arena and that Han Solo unit is getting built up. The IG-2000 available. Joseph can take this 2 more turns here and get the deploy of the Boba Fett. Can maybe pull things back together with a keen topple the summit if Braden doesn't take Han too far out of range here. But we'll see how that all goes. We go into turn 4 of game 2 here. Braden's already cooking a little bit on this Han Solo unit. We'll see what comes up for Joseph.
Yeah, Joseph Cook looked to be in a pretty good position to stabilize this game, but missing the top deck for that BT1 unit was crucial. Now we'll see how he can try and recover. It's a tough spot to be in here, but he's not giving up. Let's see what he does.
There is the Justifier coming down the space arena, pinging that Latzrazi, and at least taking that off the board. Does get to put an advantage token onto this IG-2000, but having already taken 16 damage and that Han hasn't even attacked yet, it's kind of scary. I mean, it feels like Joseph is going to be trying to put some pressure in space lane dodge a little bit here, given that that was Joseph's entire turn, more or less. But Braden then has free reign now. And how much damage can he output? We saw that Lobot on the improvised identity last game getting a 16 damage swing out of nowhere.
And I think Braden actually opting to, it looked like he was going to put the indirect damage on his base, but he thinks, no, I'm going to put it on Han instead. My opponent cannot stop this Han Solo unit here. And I want to preserve base health against a racing game plan. Interesting decision there. And now we do see the improvised identity, no Arcana star map for now, at least.
Are
So
you
would
sure?
only be searching the top 3, but could be pretty big.
It looked like there was one in Braden's hand. It looked like it was the
Oh,
prestige
you might be
version.
right.
I might be wrong too, though. I might be
Armor
wrong.
flips, initiative taken. If we're going to see that map, we should see it now.
Ah, the map on the armor instead.
Yeah, I think
Interesting.
I believe the ability still counts for both.
It
It's
does.
just an ability that you gain. It says attached unit gains, but it's a static effect that's just always on. And now we see that improvised identity. Let's
And
see what
that
we can
damage on the
find.
Han, if the Lobot is found again, then that can be relevant for getting additional grit damage here too. Braden might be looking just to try and end this game in short order here. Not sure what was found on the search of 6 with the improvise though.
Braden was looking at the cards in hand, looking at the improvised identity. He's trying to add up the stats here, I believe, thinking, how much damage am I going to get? Let's see what's happening here.
It's +2 from the preparation, right? So it's +6 from the +6 power from the current upgrades, and the Han is currently at 3. So the Han is already at a 9 power
Yeah, it's
swing.
9 power base and
Armor's
then
at
potentially
4.
more.
So it's 13 damage right now, depending on what this improvised finds. It's a little tough to tell what the cards are in hand here. Just have to see what Braden. It is just a maul that Braden discards. Just a maul. Sorry, just a maul with
Just a
quotes.
maul, just taking his opponent's unit and gaining control of it, you know. Yeah, this so Maul here is very strong. It's not going to close the game immediately, but it's going to put Joseph in a tough position here because Braden will be able to take control of a non-leader unit and keep it until that Han is defeated, if that Han is defeated. And 26 damage now on Joseph's base. Armor has yet to attack.
Yeah, armor attacks for 4. Then when attack ends, does also allow Braden to play another upgrade. So there's the ascension cable on the armor. So if Joseph has everything and deals with this Han Solo, it's still this gigantic armor that has to be dealt with as well. It's a 512 right now. I believe
Yeah,
with
I mean, this
Saboteur.
I hate to call a game early, Dan, but this is very over in my opinion. I think Joseph is in immense trouble. I think actually any of these units that Braden has on the unit or has on the board would defeat the base in one attack at this point, including the stolen Justifier there.
Yeah.
Um, so Joseph just extends the handshake. Very, very tough situation. It was looking like he was in a much better spot, but missing that top deck on BT1 and being unable to defeat his opponent's Han Solo unit put Joseph in a very perilous spot. Braden kind of took a risk by swinging with the Lots Razi unit instead of with Han, didn't get the extra experience token onto Han to protect from it, but it paid off big time when Joseph missed the top deck.
Sometimes things come up your way, and what a deck to have things come up your way here. The Braden playing this armor yellow gambling deck, just trying to find the right identities to improvise, and it worked out. That does mean that the armor is locked in for day 2, so hopefully we see more of that. But we're gonna head to our backup game here, and wow, we get to see a couple of decks. We haven't gotten to see much Mandalorian yet, but also this Rose Tico deck from Riley on the left, trying to lock in for a Rose Tico day 2 tower. How are we feeling about this?
You know what? I hope this Rose Tico deck can take it home. We'll see what happens. I think actually a very cool leader, but here looks to be in a bit of a difficult spot. So Riley with Rose Tico playing against Brad running the Mandalorian Colossus like heavy control deck that we were kind of discussing earlier on. And it looks like Brad was able to get the win in game 1. And now here in game 2, there is 16 damage on that Colossus, but Brad is the only player with cards on the board right now.
The Jam Communications allowing us to take a look at Brad's hand and does get rid of the Lost and Forgotten. So, an answer to a non leader unit being removed. We'll see exactly what Riley's plan is to try and get the remaining, unfortunately, 19 damage left to deal to that Colossus if they want to get there. But Brad probably feels like they have all the time in the world here, especially with the deployment of that Harrison Dula unit, going to get some recovery flowing as well if Riley can't remove that. But a lot of units already in the ground arena to bring things back. Brad is, of course, up a game. This is game 2 of our bonus feature match. We'll see if the Mando Colossus is able to get there and try and chew on some of the Cad Banes in day 2, or if this funky Rose deck, no, it's actually just packed up.
I think Riley looked at the odds and thought it's not going to happen. I believe that was, he drew the cards, didn't see what he wanted. It is going to be a concession, I believe, and Brad will be moving on to day 2 with the Mandalorian Colossus, you know, and I think if I'm Brad here, I might actually be happy to be seeing a lot of Cad Banes doing well in this field, knowing that this Mandalorian Colossus deck is in large part seeing play as a counter pick to Cad Bane.
Yeah, exactly. This is the spot to be in now, just kind of squeaking into day 2 here, but now looking at a lot of the standings, looking at the amount of Cad Bane in the room tomorrow, you have to think, okay, well, all I need is my matchups to come up Cad, and then things will feel pretty good. I think at this, I'm not a math whiz here when it comes to these sectors and getting into that top 8, but I do believe at the X2 position, you are looking to win out for a chance into top 8, needing all 4 wins.
Yeah, I think it is also worth noting though that in some situations you do gain a fair few points even if you don't actually make the top 8. So in terms of the placement points that go towards qualification for the main event at Galactics, um you don't need to make the top 8 at this level of event in order to rack up some points anyway.
No,
Um
absolutely.
and even I think actually at the larger PQs, for Star Wars Unlimited, I think if there are at least 64 people, there's some degree of points actually for the top 16 as well. But at the sector level, you definitely don't need to make top 8 in order to start racking up some points.
Yeah, that's we've had some changes. Of course, we are in season 2 of the organized play program, and things are getting refined. And as players are eyeing next year's Galactic Championships now in May, and now at Disneyland, celebrating, I think, in some ways, the anniversary of Star Wars once more. 50th anniversary, going to be a big moment for Star Wars fans around the world, and of course, all the Star Wars fans here at the sector qualifier in Indianapolis, trying to earn those crucial points, right? Trying to get their chance to play in that galactic championship next year.
Yes, and so I believe that with the adjusted point distribution for season 2, I think the way that this works is if you are at a sector qualifier, I think actually the entire top 32 gets 100 points. And even making day 2 at all gives you 50 points. So that is a solid chunk of points, and it only gets higher as you go on. If you win the whole thing, I believe that is 500 sector qualify or 500 qualifier points, and that's worth a big chunk of the leaderboard. For reference, were you at a were you at a PQ event, winning the whole event is 100. So, in some ways, this means that from a qualifying point perspective, making the top 32 at a big event like this is considered equivalent to winning at a planetary qualifier.
Yeah, and that's a pretty excellent reward, and especially when we saw in the last season some of the promotional cards that were being given out to the top leaderboard placements. These ended up being quite coveted, and all of the players at the top of the leaderboard also had a great introduction to the community at the Galactic Championships. So it was really fun to really put a spotlight on these players, and definitely something to strive for, and a reason why all of these players are working so hard, battling it out here at this sector qualifier. And I have to point out too, what a tough event, right? A meta with very powerful known decks that you have to fight, but also all these rogue decks we've seen, like that armor deck, that you have to be able to win against things like that, and all of this at the largest sector qualifier in the U.S. so far.
Yeah. I think that Star Wars Unlimited in organized play has really been growing and seeing cool stuff going on throughout throughout its lifespan. Things started out a little slow, but there was still a lot of enthusiasm even at the smaller scale early events. I remember back in the day, even just like the store championship events were very popular. Lots of people playing Star Wars Unlimited, and FFG, in my opinion, has done a great job of just continuing to raise the bar when it comes to these events. I have been to quite a few Star Wars Unlimited tournaments, in person, and at the big events, I think they have been consistently improving in quality. And to be honest, that they've been improving in quality from a quality that was already quite good. I had fun even at like even in the earlier days when things were less settled and less organized, those were still very solid events, and they're getting even better now.
Yeah, I've had a great time every time I've had a chance, whether it be, I mostly am either judging or casting at events when I do attend them, but they're always well run and players are always super excited. Not without their learning moments, of course, in the past, but that's one of the big things about FFG especially, is that they're always willing to take this feedback and figure out how to improve the next time. We always see that iteration happening. And so far, it seems like the Indianapolis sector has been one of the smoothest ones yet.
Yeah, and I think that it's really something that impresses me about Star Wars Unlimited for sure ha- has kept up some of the cool things about some of the smaller Fantasy Flight games in the past. FFG has run a lot of games, and one thing that people have definitely commented on in a positive way is that those games often had a more positive and less cutthroat community compared to what you would see in certain other titles. And with Star Wars Unlimited, they've managed to have a much larger scale. Like, I mean, the game as a whole is way bigger. The organized play and competitive events are way bigger. But despite that, these are still events that overall are quite friendly and positive, and they feel like a thing that kind of highlights the community has a lot of different moments for people to enjoy. And FFG has really done a great job of keeping the friendly and welcoming vibe of some of the smaller games and keeping it up even as they grow to a much bigger scale with Star Wars Unlimited.
Yeah, even when I have been traveling, I wasn't able to attend the Prague Regional in May this year, but I did get to stop in. I guess I shouldn't say attend. I wasn't able to play in the Prague Regional, but I did stop in and get to meet with the team. And even there, it was super fun to meet a lot of the European players. And there were players who wanted to stop and talk about the experience they've been having, the day they've been having. And it's a really welcoming community, I think, largely built on uh, the culture that Fantasy Flight Games has built for their game kind of from the ground up, right? So this has been a fantastic experience being involved in this game as they've continued to grow at all sorts of different levels. And I'm just excited for more. I'm excited that this is our largest sector yet in the U.S. because the European sectors have beat it. But still, it's a community that's excited for more, despite some misgivings some people maybe have about the amount of Cad Bane in the room.
Well, we'll have to see what happens. I know we still have another day of coverage starting tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock a.m. Eastern time, and we'll see what happens there. Will Cad Bane end up taking home the trophy for this one? It's possible, but it's also possible some of these more rogue decks might win out. We'll have to see what happens. And then, of course, on Monday, there is going to be that meta check-in stream from FFG, and they might announce some changes to things, or they might not. We'll see what happens. Maybe this weekend, Cad Bane will go down in a series of stunning defeats, and it'll become apparent that people have figured it out and there will be no changes. We'll have to see what happens. But I would stay tuned to our broadcast and then check in with FFG on Monday as well. We're going to be winding things down for today's stream here. Uh, but I want to give some shout outs here. Thank you to FFG for making this great game, to Star City Games for running and facilitating the sector qualifier, to Josh Snyder, our co-caster from earlier, who will be back along with both of us tomorrow, and of course to Tim and Claire from McClunky Gaming, doing the production side of things behind the scenes and making this all possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, thank you all for tuning in today and joining us as we covered day one of the Star Wars Unlimited Season 2 Sector Qualifier here in Indianapolis. There's going to be a lot more fun to come. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll be taking a look at some of the data tomorrow and then going right into day two as the last rounds of Swiss as we head into the top 8. So we hope to see you all back again tomorrow. Thank you so much for tuning in today. And we're going to be heading out for the day. So we'll see you then.